Walk out his house. She couldn't figure out I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. Hey yo, there could be no other Holocaust. I'm the only Holocaust. I walk out is Alcatraz in the back about the glass where you get married. Yo, 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 yo. This how I rock. Yo, 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 yo. Black Roman Trojan with an arm full of corrosion, fighting in a mighty war with a heavy sword that's golden through the screens and explosions. I move while cannons are loading for this million warriors and the rest by Earthsea Rose, and my devotion is to AWOL rappers and smash tanks. We stand on the sea made of glass, the kings of saints. I thrust my sword into a cloud, our villains burn. The sky broke thunder in a song that no man could learn. War cloud, stone steps, red galactic heart. Hey yo, War cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure out. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. War cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure out. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. I drag motherfuckers off into the sewers, they're losers. Disrespect your pharaoh, wind up in Mexican jail. Tequila crash fire across your face. I'm off the place, sipping pina coladas in the Bahamas with anacondas. And the people get the hell that they fought so hard for. Pistol pop your head, top a rapper's head with a car door. The written mental books of many wars, they don't make them anymore. It's a verbal depth you have heard of the criminology of psychology. Brainwashed to attack you, I stash a package in a statue, attitude and vitality. Watch it bend through the realm of reality. You drop out of the climate, drop your wife down in the hills grave. Verbal pessimist, carry gunmen down in the preliminary. Bloody construction yard of angry men still try to change me then. Being in the American forces in Saratoga between 1875 to revolutionize revolution. Dusty cannons bombard your harbors, your raps baffled by the last castle. War cloud, hey yo, war cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure yet. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. War cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure yet. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. Ferocious flying swordsmen from Atlantis, battle large Argonauts, chainsaw Spartans caught dark Marcus and Rackus. Whirlwind larceny, crime waves and arsonists, gunpowder, fun-touted power, a game of nine pins, galactic bones, Jurassic heavy stormtrooper executioner, iron sunflowers be shining in the back of the mountain. Roam through the rugged steel magnolia hillsides, pirate rock barbarians and chariots by flying cheetahs. Martian warlords encounter and try to defeat us. Very angry men, odd-day, bloodthirsty men. Lion-hearted outsiders, riot tyrants and violence. Crimson lunatic who thunders, laughing out numbers, drip with tomb rocks on the comet that the moon blocks. Out in the boondocks, raise the tomb slots. I clap hot shots. Heavy stolen axe, sportsmen steal newsreel, savage jackals from Africa. Tongue how they dumbfounded rappers, prison precision. Sinister minister scriptures from the bitter ages, courageous.
Let's pick up War Cloud and Long Beach.
War Cloud medieval, shelf raps that's regal. M16 to any distinct group of people. Them bitches looking crazy, get bounced on, amaze me. Collision center sometimes listen to Bob Marley. Doing donuts on the courtyard on a Harley. Camp robber whiskey, Jack Pants with a lance advance. On a fire escape in February by a flower pot in France. Last American hero, last is zero. Guitar with four strings from down in Tijuana. We'll crash across your head off gin and pina colada. Dark cross sessions decrepit with epic lectures. Strangle you in dusty hallways with filthy bike chains. The strike veins, you die pain. Crack and smack you like night trains. Dark blood fountain, dance snow leopard and the mountain man. Cut you men down with the gauge. Flip a comic book page. Slam three kings down with the ace of spades. Roly poly oly, Geppetto, strong goalie. Roly poly oly, Geppetto, strong goalie. A 30-old baseball, batting cages, I waste y'all. Break law, escape y'all, body shot you at great ball. Vanished in the place ball, the wood floor fell out 3 times. You sitting, I'm kicking, yo, like the sea swine. Colorful like the beach line, some could never teach mine. Fire on the Amazon, look at the puzzle box. You shook up with nuzzle box. I received the wire at red fakers, gorgeous swindlers, just remember us. Stash it in the box with my Timberlands, we dismemberment. Chainsaw, angry men, change me then. Like angry gats, skinny ghost blade, no slave, approach made. Escalade, vital collider force, escapade in the Everglades. Rhymes a clever mage, step the butler with a shiny leather blade.
What's going on, friends and viewers? Right now we have one viewer. What's up to one person? You might as well walk up into the StreamYard and click on the link and come have a conversation with the machine live, since you're the only person watching. Jessica Jane, what's up? It's the only person. It's the only person out here watching the machine lives. Well, I didn't plan to do this stream, but yeah, you're welcome to come up here, Miss Jane. I'm sure that we could chop it up, since there's nobody else available. But I did have a very important live stream today in terms of talking to Dr. David Skrbina, and the content there will not be released immediately because of audio issues. So the whole first part of the lecture, I know for the people that were listening, there was some type of wind disturbance or whatever, or I guess I didn't anticipate if I go outside and the wind is blowing into the mic, it will cause a consistent disturbance within the microphone device. But fortunately, I know what I said. I mean, we know what we said, so we're going to reproduce this video. Thank you to our second viewer. Peace to you, my friend, and blessings to you when you're happy. I'm happy to see you, and I hope that you are doing okay today, and that you hop up in here and have a conversation with the machine lies about topics and themes that are pertinent to our time. But anyways, you know, we had a brilliant interview with a PhD scholar, one that is up in the philosophy of technology, philosophy of mind. You know, here we got our brother JG out here. Yo, what's going on, JG, man? We'll see if he come and log in out here. Yo, what's up, my brother? What's going on? Yeah, that's beautiful, man. Yo, check this sunny. Oh man, whatever that was. We got IRL available on the stream with JG because he's not like us sedentary people. He's out in the real world, taking care of business out there. You know what I'm saying? But we're out here fucking talking about the philosophy of technology with Dr. Skrbina, and it was interesting. It was an interesting discussion. We touched on some of the main topics. Sadly, the audio portion of the show was disturbed by the wind, but only the first portion. See, this is how it works. So we had to clean up this section of the thing. We're just gonna present it with subtitles and other themes and ideas. But I hope that those who did watch will enjoy the content there. I recently did release a 3-hour video on my channel. I don't know if anybody was out here noticing the fact that I just released a 3-hour lecture. So, we will be bringing the episode with Dr. Skrbina very soon. This is just basically announcements for the channel, talking about what what had happened earlier. Let me fix my hair. Talking about what had happened earlier, when we had audio issues on a live stream with Dr. David Skrbina, but we were able to collect some of that content there and repurpose it. So we will be releasing that video in 2 or 3 days in its entirety. And whether or not the technology or the issues with the audio and all those things function correctly, it doesn't matter because, see, the ideas are already in our head. I mean, we could present and represent these ideas as many times as we want. So, we're able to bring, I mean, this is like guerrilla radio. We're getting bombed on the stream. I mean, every single little broadcast I see Dr. David Skrbina show up in, I see him constantly getting attacked online, constantly getting internet connection issues, constantly trying to be silenced. They won't have him, even though he has multiple degrees. He's a PhD in not only philosophy, but also in mathematics and in other subjects, a whole list of other subjects. So, we're obviously going to continue discussions with him, but, it's just very disturbing. I mean, I just bought this fucking service today, and I bought it in anticipation for our interview. And obviously, I know what was said. He knows what was said, but it's just annoying that we have to bring it with that fucked up audio. I'm saying, right? But you know, it is what it is. I mean, what we're gonna do is just put little subtitles over what you guys couldn't hear. I'm saying, right? So if the words are unclear, you guys will just be able to look at the subtitles there. And that's only for the first 27 minutes. And after that, it's fine. And we can have Dr. Scribina back anytime to talk about any subject we want. So, you know, obviously, he's a regular contributor to the channel. And if you guys want to watch some of my other interviews with Dr. Scribina, thank you to 5 viewers here watching. And, you know, if you guys want, you guys feel free to come here and have a discussion with the Machine Lives. You know, it's an open panel tonight. I'm just kind of just seeing what's going on with y'all. You know, there's no rush to move in any topics or, you know, anything like that. So, you know, there's no worries. If anybody wants to join, there's no worries. If anybody doesn't want to join, you know, it's okay. But you know, what we'd really like is if people have questions about the channel, about the issues that are discussed, or about any of the happenings today. If people are wondering where is the live stream from earlier today, what's going on Flow State, why don't you just dub new audio over the bad new audio over the bad parts? Yeah, that is an option, except for the audio file itself is basically corrupted. So I don't know. I'd have to give it to an audio specialist because I actually don't know once it's given that in and out. I mean, once you guys hear it, you'll know what the problem is, or maybe somebody as somebody who's an audio expert will know what the problem is. I mean, I'm not a fucking person who's in the studio equipment and the audio things. I mean, I just work with me and my 16-year-old little brother. And you know, he's you know, got his own, you know, teenage you know, issues and you know, attitude issues and stuff. And obviously, you know, it's a work in progress. Everyone's a work in progress. But you know, when you're 16, you know, lots of shit is confusing, you know, to the average person. And Tent, what's going on, brother, man? What's going on, man? You doing okay? Aesthetics were fantastic. Thank you, man. Yeah, you know, we tried to bring it to people with the aesthetics. You know, we might do it again with the couch. You know, bring it outside with the fucking couch and shit. You know, if we get another person up. But you know, what really fucked me up was a microphone in the wind situation. All right, was really fucking me up. I mean, just put it right here. Thank you, cutie. Yeah, yeah, just a microphone in the wind situation was just really, you know, kept cutting into what the fuck we were saying. And I mean, it's fine, we just put subtitles over it. I mean, you know, what's important is what we said. I mean, there's no music or shit playing or whatever the fuck that is. The whole rest of the episode came out fine. So you know, what's important is really for those bookworms, for those people who are, you know, interested in that type of material, that they get up in some of those fundamental critiques and really look at those page numbers and those authors. I mean, for people who really want the knowledge, it's not going to stop them a little reading a little subtitles and shit like that. So, you know what I mean? I mean, for motherfuckers who want real knowledge, I mean, that type of shit is not going to limit their you know, their view on things. You know what I'm saying? You know, knowledge is really infinite, but you know, knowledge is a possession. You know what I mean? You know, I think knowledge is personal. You know, it's based on personal experience. So, you know, as we talked about earlier with Dr. Scribina, I wouldn't go as far as calling knowledge technology or calling it technique, because technique is dealing with processes and dealing with skills that are you know, that one can replicate, and you know, designs that one can replicate. You know, but knowledge is participatory, and that's one of the things that we were dealing with the work of Dr. Skolmowski. So people who are going to be watching it, you know, you're going to get into all of these thinkers and themes here. You know, for people who are interested in the critique of technology. But we are bringing other issues and themes up on the channel. We're bringing religious topics out here. So if anybody's got questions on, religious topics, we're proficient in theology, we're proficient in philosophy, and we've studied a few works on political science. And that is our main type of the main things we're dealing with. And we do apologize if our internet connection is a little fucking wavy. It's been a little fucked up all day, but we've been able to bear with it. And we will be bringing a full live stream to you with Dr. David Scorbina in a few months. So if anybody has, deeper questions and themes based on what we presented or what we're going to release in a few days, please come and, and have a conversation with us. You know what I mean? But we released really what it is that's episode 8, but we had to release episode 7. So all day this fucking YouTube bullshit has been giving us copyright process, all this fucking shit for this goddamn video here. So I mean, I don't even know how these motherfucking videos are run, processed, whatever the fuck it is. But it took us all day just to upload one motherfucking video, let alone complete the work that went into this live stream and then reproduce all the things. So, you know, hell yeah, flow state. Yeah, man. You're more than welcome, dude. Yeah, man. But yeah, you're more than welcome, Flow State. I appreciate you watching earlier too. You know, thank you for that, and I really appreciate that, and giving us feedback in the chat about how it was playing out there. I deeply appreciate you there, man. And there's but we're gonna lay on you some of this shit from episode 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 9 episode 7, I'm sorry. New main order. Have read any GK Chesterton? I feel like his perspective is very applicable to modern day. Hell yeah. I like to say hell yeah about GK Chesterton. Just GK Chesterton he called out everybody. And actually, I should have talked about Chesterton in my lecture in episode 7. I mean, thank you for reminding me, but we will be talking about Chesterton's work, especially Heretics and Orthodoxy, two of my favorite ones. Out there. He said, what was the quote from Orthodoxy? The madman is not the man without reason, but it is the man who has lost everything except reason. Well, that's what we're dealing with. That's exactly the man of the technological age. Is a man who's fully armed with reason, but has no designs for anything else. And we'll see that crazy people, the conclusions they come to, a lot of things they talk about do make sense. But they have reasons behind why they're doing what they do. Evil men have reasons. Crazy people have reasons. They're not bereft of reason. That's the problem. But whether reasons are tied to what's real, what's cogent, what's practical, what's significant, and what's something that is directly related to those aspects of human experience. Uh, you know, some people might say, uh, you know, participatory human experience, that those things are much more complex. They're beyond reason. When you're going to choose somebody to marry, it's not just reason. You could make a list of the perfect qualities you would want in a person. And if you went and chose your partner based on those qualities, I don't think you'd end up with a better person than than if you let fate guide you, or let your heart guide you, or let your experiences guide you, or any of these other markers. Human experiences are much more complex than being limited to reason, and we find that that's one thing that Chesterton really noticed. Man, I could find a quote by Chesterton. That's that's one of my favorite quotes. You know, um, but the Faustian Faustian face of modern. It was something. It was an article by Philip Collins. Let me try to find this article here, but this article is really significant. Yeah, it's called the Faustian face of modern science or something. The Faustian face of modern science. Yeah, that's right. The Faustian face of modern science. Yeah, he quotes Chesterton out here. Oh my God, this fucking quote is flame, son. Yo, check this fucking quote out. He said, yeah, this quote by Chesterton. He says uh the thing that is really trying to tyrannize through government is science. The thing that really does use the secular arm is science. The creed that is levying tides and capturing schools, the creed that really is enforced by fine and imprisonment. Yeah, let me read you guys this quote, but I'm trying to fucking open this up so you guys could see this fucking quote, because this quote is the shit. Schizophrenics have internally consistent delusions and maybe common elements and themes. Never have if they were random. That's right. That's right. That's right. I know because I've had family members who have experienced such things, and you know definitely, there are links between their experiences, what they're talking about, and what they're experiencing, that you can't easily discount. You couldn't explain to a schizophrenic person why their delusions were false, because they're connected to things that they know quite well. So it's interesting to try to, you have to kind of understand what they're saying, while trying to draw them away from it, while not trying to kind of burst their bubble in a way. It's kind of a very interesting process. You gotta kind of have to work within their delusion to persuade them. And that's a very it could be a sticky process, because once you burst their bubble, they'll actually attack you. So it's not, it's like awaking the sleeper, you know what I mean? Could be a fucking, a really you know um not so easy task, you know what I'm saying? uh and I do think the various people who are in viewership now, as many as 14 people watching this. I do thank you guys for being here at a late night. Blessings to all you. And, I do encourage everyone to come and have a chat with me. And no matter what you're doing, I think it would be fine. It's fine to come and just say hi to me and then just leave. I'm not going to bite your head off, But I'm obviously sympathetic to those who can't join because of family and other restrictions, and everyone is not free here as one may expect. We are all tied down to various obligations, and but fate has brought us here, so I do thank everyone for being here. um why are all schizophrenic experiences negative experiences? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say you know I wouldn't say because I think certain of the delusions that I've seen schizophrenics have, or at least real life, the pain and the sorrow and the all of those things are much more palpable, but our reaction to them is not as proficient. But it seemed like a schizophrenic person is able to let go and experience things fully and directly, and they're capable of intense joys, intense dreamlike visions, daydreams that are powerful, in which they're witnessing things that are almost heavenly, and a serenity and calm that is beyond. But these are mixed in with these violent delusions and things. But certain of those experiences they might not want to come out of so easily, because they feel like they're having a spiritual experience. I know certain epileptics who experience delusions. Certain they think that certain of their delusions have a spiritual nature to them, and they would not like to end all of them. But there are instances within an epileptic seizure that might be intense moments of joy. But of course, it's not obviously only truth can sober us. So we have to see reality as it is. The pain is not seeing reality for what it is. So the intense joys aside, I think I think they would still like the chance to experience all the ups and downs of life as they are, granted, because once you present to them what is real, they're deeply mournful that even at negative experiences that they're able not to experience. You know, I mean, there's people extremely rotten condition, paraplegics and stuff. That are, they would bite your hand off before you try to take their life. And, and there's people who are walking around with fully, fully capable of doing every single thing. And, they've got a shitty attitude. I just went to the grocery store the other day, and a man walked up to me, just limping with, multiple sclerosis. And, this man had a fucking brilliant attitude on life, and, I'm here just, complaining. I'm recording lectures with PhDs, and they're not turning out well because audio doesn't work. Mostly because I'm not an audio expert. What can you expect? But I have no debilitation, and the ideas in my head. I mean, I get to share with other people, and I don't have to struggle every day. Just when I walk around, there's no reason for people to have a shitty fucking attitude. Okay? And you know, it is what it is. But you know, you know, humane order, thoughts on technology, retroactively manipulating ideas, kind of out there. Yeah, hell yeah, yeah. Retroactively manipulating ideas. Yes. Yeah, it seemed like technology does seem to look into the past and have a reordering. And this goes back to something that that technology is an aspect of that is more organization. That technology is more organization than intelligence. And in organization you find a great need for structure, whereas intelligence, you find a great need to select between things. This is the difference between um, switching your attention between things and actually concentrating or focusing on a subject, on one particular subject. Now, technology helps us narrow in and focus on something, and increases the way it does that. So it increases, our, vocality in any one instance in looking at different problems. But it, it then does not, there's not an easy transition between different things and subjects. So that is one of the aspects where technology fails, because the ability to switch attention between things is actually what intelligence really amounts to. It's not focus on a particular task. That's attention, and organizational skills come into play there. But you know, but well, here is here is the quote that I was talking about. Shit, I forgot to mention the quote. I was talking to New Main Order about G.K. Chesterton, and I was quoting this quote by G.K. Chesterton. Let me share my screen so I could show you guys this quote here by G.K. Chesterton. I don't know if y'all will be able to see this shit, but it is what it is out here. Share. Faustian face of modern science. Man, this guy wrote a banger of a fucking essay. I'll tell you that, man. This essay is the shit, for real. But in it, he quotes G.K. Chesterton here, and I don't know how I'm supposed to zoom in here. Hold on, let me zoom into this motherfucker. Oh shit, I might not be able to do that while I'm screen sharing. Hold on. Let me stop screen sharing that motherfucker and try to go ahead and huh. Damn. I don't know how the fuck to zoom into a page. Oh well. Well, anyways, I'll just read the quote since y'all can't see this shit. But he said the thing that really is trying to tyrannize through government is science. The thing that really does use the secular arm is science. And the creed that really is levying tithes and capturing schools, the creed that really is enforced by fine and imprisonment, the creed that really is proclaimed not in sermons but in statutes, and spread not by pilgrims but by policemen. That creed is the great but disputed system of thought which began with evolution and has ended in eugenics. Damn, what a prediction. Then he goes on to say, materialism is our established church. See, that's what he's saying. So that's a shocking prediction that they will try to push, uh, science into the spiritual domain. And that is exactly where it's come to encroach today. You guys see that, don't you? You know, you guys see the rise of secularism. That's partly what my 3-hour lecture I just dropped on you motherfuckers is about. I just gave a 3-hour lecture citing over 50 or so passages. I cited dozens of fucking passages about from philosophers, from Rousseau, Nietzsche, it's a bunch of different names. Carlyle, Thomas Carlyle. You know, we're talking about the life of Plato. So we're talking about where does secularism actually come from? It's actually a very interesting question. Well, one of the things it has to do with is that it comes from these groups in society, from even ancient times that had a high education. They're bringing foreign influences, and it's interesting what G.K. Chesterton is saying. That materialism is our established church, and this is a guy that's writing, you know, almost a hundred years ago. He's saying materialism is our established church. He says, for the government will really help it to persecute its heretics. Vaccination is 100 in its 100 years of experiment has been disputed almost as much as baptism in its approximate 2000. But it seems quite natural to our politicians to enforce vaccination, and it would seem the madness to enforce baptism. Whoa. what a what a shockingly predictive statement almost 100 years ago by G.K. Chesterton. And yeah, and he says saying that vaccines are a new form of baptism. That's quite a statement there, you know. But yeah, it kind of comes from Aristotle. The founder of secularism is really Aristotle. You know, I don't know if y'all know that, but yeah, Plato and Aristotle, they rejected, almost all forms of religion, because they were deists. They believed in the God of the philosophers, a god, the true specter of our civilization is the God of the philosophers. Nature's God. Nature's God. That's the vampire of the modern world. You guys don't know about nature's God? In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson opens it up. He said he he talks about nature's God. You guys don't know that? He's not talking about God. He's not talking about the creator that's mentioned in the Bible. Okay? No, we gotta look up the Declaration of Independence. You see, we're out here in America, and they say the Declaration of Independence. That's what this whole fucking country's about, and they just had July 4th. And what's going on with the Declaration of Independence? Now, let me pull this up so you guys can see just what type of shit I'm talking about here, because it says, it's not talking about the God of the Bible here in the Declaration of Independence. So if you want to look for God in the Constitution and in the work of the founding fathers, it's actually not there. It's actually not there, because they're talking about Aristotle's God. You know, yeah, that's right, that's right. Nothing new under the sun. That's right, guys. Nothing new under the sun, and that's why nature is technology. You know, can we create anything new from what's already there? Well, that's just reordering, as I mentioned before. That's reorganization of what's already there. Do we change what is essential in nature to create things? But some would argue no. And with this premise, there's nothing new under the sun. That we actually are not creating anything, but what we create recreates us, and what we make is made out of our very selves, out of what we are made out of ourselves. So, you know, that means that, what is creation? What is creation? What is creating something apart from ourselves, apart from nature? Do we make anything new? Now, everything we create comes from nature, and nature makes things. There's things in nature that are made by nature. Nature made nature. This is one of Aristotle's category, one of the Aristotelian categories. Nature made nature. There's nature naturing, and there's nature made nature. A quiet stream. You guys like the quiet stream, huh? Shit, man. Y'all gotta walk up in here, man. It's too quiet. It's too quiet tonight. It's too damn quiet out here. You know what I'm saying? But look at what it says here. Look at what it says here, folks. Look at what it says here. I'll read this first part. It says, look at this. It says, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, to assume among them the powers of the earth, a separate and equal station, to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them. Nature's God. A decent aspect of the opinions of mankind require that they should declare a decent respect to the opinions of mankind, requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to separation. Now, that's John Locke there. They're talking about John Locke. So, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of that shit comes right out of John Locke, because Locke came up, Locke in his 2 treatises of government, he talked about life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. The pursuit of property. And, Thomas Jefferson stole these words, he stole these words to write life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness. I don't know if you guys actually know, but life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness actually came from John Locke. It didn't come from Thomas Jefferson. And here he's borrowing other terminology from Locke in the way of natural law, because Locke was an empiricist. He believed that nature is imbued with laws that are determined quite predictably. But I say the jury's still out on whether nature is determined by any laws at all. Or what are nature's laws? What's going on? What's popping?
Mic check.
Yo,
What up? My audio is all the way down. What's going on?
it's all good. I can hear you just fine. I don't know if the audience can hear you okay.
Oh, no, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay.
But that was all. It was all on my end. I got it sorted out now.
Oh, okay. I was like, because I've been having this fucking problem all day.
No,
so
no, no.
oh, shit.
No, your audio is good. It's my speakers.
Yeah, but I hate to bash the Constitution right in front of you, Flow State.
It's okay.
I know that's one of your.
No, I'm not actually that married to the Constitution. I I think it depends on how you're speaking, right? If you're addressing legal issues, then of course it's quite important. It's the controlling document in a legal context. But if you're talking about rights, and you think you're about to go into natural law, the Constitution is just sort of an acknowledgement. It's not the source of anything.
Yeah, and it's interesting. People argue about that sort of thing, if the Constitution is a living document or whether it's just a piece of paper to be applied to the extent of law. But that brings us to this really fucky question, which is like, then what the fuck is a natural law? because we see as law as the limit of human action. Obviously a law is not what's optimal. You know what I'm saying? Like
What do you mean?
you know what I mean by that, flow state?
Not optimal, meaning it's bad behavior, or ideally you wouldn't have to have a law because people would just act properly.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. I mean, obviously, in a society of saints, you wouldn't need laws. Logically speaking, now one could say that such a society is not possible, but it's there shouldn't be any reason why a group of people with amicable aims, amicable understanding couldn't create amongst themselves a situation where they could have a society where it's a system that's sort of an honor system. So there have been systems that are honor systems, and one might actually say that the certain honor based systems like secret societies and stuff, they function even better than those in the society that are based on laws and you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well,
Like certain people,
no group of people, whether it's a marriage or a business partnership or a country, people can never function together if they have conflicting or vastly different values. So I think that sharing values is sort of a prerequisite. But I look at natural law not as like a legal law, but as like a law of physics, basically. If this, then this, right? And so I look at natural law as the way that society works. It's like the laws of physics, but for society. If you're in a society and you don't you don't make an attempt to not harm people, right? If you steal, if you lie, if you are violent, then society will degrade in a lot of ways. And ultimately, the more immoral a society is, the more enslaved they are by laws, because everybody's fucking up and nobody can take care of their business and nobody can trust anybody else. So more laws become necessary and people enslave themselves through immorality.
Yeah, so you think that that's you think that that's just that's not physics.
No, but I'm it's not physics. It's like the laws of physics, except not applied there. It's like the laws of physics, but for society. It's the laws of society. But I mean that in the sense that it's not like this is a rule and you have to follow it or else you might get in trouble. It's like this is a law. If you do this, then this will happen. If you jump off a roof, you will fall. If you are immoral, you will be enslaved. These are just sort of, this is the nature, the way that society functions when you've got people living together in a group.
Well, that comes to some shit that I could say about this, because it's like I'm pretty sure I believe in human nature, but I don't believe in like natural law. You know what I mean? Like, prove to me that like nature is governed by preset laws, like in physics. Like, you know, like
Well,
I don't like
so
scientists always change their mind. They have a way of changing their fucking story about what's going on. So like I don't really trust I don't really trust that there's physics per se. You know what I mean?
I was wondering if that reference was gonna fuck me up.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but it's just a description of a cause and effect chain. Is all I'm trying to say. It is and and it's not natural law.
Yeah.
This is
See,
about
yeah,
nature.
see,
It's
that's
not about nature. It's it's a law that's naturally there, but it describes society and human interactions. If you steal from me, I won't trust you. Our relationship will degrade. If we still have to live in close proximity and our relationship has degraded and I don't trust you, I'm probably going to want some other, the third party in our little tribe to help me enforce some sort of rule so that you can't keep stealing my shit. Right. So it's just sort of the cause and effect series of how human behavior and morality impacts society and what happens when you turn into a society of deviance
yeah, but
like we
see,
are.
you mentioned something extrajudicial just in your statement, which is trust. You know, see, if you trust somebody, then you don't need to bring in the law. So it's almost like trust is a higher aspect, and that's what I was saying. How you see in like secret societies, how they could just function off of trust and
I
not
think that
based
there's a
off.
level of threat there too.
Oh yeah. There has to be. Well, there's a veiled threat in all things. Perhaps, but which is perhaps, the law of the jungle. You know what I mean? And I think that that is a real law, but it's not a law that's based on pure aggression to a certain extent. But on another end, I think like there's also a drive towards licentiousness, and I
What
really
does that
like this
mean?
word. I don't know if you've ever heard the word licentiousness.
I don't think I have.
Oh
And I've
shit.
got a pretty good vocabulary. I know most of the fun words, but that's a fun word, and I don't know it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, let me introduce this term licentiousness to you, because there is a type of thing that is or a greater word for it is license. That one who is free is not somebody who's licensed. You know what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Somebody who expresses license might be somebody who's controlled or governed by their own by their own desires. So they're just led to do things that they want to do. Doing whatever you want to do. Well, that's not exactly how anybody actually understood being free. So they didn't understand freedom as being able to do whatever you want. They understood that as a type of hedonism that is self-destructive. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
that they call licentiousness. You know what I'm saying, right? So I'm looking at, four levels of shit. I'm looking at morality or human nature, on top. Then you got fucking society's laws, that are governed through human freedom, which we want to optimize because of human potential. But then on the bottom, you have this drive towards licentiousness, which is like the hyper, liberal drive. You know what I mean? Which is like
It's like gluttony or promiscuity or whatever, right? It's
just
self-indulgent.
just materialism,
Okay.
and it could pop up in a type of it doesn't have to be. And by materialism, I don't mean
A Bugatti.
yeah, I don't mean because you could have spiritual materialism. That's another fun word. I don't know if you ever heard that one.
No, but is it like uh literalism, like people who interpret the Bible literally? Is that spiritual?
It's kind of it's kind of like people who think like they're doing ascetic shit, and it's like making them like more powerful, like it's making them enlightened and shit.
I made a
you know
vision board so I can get a new car, like that.
well, it's kind of like people who pray and offer sacrifices and believe that it's making them more humble, or that it's making them closer to God, or like it's kind of like this kind of inflation of the ego that comes with people in their spiritual practice. This kind of false humility that comes with it. And that's like spiritual materialism. You see a
I
lot of
gotcha.
that. That motherfuckers have spiritual they fall into spiritual materialism, like so there's a spiritual aspect to it too. You know what I mean? It's like being greedy with, with like whatever the fuck, I guess just you know being greedy with whatever you're trying to experience, thinking that it's coming from you, in a way, not realizing that there's a whole chain of experiences, insights, that are greater than you. And I see that people who have real humility, actually see things for what they are, that they don't have false humility. You know what I mean?
Right.
That being like oh shit, like and that goes back to
Janet
the
Yellen is a good example of false humility. If you've ever like watched or listened to her interact with people, it's very uh uh it's like submissive but not fearful, right? So you don't submit to people unless you're scared or unless you're trying to manipulate them. So with the absence of fear, definitely have manipulation.
Yeah, and that goes to Machiavelli's Prince. You know what I mean?
Great
That
book.
fear can really be commodified. And fear has an economy of its own. You know, and that is based on the reciprocation between fear and love, that kind of goes on. And also the dark edges of that, where neither is kind of expressed within false love, which is flattery, which he says you really have to guard yourself against flattery, on the one end. But on the other end, it's a type of a you know kind of saying that you're gonna do too much, promising people what you can't really deliver. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of like this grandiloquence, that will cause you to falter, because people expect direct results, and they expect reproducible results. And
Or just the results you said you'd deliver.
yeah, exactly.
I've lived my life trying to, as hard as I can, to not ever commit to anything. I want everybody to have the lowest possible expectations for me, so that I have the best
Flow
chance
state.
of positively
It goes with your
surprising
name.
them.
It goes with your name, though. You know what I'm
Flow
saying?
state?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it does.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Nietzsche said, I just gave a 3-hour lecture on Nietzsche. So he was a student of Machiavelli. I don't know if you know that, but
I don't know
but
much about Nietzsche, just what I've what I've picked up secondhand from like Jordan Peterson and stuff.
Oh, Jordan Peterson is a horrible teacher on Nietzsche. He teaches like the postmodernist.
Well, I haven't heard him teach it. I've just heard him reference Nietzsche, and he does it very reverently.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like you know, why are you sucking this guy's dick? First of all, you know, it's kind of weird. You know? So it's like, you know,
It's
like
okay to simp for old dead dudes you have a lot of respect for.
yeah, I don't know. Nietzsche, you know, well, I was gonna say that one of the things he said was he said one who keeps a little more than he promises always has enough. You know, it's kind of a funny quote by him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta wrap my head around that one.
It's like somebody who doesn't let people know how much he's got.
Okay, right.
You know, so he's always like in the
Yeah.
clear. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Because he's like promising people shit, but he's always keeping a little more than he promises. Right? So it's like the virtue of like lying. I guess he's like talking about. You know, it's kind of weird. You know.
No,
But
I mean, I get that. That is a virtue. That's a huge virtue. When I got divorced, I did everything I could to look not broke, but definitely wouldn't. I didn't want some bitch to come spend my money, right? Like, I don't need that. I just divorced that. I just bought myself a divorce. It's the most expensive thing I ever bought myself. I don't want some chick to look at me and go, "Hey, this dude can afford my lifestyle." No, that's not. So I'd like make sure that if I thought that was someplace where I'd like maybe meet a chick or whatever, I'd make sure I wasn't wearing my watch. You know, I'd understate things.
yeah, exactly. Know what you mean. I got divorced too. It cost me shitloads of fucking money, and fucking time, and effort, and obviously the greatest punishment is just you know. Thankfully, I didn't have any kids with this person, but you know, but it was just you know, a waste of potential, I guess, or trust and time that you put into a person. You know that you would think would kind of be there for you, but on the other end, yes, I totally know what you're saying about appearing flawed afterwards, or you know, I think it was Benjamin Franklin. You know, he said something similar. He's in the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. He said that a perfect character often attends the inconvenience of becoming hated, of drawing lots of hatred. So he said, so I found so I expressed some faults among my characters to make people more comfortable. You know, so he would like, you know, play up his folly to kind of make people more comfortable with him. You know,
That's so narcissistic.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
I
I
don't naturally have any of these faults that you see. I'm doing it for you, right, dude?
Yes,
but like he's hitting on a good point, because I mean I got examples for days out of my own life. When I lived in an apartment complex where there was break-ins, I'd leave my doors unlocked and I'd throw McDonald's trash all over the floorboards. It was intentional. I wanted to not look like I got stuff in here. Don't bash my windows. Don't rummage through my McDonald's trash. It worked.
Yeah, it's almost Taoist. You know what I mean? Right?
Hey, is it?
No. Yeah. He says amass a storehouse with jade and gold, and no one can protect it.
That's true.
So it's basically.
And when I was living a sketchier lifestyle, my strategy was always to be plain gray. I drove a 4-door sedan. I don't have tattoos. I look like just any other white guy who could blend in. I didn't even have earrings until I got well, no, that's not true. But I didn't have tinted windows. I didn't have subwoofers. Nothing about me would indicate that I had anything to do with drugs at all.
Yeah, and that's one thing is like we're actually being pushed towards mediocrity. like we're actually being pushed
lower than that. We're being told to cut off your dick for mental health. That's not mediocre. That's way below.
Yeah. Well, you know, in terms of that, I think, there is a society, society is kind of at the moment, not. And that brings us back to our boy John Locke, because Locke is really one of the main people who's at fault, because Locke totally dispensed with the patriarchy. He was arguing against this guy named Filmer, who said actually society should be ruled by men, and to argue against him, he said that actually the dad is just a sperm donor. And when the kid is 18 years old, because when a kid turns 18, he gets to get his own property. So a kid who's 18 is free by virtue of the fact that he uses his labor to procure some sort of financial stability, and then he becomes independent from his father. But obviously this makes a society of people who are kind of bastards, trying to turn against their dad, or trying to become more successful than their dad, and obviously looking down on their father, and that's one of the fucking consequences of John Locke.
Man, I'm
Is
rusty on my John Locke. Is he the one that wrote was it Rights of Men or something?
oh shit, no.
I'm confusing him with someone else.
No, he wrote two treatises.
Okay, yeah.
Government. What's up, Neuro Jack? Man, you out there?
I'm just listening. This is one of the few conversations I don't have a lot to add to, which is kind of weird for me. But this is interesting. I wanted to mention two things. Number one, can you repeat those two quotes? Can you repeat the quote by Nietzsche and Benjamin Franklin?
And Franklin. Hell yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. The quote by Nietzsche is one who keeps a little more than he promises always has enough. And then the one by Franklin is from his autobiography, where he says that he actually kept a few faults among his character to keep his friends in countenance, which means that he would actually play up his faults in front of people to actually connect more with them, because he said a perfect character attends the inconvenience of becoming hated by people. So if people think you're perfect, they'll hate you. It's fucking weird.
No, that's in my. I mean, that's a very true statement, and I think I don't want to divert into that, but I totally understand. That's Bong, right? You're talking to.
Wait, what was it? What was that for?
Out at the end.
Oh, sorry, you're talking to Bong Ripper, right?
About I'm up here on the stage right now.
Yeah, I just don't know who it is, but
No,
that is.
That's our buddy Flow State.
Oh, hey, Flow State.
What's going on?
But Bong Ripper's out here in the chat though. Bong Ripper's out here causing mischief. You know what I'm saying, in the chat, which is cool. I love Bong Ripper, man. He's one of my good friends. My Canadian buddy there. So yeah, he from the other side of the bridge there.
No, but yeah. I just want to say I pretty much agree with both you guys on what you're saying is pretty on point. And I don't want to divert. I want to listen to you guys talk, because it's really good conversation. But what I wanted to say about what you guys were talking is, I think my feeling is Nietzsche is one of the most misquoted, and that might be a stretch, but because I think probably most philosophers are misquoted. But my feeling is Nietzsche is one of the most misquoted philosophers in modern history. I mean, I think he's very misunderstood and wrong quoted in so many ways. Like I've heard very few people quote him correctly, and I'm an expert on him, but I never got the impression of what people translate what he's saying. I just never I just never found it very convincing what the way people usually.
Yes. Unfortunately, all of those guys who don't write in a like an analytical, dry way, like Hegel and Nietzsche and Plato and Leibniz, and all these guys are fucking wildly misunderstood, and there's hundreds of interpretations, and obviously people like dedicate their whole doctorate to like fucking studying like Nietzsche and shit. But like,
Well,
yeah,
it's hard
Nietzsche,
to understand the philosophy, but it's easy to understand what sentence of it.
yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, here is for people who need to see shit. It's like fucking two treatises of government by John Locke. This is the excellent copy. You see how shitty my fucking copy is. It's all fucked up. You know what
I
I mean?
think I've got that sitting in the
Fuck yeah.
buy later section of my Amazon shopping cart.
Yeah, see, even I read paragraphs 45 and 46 so many times that they fucking pop out of the fucking book.
Those
here.
must be the good paragraphs right there.
Oh yeah. That's where he comes up with the concept of money. So I think it's
Oh, that would be interesting.
yeah. He's like, yeah, so yeah, because he's like he talks about value from humane industry, and in paragraph 42, and I remembered it because I was like 42 is like 420, you know what I'm saying? so, I was like, oh, paragraph 42 of the second treatise of government, he actually talks about for the first time the invention of private property, because before then the king would rule everything. I mean, right? The king was basically the economic center.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I still think that there was, even if it wasn't written out, there's still, like, if you were a peasant on the land and you had a tool or a stick to scrape the dirt with, that was your stick, right?
Hola.
What's up, Bong Ripper?
Not much, TML. How's it going, everyone?
Same shit, new day.
Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, no, very interesting topics. I'm liking the direction it's going. Like Neurojack said, definitely just trying to learn a few things, but also wouldn't mind interjecting every now and again. I agree with Flow State for the most part, like with everything he's had to say. A lot of good points. Same with you, TML. Trying to navigate natural law, I think, is a bit of a choppy subject, especially depending on like your state, your province, etc.
No, it doesn't change by that though.
No, and that's what I mean, right? Is like we're subverting natural law with what I consider to be man-made law,
Right.
and that's the problem. Is you can, like you said, you've been through a divorce. You and TML have been through a nasty separation. I've dealt with this. I fought for my special needs son for over 4 years in a very corrupt court that 100% obviously is, they're panhandling to the mother 9 times out of 10. But I'm not going to get into all of that kind of nonsense. But I feel like natural law, like you brought up earlier, it's one of those things where like we know like murder bad, stealing bad. Like those are some of those things that even as a child, like harming someone else without any kind of level of defense, and even then it's debatable depending again on the situation or whatever the circumstances might be. It's really hard to argue natural law, especially in today's modern society where we can, and this is kind of what I deviate from it. But when we start looking at man-made law, we see these like paragraphs, like these volumes and tomes of information in accordance to all of these absolutely insane scenarios. And what a lot of people don't realize is, and I'm not going to go all free man on the land or anything, but a lot of our modern law is based around maritime situations, because those tend to be the most like extreme scenarios that an individual can find themselves in, where you're stranded at sea for 2 weeks or 2 months and maybe you got to eat somebody. Well, you get back to the dock and half your crew is missing. People are going to have some questions. So, I mean, law is such an expansive topic. It's been around for thousands of years. Obviously, it's at the pinnacle of a lot of religious doctrines, and yeah, like trying to figure out what is quote unquote natural law can be difficult. But I think there's more than a few things that absolutely we can state without a shadow of a doubt that would be probably fundamentally wrong or not appropriate, especially if you're trying to navigate society in an appropriate manner. But anyways, I'm dribbling on.
But I mean, natural law is individual situations are always going to be more ambiguous than one can predict, right? But as far like you could write natural law in 2 sentences: don't initiate harm, do what you promise.
Yeah, I mean, from like my understanding and like just my personal experience with the law and what I've had to go through over the years is just, it really does come down to those main factors of not harming another individual and not taking their property in a very illicit manner. Don't boot someone's door down and steal their Rolex and whatever else. Like, it's a loss of like personal property, and it's a loss of what I would consider to be like personal integrity as an individual. Like if someone is harming you, physically assaulting you. So
it's robbery. I mean, it's stealing. So I mean, and you already probably know this, but for anybody who doesn't, under natural law, drug laws, I don't know if you use that example because you've heard my story. I got my door kicked in a few times, and ultimately,
no, I didn't know that actually. That's
okay, yeah, I did. And long story short, as in part of my plea deal, I forfeited a whole shit ton of legally owned assets to him. But that is, I mean, so under natural law, and it was a drug raid, right? Doing drugs would not be against natural law because there's not a victim involved in it. It might be stupid or a bad decision, but it's not harming anybody else. It's voluntary.
Fuck you, Illuminati. You're such a cunt. You really are, man.
I know that shit was cracking me up.
You're
But
raiding
somebody for doing drugs would be against natural law because you've just initiated harm against another person.
I can't wait to stop being undead so I can go and tell Bong Ripper he's a bitch. Yeah, good times. Good times, Tommy. Go get raided again, bro. Go and tell the cops that you're doing a good job. Fucking dunce cap, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, it goes back to this whole deal of like like, do we have are we allowed to make decisions? Like, I don't know, you're free to tell us which drug it was.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter, man.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Natural law, it doesn't matter, but it's public record. It was meth.
Okay. Well, I'm sure, speaking of Illuminati, you know what I'm saying? But
shit.
But I was put on the meth when I was a kid too. I was put on Ritalin, you know what I mean? And it's probably
that's where it all started.
Yeah, that's why I can't shut the fuck up. You know, and it's because of the Ritalin, and
eventually that 90 milligrams of Adderall a day ain't cutting it.
No, man, all my homies were on that shit too when they were kids, and like, fortunately, my parents really didn't send me down that river, but they all ended up being fucking coke fiends. They all ended up being crackheads and fucking heroin dealers and shit. And it's like, yeah, man, it's a slippery slope. It's the same thing with anything. You know what I mean? Like gambling, drinking, whatever. dealing with nefarious people, it's going to catch up with you eventually.
Play with fire and you get burned. I got burned.
Yeah.
I can't blame anybody but myself for playing stupid games. You get stupid prizes.
No, well,
Wake
good
up,
for
floating
you,
out the
man.
front
At
door and
least
handcuffed.
you're willing to accept that, and at least you're owning up to it.
Nobody forced me to do drugs.
No. Well,
now in me taking responsibility, though, I also want to make it totally clear I'm not absolving the cops for being thieving pieces of shit.
Oh no, we all know what they do with that. We all know what happens with those.
And I'm in Kansas. Kansas is one of the worst states for it.
Oh shit!
Because
Kansas.
anything they get gets split 50-50 between the law enforcement agency and the prosecuting office.
Yeah,
I
mean, I've lost many ounces of weed. I mean,
the cash I had in my safe, they didn't even write that on the evidence list. I kept this like a rainy day fund of cash in a safe, and I kept it all in 50s for this exact scenario, right? Because if somebody kicks your door in and you have a bunch of cash, they're going to say, "Oh, this is drug money." But if it's all 50s, you got a really hard argument saying that all your customers happen to spend 50s.
Well, I just think it's also interesting that Novartis and Sackler Pharmaceuticals can produce or procure, hundreds of pounds of methamphetamine and all this stuff. I mean, how else would they be making the type of shit that they make other than starting out with the base material? It's just cheaper to get the fucking the base material and shit, and then make the pills afterwards. I mean, they have the cocaine and the meth for making the lidocaine and the fucking Ritalin and the shit. I mean, they have it somewhere. So how the fuck did they have it and not get rated? And it just goes back to, you know what I mean? The type of society that we're living in, and how individuals actually don't have freedom. How you have freedom to go and fucking buy as much chips and candy and porn and fucking beer as you want.
As long as
cigarettes, all that
you're
shit
paying
too.
taxes for it. You got to pay your
Prostitution.
taxes on it. You got to pay your license to get there. You got to pay your insurance to get there. There's a whole lot of laws or rules you have to follow in order for those freedoms to be any freedoms. There's not a place in the world that I know of that you can go and just fucking live in a hut unmolested.
Yeah, and that's why it's not real freedom. It's licentiousness. It's a freedom to do a bunch of shit that you don't want to do anyways. It's not in your best interest, and it's all that there is to do for fun around here anyways. So it's not like there's a fucking choice, whether to go to the fucking few venues that they have for entertainment that are gonna cause you to destroy yourself. But what fair what fair level is there to engage in any of those businesses on your own, or to become a part of any of those businesses on your own? And that goes back to we don't even control our own families. So see, if a man's life is based on property, as John Locke says it is, how much property he has, then a father can't govern his child, because as soon as the child becomes able to procure his own property for himself, he becomes free of the father. So we can't even control our own fucking family. The state controls our family. We got to hand our kids over to the state so that the public education system educates them about shit that like St. Augustine said. He said, "Foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks." You know what I'm saying? And this is what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? We actually have no guide. We used to show up. The oldest person in the fucking village used to be the university. You know what I'm saying? All the children and shit would gather around this motherfucker, and they would know shit. They would know the traditions and shit that preserved the community for centuries. You know what I mean? That kept the rights in place. Now, where are the fucking rights for the young men? You know, young men have no rights, and I'm not talking about RIGHTS. I'm talking about RITES. You know,
like rites of passage.
Where's the rights that tell you this is how the fuck you become a man in society?
For
There's
a
no
lot of
definition
people
of man.
now, it's going to prison. A lot of young men. See, I swear to God, you going to prison as a rite of passage.
I wanted to interject for a moment there, TML, if you don't mind. And you raise a lot of valid points, man. But at the end of the day, it's our responsibility as the parent to raise our child. So even if they do end up going to school, if you can't homeschool them for whatever reasons there are, maybe you're a single parent, you're working multiple jobs, whatever, it's not financially stable, possible for you. There's so many factors that go into it. Are we not supposed to eventually hand that mantle over to our children and know, even though there is a certain amount of doubt in our heart, we should have a certain level also of like appreciation that they should be able to go out into the world and make the right choices, and even if they don't, allow them to circle back and like kind of figure out those mistakes for themselves, because that's all part of adulthood. And I mean, it goes back to the story of the Buddha, of course, like with his parents constantly trying to protect him from the outside world and the dangers and the horrors of reality, murder, death, all this other stuff. And then when they're finally faced with it, it's just like, well, why have you been sugarcoating it my entire life? And I feel like that it gives them the ability to really come into their own status as an individual when they're faced with it. Yeah, I have 3.
That's because you just described basically exactly my parenting philosophy. You got to learn. You got to learn how to navigate the world, and
it gets to that point in everyone's life, man. And I mean, I had this conversation with my son earlier today. Even though he's got some differences and whatnot, like there's a hard truth that there's going to be a day when I'm not going to be there for you, and I need to know, like in my heart, that you're going to be okay.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful type of a type of care that someone has for somebody else, that you want them to be I guess as good as you are, to a certain extent,
If
have
not better.
Yeah, if not better. Yeah, if not better. And that comes with the kind of God view of things. People say that obviously a God wouldn't be jealous of anybody attaining the same type of power that they had, because somebody that's all powerful wouldn't really be concerned with that sort of it wouldn't really diminish their power in any sense. But that comes to a somebody the magnanimity that only a father could give a son. Now, I know that that to a certain extent they wouldn't want the child to then obviously venture far and wide and become who you want to be, but they're doing this to kind of preserve the child, and in a sense, it does have something to do with their own legacy. Otherwise, why would people? Because notice that parents, obviously they punish their children, and that's one of the things that is interesting, because you wouldn't punish a stranger, and this is one of the points that Nietzsche brings up too, that when you punish somebody, it has to do with honor, really what it's about is it's an exercise of Get,
Yo, hello.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, can I show you my art piece that I made?
As long as it's not a severed head.
Shit,
Or a
you know what? Why don't I put you in the back there and you show me this art piece, and then I'll put you up there. That we could
Gonna
all
be
look
a
at
dick.
it. We could all look at it together.
Oh no.
But yeah, you're welcome to show me an art piece. Wait, was that his art piece? Is this his art piece?
It's not appropriate. It's just the tabs that I have open. You want to see? Here, I got
it's
you.
not appropriate.
It's not appropriate.
Just let me show for 1 minute.
Oh boy.
I don't know what the fuck this
Does it
is.
start with a B and end with Ukaki?
No.
That's
I
good.
don't know what
Well,
this type of dude is.
I'll use this as a moment to interject because I'm going to jump off for just do some family stuff. I find everything that everyone has been saying a very accurate in my
You know what?
experience.
Never mind the art piece. I'm gonna just chill in here. You know.
So what you guys are reminded me of? You remember George Bush one when he said something along the lines of he's like we're here to do we're here to make the rule of law, not the rule of the jungle. You know, he said like this really quote. I don't know
Yo,
exactly
I think
what.
that your mic's bugging, bro.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we know about Neurojack's mic.
Yeah,
it just does that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, who's trying to watch some Fortnite?
Oh my god.
yo, some tells me this is a little kid. I'm just gonna remove this person. Yo, come back when you're older, man. This is fucking shit. It's fucking. Yo, how old are you?
To be honest, I am 22.
Cam, do you got opinion? Do you got any opinions on philosophy?
Like Michael Jackson.
I believe that dinosaurs are fake. That's all.
Dinosaurs are fake. That's all you know.
And Hitler is my philosopher.
Have you chemically castrated yourself? That's my question.
That's
all right.
Like 22. That's like the junior. That's
a little ass kid.
That's like third string level trolling right there.
That's like a little ass fucking kid.
Bro, you're never gonna play varsity with that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Hitler
That's a little baby, man.
You could have been a varsity athlete.
It's 12:47, you little cocksucker. Come on, man. Go to fuck to sleep, man.
Be fair, he could have had a severed head. He did sound capable of that, so I will give him that.
Yeah, this shit is.
Let's hope not.
A severed head, and I want to share it with you guys.
It always reminds me of Wayne's World. If it's a severed head, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah, well, it is what I mean. The link is pinned, so
the Fortnite reference was like the deal sealer, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I played Minecraft. I played Minecraft today.
Well, no, my kid plays Minecraft and Roblox and all that shit, and he talks about it like 24/7. I think, I'm hip with it, if you will.
Have you ever played Roblox?
Horrible.
It's so fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. I don't know what they're doing to kids. They love boring shit. And they love YouTube videos where they watch other people play boring ass games. Do you remember being a kid and it was the worst thing in the world when you had to wait for somebody else to take their turn on Nintendo?
Oh, yeah, no. If it wasn't like a multiplayer game and you had to wait for your cousin to die or something like that, or, lose the level or whatever, not to use that language.
Or like when you die and you try to
scramble
to figure out how you can keep playing. Like, no, that doesn't count because your mom's fat,
brutal. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Or you had to invite your friends over because they had the stuff you didn't have to complete the game and all this other shit. Like video gaming back in the day, man, it was next level. Like I honestly loved gaming as a kid, but now that I became an adult, with all the paywalls and pay to play, and you're dealing with what the terminology is a whale, someone who's willing to spend like hundreds if not thousands of dollars every single month for all the latest skins, all the latest updates, all of this shit. Like I play one video game now, and even that is incredibly taxing. Like it's just it doesn't even it's not even fun at a certain point. And I have to like put it down. I have to put it down for a couple weeks at a time or a couple months at a time. It's fucking, yeah, it's annoying, man.
I haven't played shit since Xbox 360 was the last console I got. I wanted to get Xbox One, but my girlfriend and my daughter both didn't want me to have it because they don't like that when I spend hours in front of the TV yelling at it.
No, and that's the thing too, right? Is like it brings out this like really shitty side of you eventually. I haven't touched my PlayStation in terms of gaming in almost a year because I did this like 20-hour stream and I was gaming the entire time in the background. By the time I was done, dude, I went to bed. It was like a 20+ hour day of just nonstop gaming and streaming and texting and all this other shit. I was hallucinating. I legit was like on some fucking Black Mirror bullshit. It was next level. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this again. Like it was so fucked up, man. Like, and like you're saying, it detracts from more important things in your life. You want a game for like an hour or two every week or something like that. I see no harm in that. You know, there's a balance in everything. It doesn't work that way.
It's
hop
like,
on, you're like,
it's
oh,
like
it'll
I'm
be
just
20
gonna,
minutes, 3 hours.
I'm just gonna do one line
bullshit.
real quick, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. And they know this too. There's like a huge gambling aspect to it, which I feel like a lot of people don't even really talk about. And the big problem is it's being geared towards kids, and we know kids are like straight up hijacking their parents' credit cards. They're doing all this other nefarious shit to just get these Roblox, to get to get the latest shit.
Yeah, the extensions you can purchase in the video games are fucking are crazy, and I couldn't imagine as a kid not wanting something like that when playing a video game, or if other kids have, virtual items that I would want to purchase virtual items as well. And imagine telling your parents that you want to purchase virtual items. It's bad enough telling them you want a fucking Pokemon card, And
man, I wish I still had some of those. They're getting worth some money now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very expensive. I collect TCG. Like I'm a big trading card guy, and my son has picked it up naturally because it's something I've always been into. But straight up, like some of these cards are worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars if you get them PSA graded. And they're like, again, there's this huge gambling aspect to it where you see these pack opening videos and you see these kids like just spending hours and hours and hours online. Cause like you're saying, oh, my friend has the latest skin. My friend has the latest upgrade. I need this. I need that. And it's just like, you can't keep up with it as a parent. It's financially borderline impossible.
I don't even try. They don't even ask me for shit. I say, if you want some stupid bullshit, then ask your mom for it.
And that's the thing, man, is like, you got to draw a line in the sand eventually, right? Like free games, free downloads, and even that, it's not free. You're still spending X amount of money to be online. Like you just have to have the online feature now, or you can't access like any of these games. You can't do 90% of the DLC and all this other shit. Like it's so retarded.
Yeah, that's part of the real fuckery of today is when you need online to access shit. Like, I could be on the street corner after the fucking lights go out. I'll still be selling bootleg tapes of the fucking Machine Lives. but like, because I have the tapes and shit. But like motherfuckers who just leave shit online, and there's only shit online. And it is some weird, like when I lose something online, like when there was like a live stream I took part in, and then that shit's like removed from the internet later, and I go try to find it and it's gone. It does feel like I've lost something. Or when you lose all your shit in Minecraft, I feel like I've lost shit in real life. Like there's that empty feeling where it's like, oh shit, I just lost virtual items, but it felt like I lost like real shit.
Oh yeah, no, for real, man. Like for real, it's that fear of missing out, right? That FOMO.
Yeah.
And like I was saying, I do the TCG, but I backed out of it mostly because of like COVID, and I couldn't get out and I couldn't do all this other shit. So I started doing a lot of the digital purchasing, and I can't even tell you the like dumb amount of money I've invested into digital cards that straight up people have had their accounts hacked And I'm talking about people who spend like, again, hundreds if not thousands of dollars a month on these games. They get their accounts hacked, and the company basically just turns around and goes, well, you clicked yes on the agreement, and we can't help you. And it's like, what? Like, I've invested 5 years into this. I've invested like physical time and money into this. Like, for a lot of these people, it's a full-time job. It literally is their bread and butter. It's what they're doing on Twitch. It's what they're doing on YouTube. And they've got Patreons and Discords based around all this shit. Your account gets hacked and they nuke like, 5 years worth of investments. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, man. And it happens to a lot of these online personalities. It's really fucking twisted.
That's why I think having a lucrative, like, if my channel took the fuck off and I started rolling in money, I think that would be one of the worst things that could happen. Because now you're trying to like skate on this fucking ice that's super thin. You're gonna fall through at some point. Like that.
Well, yeah, you got to start investing in other avenues, right? Like other than just the digital realm. And you see a lot of those shills pushing that shit. You see a lot of these shills pushing that shit. I'm not even going to get into crypto or anything, but like a lot of these online personalities, they automatically like jump to things like NFTs and whatever else. And I'm not going to say that there isn't money to be made in like online investments and stuff. Like I've got friends that have done that kind of stuff and they're living a good life and whatever else. But again, like what happens if that is just all deleted or hacked, or the government decides, oh, your particular investment is now illegal based on our laws.
That's what's going to happen.
Natural laws and shit. Yeah, exactly.
That's what's going to happen. Cryptocurrency is the government testing out different technologies in the free market so that they can choose the best system to operate the CBDC on. And they're going to be gone. Mark my words. Timestamp this or screenshot or something. I promise you that's what's happening.
And again, I mean, I don't really want to speak on that too much because I'm not, overwhelmingly well versed in the subject. But yeah, it does seem like they're kind of just like they're just testing and streamlining a lot of shit for the universal whatever you want to call it.
Well, if our friend Tommy was alive, I'm sure he'd like to comment on.
He is alive. He was.
We don't really.
We don't need earlier.
We don't need the ghost of Tommy promoting.
I don't even know if that was a ghost. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of paranormal activities around. Especially there's ghosts in the machine. There's gremlins in the wires, and definitely anybody could be anybody out here. You know what I'm saying?
Ghost in the show.
Yes, I remember motherfuckers telling me they had conversations with me as the machine lies. I'm like, I don't remember talking to you. I don't remember. You talk to somebody called the machine lies.
We don't know.
Yeah.
No, straight up though, man. Like, how many sock accounts can you make? Like, how many people have come in and out of the Discord and the YouTube communities over the years, like countless times under all of these like various personas and whatnot.
Man, I'm too fucking lazy to make one sock account.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. Like I don't care if it's like a paper trail or whatever. I've had the same dumpy account for over fucking 8 years at this point or something like that. Like from Instagram into Discord,
get rid of apps. Like I got rid of.
No,
Discord
same here. The social media, it's a lot, man. It's the same with the online gaming and shit. It is almost like a fucking full-time job. Like when you're at your job, you're farting around on YouTube, you're getting into live streams, maybe you throw a few messages in here and there, and then you're in the Discord and you're posting memes and shit like that. And it's just like, how much of our time are we literally putting into these devices? So and yeah, like, again, these kids, like, they do these monotonous things online. They'll play Roblox for 5 hours straight, no problem. But you get them to go outside and pull some weeds, and they're like, oh, this is hard. I'm like, bro, you were doing that online 5 fucking seconds ago. Like, this is real life. Like, you want to dig dirt? Dig some dirt. Jesus, man.
And it's fucking up dudes, it seems like. When I hear about Andrew Tate being the most Googled person in last year, or the manosphere bullshit, and it's like you dudes are learning about women from other dudes on the internet. Go meet a fucking girl.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no. The whole Jordan Peterson thing too, I believe you brought that up earlier, TML. And I'm sorry to cut you off there, but
no,
yeah,
no,
no,
it's all
like
good.
yeah, no,
I don't
these
consider him part of
online
that. I know that he's affiliated kind of, but like he's not.
he's the guy who told you to like wash your balls and like clean your room and all
You
this shit.
should
You know what
wash
I'm
your
saying? Like,
balls.
no, but straight up, like I have a dad. Like I still have a father in my life. I don't
Well,
need another.
that's
Like
a
you're saying, like I don't need
rare
another
thing.
grown man. It is a rare thing, and I'm more than appreciative for it. But like straight up, like if I need to go to someone for like worldly advice on these subjects, like relationships and all this stuff, I do. I go to my parents. I talk to my mom. I talk to my dad. Like I want their interpretation of the situation. Like they have been married for over 30 years. They have 2 children. I'm not saying I'm perfect, and by no means is the circumstances perfect, but hey, like you're saying, it's very rare in today's modern society to still have that structure, especially in a Western situation. So it's like yeah, man, like I just like you're saying, I don't need to get advice from like these random dudes online, like these giga chad bros, like and again, like they've got Bugattis and Rolexes and all this other shit. They're
Think they're leaving the
professors.
Matrix by investing in the Matrix.
Yeah, and meanwhile, if you want to get Jordan Peterson, like if we wanted to get Jordan Peterson on here to talk right now, it would cost us $100,000 just to start. Straight up, like that's his starting fucking point. And it's the same with all these other fucking shows, right? So like, if you're not Joe
I'm okay
Rogan,
with commanding a high dollar value. I have no qualms with free market capitalism.
no, for sure. But at the end of the day, man, like that, I don't necessarily agree with their overall message. I don't agree with their approach, and I think that if you genuinely wanted to help men who are in these really bad positions where there are single dads like us out there who have fought for their families and all this other stuff, we don't have the same reach. We don't have the same financial benefits that these individuals do. So how can they even approach us at that angle? How can they even say like, I understand your plight? Like, no, you motherfucking don't, man. You ain't on welfare. You ain't trying to fight for your kid using a fucking free lawyer. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, I agree. Like, I'm not going to throw a hatchet at their head for being well off and for commanding a price for their commodities and whatever else. I don't see the value in it personally, and that's just my view on the situation.
One thing I see in these sort of like self-help gurus that are cropping up, if I could draw the widest brush possible, I do see that they all share a sort of a signaling or messaging that is very similar, and they seem to dwell on a human potential movement, like psychology, and also a libertarian philosophy, and then their whole kind of commentary is geared as a response against liberalism. So I just think that that's highly strange aspects of their, thought there. And I'm talking about Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, those types of people. It seemed like they're completely fucking, it seemed like they're following the same script. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No, definitely.
I don't know that I have
I
the
agree.
same conclusion, but I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't know that I necessarily agree with it.
Our dearly departed Davy Crocco, and shout out to Davy real quick. He did a lot of big deep dives on Jordan Peterson. He did some really good dives on Tate too and whatnot. I mean, if the vids are still out there, if they're still up and posted, hopefully Jessica Jane has the links for
Who is
those.
it? Davy Crocco? I've never even heard of him.
Oh, Davey.
Hero.
Okay.
Yeah, he's one of the most important journalists of our time that passed away recently. He was exposing stuff way before it happened on his channel there, and barely anybody paying attention to his work. I mean, it was really an awkward situation. One of the most heavily censored journalists of our time.
Hands down. They kicked him off every platform. It was a big loss,
took him
man,
off
like
everywhere.
for this community.
Yeah, it took him off everywhere. You know, he would go after big names. Like,
no. When you start, oh, sorry to cut you off, man. I don't mean to talk over you.
No, go ahead.
Again, he went after some really big names in the industry. When you go after the Bears, with the Owen cult, and you go after Vox Day and that whole crew, and you're calling out people like Jordan Peterson and Toe Rogan and Andrew Tate and all this other shit. Like he had some pretty big targets on his head, man. And like he was, I agree, absolutely, TML, probably one of the most underrated and undercut journalists of our time. Like straight up, this
How
guy
did he die?
Well, there's a speculation about it, but the official release is that he passed away at his computer. So yeah, I mean, man,
two self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the back of his own head, huh?
Oh, dude, man,
there was no weapon found at the scene.
Dude, we did a whole Davey breakdown stream, and like I posted my idea of the situation in the Discord, and like it ended up being the most upvoted one. Like it, and I don't really want to talk about it. That stream is still up. You can go and check it out on CBO's channel, Chalk Body Outline. Quick shout out to Drew and the community there. But yeah, no, EBT, Drew, all of us, we got together. We did like a celebration of life stream for Davey. We kind of went a little conspiratorial with what we thought might have happened to our dearly departed brother. But yeah, no, straight up, man. Like I agree, TML. He's a highly underrated individual, and he deserved a lot more recognition than he got. That's for sure.
Yeah, he sent me a video right before he passed away, and a lot of other people saw it too. It was called "Alex Stein is my #1 stalker," and and very interestingly enough, very influential names were stalking his Twitter page that he was able to find out. So people were
assuming that they were real, right? Real accounts.
Yeah, I guess you could say that these accounts may be run by somebody else or an organization of people or something like that.
Or socks.
Yeah, but it did seem like a lot of big name people were paying attention to his work. So that is a kind of interesting aspect to the story. That he was able to get anger or infuriate many of these people that he was doing these dives on. That must mean that some of the information that he was relaying was highly sensitive. I mean, it could only mean that, but I know, yeah.
It probably means I haven't heard about him, so he's not huge. It sounds what you're saying sounds like the most likely scenario, but
yeah. I mean, people. The thing is that there's tons of people that people haven't heard of. It doesn't diminish their importance.
Well, I mean, but everybody's heard of the Sound of Freedom, right? So you said it could only be one thing if they want to get rid of him or following him. But with the Sound of Freedom, which I think is, not an organic small person. I think it's a contrived fake hero. I think that controversy, the fake outrage, it's just reverse psychology. Do the same thing with Trump. Oh no, we're all so mad about him.
Yeah, I mean,
oh no, we're trying to shut down Sound of Freedom. We want to shut it down, but you're giving it way more attention and way more attention and way more attention.
Yeah, can you give me a version of the story? Everybody keeps talking about Sound of Freedom, Sound of Freedom. I, as the machine lies, don't actually know what the Sound of Freedom, what people are referring to. So can somebody tell me what the story is, or it's a
It's a
movie?
movie.
Yeah,
It's
what's
a
up with
movie.
this shit?
It's a movie.
Oh, that Jim Caviezel one.
I don't know if it's. I don't know.
That the Passion of the Christ guy, and the theaters keep getting bogged down, and people are like playing music over the loudspeakers instead of the audio and stuff. I heard that they were actually handing out free tickets around some of these venues just to get people into the theater. So maybe they were just kind of staging those events.
I mean, I think that they were definitely.
It's hard. It's hard to say.
I mean, the fact of the matter is though, like, when you've got all the mainstream news networks talking about this movie, but talking shit about it, and you can go see it in AMC, it's not being suppressed; it's being amplified. They're just tricking people.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they're appealing to people like us.
No, for sure. And I mean, EBT and again, CBO, quick shout out to Chalk Body Island and EBT. Jew Burger, a quick sponsor shout out as well. Just to say, like, they did a quick breakdown on it not that long ago. And straight up, man, like, you're saying, like, no, like,
and so,
no publicity is bad publicity kind of thing. You know what I
Let
mean?
me
Like,
address-
you're still getting that recognition. So
let me address the standard trope out of the comments section. What does he say? Child trafficking doesn't exist. Did I say child trafficking doesn't exist?
No,
Or
at
did
no
I
point.
say
At
this
no
movie-
point did we say that.
Right, exactly.
No,
what I was saying
and
is
that's
this
what
is-
CBO said too, man. Sorry to cut you off.
No, yeah, you're good.
Sorry to cut you off, brother. But yeah, no, CBO said the same thing, and he's encountered this for years, dude. When you even attempt to question the narrative behind any of this CT stuff, it's straight up like you immediately get that bullseye on your head. Oh, well, what are you saying? It doesn't exist? No, at no point did we say it doesn't. We know there's examples of this. We know, like, we've done deep dives on that too. Like, multi-hour streams. People can go back in the records and check this shit out for themselves. It is not hard.
And here's where Long Reach One is being the Mr. Smith of the conversation. Because this is a topic.
Oh, no, for sure.
You don't question, you just praise it, right? It's a religion. And I'm telling you, you need to always look long reach. I'm talking to you. You need to always look for the Hegelian dialectic.
Always. So what is it about, Jessica? Yeah. So TML. Sorry, and I didn't mean to cut you off there again.
It's all good, dude. No worries, bro.
It is literally. It's just about child trafficking. It's this, like, I think our 40-minute documentary or something like that on child trafficking about like how it's basically like this global network and all this other stuff, and they're not. It's not that they're not preaching an important message, but at the same time, absolutely, like, it's not being suppressed. And if you really want to, you can go online and you can stream it for fucking free. You don't have to go to a movie theater and get blasted with the local rock station while you're trying to watch the movie. You can do it in your fucking home, or you can just do the research on the subject for yourself.
But here's my issue with the movie, and I haven't seen it, but I've had this argument about it, like, for probably 10 hours collectively. So I'm I'm pretty familiar with the narrative, and the plot is this dude who was a CIA agent or something, right? Ex intelligence agency agent, goes to a different country to rescue a kid from traffickers, right? So it's basically a take or a modification of the plot of Taken. There's no new information. This supposedly brave, true fucking story is a dramatized Taken. They don't what Long Reach One says down here about kids trafficking children at the middle school right next to them. They take the topic, they remove it from a local vicinity. They distanced it from people. the mental impact this movie has on people is to distance it. So if you don't have the knowledge that you have from someplace besides the movie, what you're left with is even though they say overtly, this is a huge problem, what they're showing you is that this is a distant problem. And that's my issue with the movie.
No, that's a valid point. I mean, but if people do the
hostility.
I don't think
no, not to you, but the long reach one in the comments. It's misplaced. I'm into fight mode on this topic. And you did accuse me of saying human trafficking doesn't exist.
No, it's a serious topic, and I mean, if people are passionate about it, that's fine. Like, especially if you're a parent, I totally understand that position as well. And that's the thing, is a lot of people don't realize this is going on in your backyard. Like, if you want to make change in your community, like you can actually go to shelters and assist these people. You can actually help kids. You can adopt these children and give them a safe home. And so that's the thing, right? Is like there are real world solutions to this situation. Again, you know, you're gonna watch a movie, you're gonna get all hot blooded about it, and then what happens at the end of that? You just tweet about it and how it's being suppressed, even though everyone's tweeting about it.
It gives you placebo emotional activity, like participating in national politics, right? So you ignore state politics, you get all invested in the soap opera of national politics, and you feel like you participated and were doing something productive, but you weren't. You were just getting emotionally wrapped up in a story.
I'm sorry, Long Reach One, if you felt like anyone was being hostile towards you. I honestly don't think that was the situation. I don't think anyone's trying to talk down to you.
I literally just apologized.
No, and that's I recognize that as well, and that's I want to let them know. And Jessica's saying apparently she's a woman, so if this is a personal subject for you, like you were saying in the chat that you've seen kids getting trafficked around the elementary schools in your neighborhood and stuff.
Long Reach One. Yeah. You're welcome to express any opinions you have here, and we welcome you to jump up on this panel. And you could do so with camera or without camera. I really don't mind, and express your opinion and enlighten us about this issue. Here I'm sharing a work by Dave McGowan. I think this is one of the more critical works on the issue. It's called Pedophycracy. It's one of the parts of Program to Kill by Dave McGowan, a very important work by this author. And he goes into painstaking detail. He puts hundreds of stories. Look at this. Here's just a part of this. He says a BBC report held that the combined raids resulted in seizure of more than, quote, 750,000 computer images of children. A detective superintendent of the British National Crime Squad called these images disgusting and the behavior that has been carried out appalling. And they're talking about a series of child trafficking rings called Wonderland. Ooh. That was started by this group called the Orchid Club, and thousands of these files that are sitting in police evidence rooms Jesus. And not being prosecuted for. How can the police have mountains of evidence and not prosecute anyone for it? You know what I'm saying? That is the underlying aspect of the story, that the only way that this is possible is that the police are complicit in these crimes. So this guy, Dave McGowan, in this fucking article proves that the police are complicit in these crimes. So
it's not just the police, man. It's also the prosecuting attorneys. It's the judges. Yeah. Like they all play golf together. Would have Their kids all go to school together. We saw this happen in, I believe it was Denmark, where they busted one of the largest child predator rings in recorded history. And straight up, it was principals, it was professors, it was teachers, it was lawyers, it was prosecutors, it was judges, cops, you name it. The guy who busted this got a quick hit from Interpol. And by the time he was done doing the research, they had like dozens and dozens of high-ranking officials under criminal charges for not only like child trafficking, but like some hard CP. Like, and there's also like well-recorded and well-documented situations of the CIA having like lots and lots of CP in their databases, like just terabytes of this information. So like, what is it doing? It is concerning because look, who can put that onto your device? They can hack your device. Yes. I know. Like, they absolutely can 100%. If you become a problem, they can start planting shit on your phone. Mm-hmm. They can plant shit anywhere they want.
Where if you're accused of it, you're guilty of it. And absolutely. If you question somebody's guilt, you're a chomo too.
No, absolutely. And like I'm saying, when the judges and the prosecutors are all in on this, and you're trying to be a whistleblower on the situation, and they're the actual perpetrators of these circumstances, they're going to bury you. And they're going to, just like every other sociopathic, narcissist, belligerent liar out there, they're going to place the blame of their sins onto you. And they have the power to do that. But yeah.
So throw away your cell phones. That's the only way to.
Yeah, turn Amish.
That's one of the aspects of this work, Pedopocracy by Dave McGowan, that he mentions, is that the technology has increased the levels of child trafficking by a fucking huge level. You know what I mean?
It's exponential, man. It's skyrocketing.
Yeah, because I was surprised that my baby brother was able to create an Uber app for me and call an Uber car for me remotely. Even when I wasn't home, I didn't have the Uber on my cell phone. I was able to call him, get him to download the app on his own, get me an Uber, and then get home. So I mean, imagine this kid could have gotten my baby brother looks like a fucking 18-year-old. He could get in an Uber and nobody would ask him, two fucking questions about who he is. I mean, I've gotten into Ubers and nobody asked me, how old I am, or, asked me to see my ID or anybody who I'm with. So, anybody can create this app and get picked up by anybody. I mean, if that's not a fucking red flag, I mean, why do parents let their kids have cell phones? I mean, it's
absolutely.
That's a great question, but I'm guilty of it at the same time. So,
hey, EBT, what's up?
It doesn't have service.
It's straight. Wi-Fi, but my kid ever wants a cell phone, straight up, he's getting a Cricket. You got 5 numbers. It's grandma, grandpa, dad, your aunt, and then I don't know, some miscellaneous individual.
There is sort of a
and you get text platforming, and that's it.
Like, there's a silver lining to it though, which is like, I'm the only Android user in the house. They all got Apples. And Apple has like the family tracker thing or whatever. Like, I don't know. My girlfriend tracks them, but like I don't think they can turn it off. It's on because my girlfriend has the master account. So
yeah, no, and that's a lot of these smart devices. Yeah, you can have the master account, and they can't turn off the tracking, and you can put the little key fobs into their backpacks and whatever else.
Those things don't have a great range.
Yeah, apparently they don't. Like, it depends on the situation, and I guess it also depends on like the city and the coverage and whatnot. Like, in a rural area, I'm sure it wouldn't work for shit. Like, it'd probably lose track of my kid halfway to school.
The AirTag things, it's like a 20-foot. It's a Bluetooth signal though, so we might be talking about different things.
No, I am. That's what I was talking.
Okay. Oh yeah, Bluetooth has a short ass range.
Mossad got him.
They're like, these motherfuckers talking about the wrong shit.
No, one thing I wanted to say is what you guys are talking about directly relates to like my political strategy that I promote to people who are interested in changing stuff, and I say we should all decentralized fashion, go get involved in local politics. And the truth is, it's not going to work. But when your average person who cares about what's going on starts to see how secret societies and how corrupt it is at local level, then people can have an actual view of how fucked up the situation is. And I think that's a much better place to be in than what we are in now, because I think people are somewhere between black-pilled and nihilism. I mean, well, black-pilled, nihilist, and somewhat hopeful. They think that, maybe there's something they can do. But the truth is, like, your local politicians they have so much weight hanging over their head, to say the least of it. And I think people really have to get a grasp for how dire the situation is politically. I mean, you really can't get anything done because your local level is not everyone corrupt, but they're very corrupt in general. Yeah.
To my mind, the solution though is to it's not to stress on it or fight it or participate in it. And I'm kind of testing this idea. Like, I'm not 100% even sold on it myself, but it seems like the right way to address that would be to just stop giving a fuck about them. Right? Like, if you stop using the services, they stop having justification for increased.
Yeah, but I'm going to help you tease it out. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but let me help you tease it out. The thing is like, it's a double-edged sword, because they're good. It's kind of like how Owen and the Bears, and also the people say, oh, just go be Amish. It's like, yeah, but you can't really hide from the system. It's going to always encroach upon you one way or another. And as well, it's
but if you look at the encroachments, most of them have been demanded, right? Like, everybody hates family court, but if we all didn't voluntarily go there, we wouldn't have to deal with them.
But the problem is like, well, I'm vastly oversimplifying it, but in general, the problem is like, women have been empowered, or at least they believe they have been, and so
I disagree. I hard disagree. I think the problem is that we collectively have stopped being able to resolve our issues like responsible adults. It's natural law. We can't behave morally towards each other, so we need more oversight.
Well, but I guess what I'm saying is, how are you going to convince people to do that when, at least most women don't feel that there's a problem, and a lot of guys are either unable or unwilling to engage in the task that you're saying, right? So that's
I would suggest that it's unwilling. I got sole custody of my daughter when she was 18 months old, and then I got arrested and went to jail for a year, and then when I got out, I went to court again and got sole custody back again in a different court. So, like, I'm pretty good in court, and my ex-wife is pretty bad in court. There are those personal dynamics, but laws aren't written to favor either parent. And I think that's true for every state. It's purely interpretation. And what you're doing right now is the same thing I hear dudes do all the time. It's the same thing as when black people go, we're so discriminated against everywhere. Well, maybe sometimes, but most of that you're manufacturing. It's a victim mentality.
I think you're misunderstanding my argument. But what do you think I'm talking about? Just like against the system, is it? And like, I don't.
You're think saying the system favors women, so women like it.
That's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is women are tricked into thinking the system is there for them. Is more what I'm saying. I'm not really.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that claim. I think we all are, though. Everybody is. But see, if women acted morally in that situation and recognized they don't want to leverage the government against dudes, it's because you don't want to leverage. Like, I will only call the cops if I absolutely have to, like, file an insurance claim or something, right? But I won't call I don't agree with being vindictive with police. I don't like cops. Full stop. So me using them against somebody I don't like, or cheering on when somebody I don't like gets arrested, That's a problem.
Well, but here's what I'm saying. You know, it's easy to say, well, the system's corrupt and therefore we try not to use it because we don't like it. But the problem is like, because good men like us haven't gone and tried to wrangle control of it, that's kind of why it is the way it is. And part of the reason I say decentralized people who are upset with the system should go get involved, because once they see that even doing things the proper way, you're not going to be allowed to take control of the system. The system is not going to allow people who are above blackmail or threats or whatever to get into a position like this. You know what I mean? Like, and again, it's not because, I don't think it's because the cops, quote unquote, are evil. I think it's because the system is just, it's run. The fuel that fuels the system is basically, you know, threats, violence, and blackmail and all that kind of shit. You know,
I mean, I kind of agree. I would argue that you have to, if you take a job doing immoral shit like attacking drug users and gamblers and prostitutes, you're a bad person. You can't just clock out of being a moral agent when you're on the clock for government. That makes you a prostitute.
Well, but just giving drug addicts and prostitutes and these people a pass is also kind of bullshit, in my opinion. I mean, you know,
has the war on drugs stopped drug use?
I'm not saying, well, look, I'm not saying like as individuals I have a problem with it, but the collective weight that it bears on society is a fucking problem. You know,
the collective weight is made absolutely 100% worse by criminalization, because it increased prices. It turns something that's dirt cheap into more valuable than gold. It increases organized crime because they got that profit to chase.
Well, but that's my point, is like I've worked as a paralegal, and I got to read a bunch of documents for about 2 or 3 years, and you know, the government's running most of these major operations. I mean, it's, you know, but that's my point. It's the institutions using, and this is what I wanted to say earlier when
it's a gotcha game with the drugs.
Yeah, no, this is what I want to say when the troll came on and derailed what I was trying to say. You know, the system is basically, they're licensing drugs. I mean, people say, well, how come they can manufacture the drugs? It's like, well, you know, they have a license, and also, you know, the system is I mean, it's basically a fascist communist system blended together, but you know, essentially, you know, they're using drugs as a weapon against the people, and the war on drugs is just another way of what's the word for it? A proxy war. It's a proxy war against the people. Is kind of what it is. I mean, it's like the Boxer Rebellion in China or anything else. Like, you know, it's they literally on the news admit it's China and the cartels shipping in the components for fentanyl and distributing it all over the place. And the Democrats are opening the border. It's like people just think that it's all separate things. It's like this is all part of the plan of like basically to dehumanize and demoralize the American people. It's not, again, I'm not judging individuals who are using drugs, but it's just like I don't judge individual illegal immigrants, but the collective weight of it is bearing on society. And, you know, if there's not a brutal reaction to it, people are going to suffer far more than what they think, because, I mean, look at Europe right now. Europe is basically gone. I mean, and, you know, it's this can have, well, at best, it's unpredictable ramifications on humans, and then you combine that with the technology. It's just very dangerous game, in not only like physically or material sense, but I would argue like a spiritual sense is kind of like erosion of the spirit, the spiritual aspect of what we're, you know, it's kind of hard to explain, but that's kind of the way I see it.
No, you raise a lot of valid points there, Neurojack. A lot of people believe that the quote-unquote war on drugs and the distribution of these illicit narcotics that very narrowly escape FDA regulations and all of this stuff, so they can be legally transported into the country without any kind of, you know, real notification. These are I've seen a number of really good documentaries, and I've read a lot of really good articles on the subject, that this is a modern form of biological warfare. You can't blast people with mustard gas and sarin and all this other stuff. So you're going to affect them with things like fentanyl or pharmacological variations of morphine and heroin and things like that, and we can see the effect that it's having on our population. I think almost anyone in this chat can probably point at least one or two family members that have face planted or OD'd or are currently still dead because of their addiction and their use of these illicit substances, like you said. And it's a well-known and well-documented fact that it's being mass produced in these Chinese labs and factories, and the CCP is fully aware of this, and then it's being shipped to the cartels, and then the cartels are just pumping it up into the United States, and we know the channels that that's traveling through. So,
well, and the government's fully aware of it too. Like, they don't
of course, the alphabet agencies are very, very aware of this.
I mean, they're basically at best just allowing it to happen, and I think it's a lot deeper than that. But at best, they're just letting it go. And that's the thing, is like, we're, a lot of the right wing conservative movement, they're playing a losing game. And what you said in one of your speeches, I don't remember if it was on this live stream or not, TML, but it was what you said about how conservatives are playing this game where they're trying to conserve things without addressing the technology and the proliferation of the basically the political philosophy that is engineering this whole thing is kind of a huge oversight. And it seems that every time you try to correct that, you get knocked down off your
Did platform. I get up again? Sorry.
No, that's all I had to say.
But yeah, it goes back to that guy Gary Webb. I don't know if anybody knows about the Dark Alliance.
I know Gary
Webb.
Yeah,
that's a good rabbit hole, man.
Yeah, he got shot. Died by suicide, shot in the head twice. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know when I got a hankering for shmoo shot, I shoot myself multiple times in the face. It's just, that's natural, right?
Yeah,
that's how I've always killed myself.
That's an OG's death. That's some Robespierre. Where
dude, it's not just him either. Like, it's other people that have outed these agencies, and they've got 2 shots center mass to the chest and then like 2 to the head, and it's like, how do you shoot yourself 4 times? Especially when you're shooting yourself in like vital organs like your lungs and your heart and then your brain. Like, nah, I don't see that factoring out. I mean, like, maybe they got really good trigger response. I don't know. They playing a lot of Call of Duty. Beats me.
No, but that's why I just keep advocating this decentralized, like, everybody go try to get involved in your local thing. And again, like, it seems so simple and like, of course, it's like, but it's strange how much pushback you get when you try to mention this to people. People do not like that actual grassroots solution. They say, well, that'll never work because X, and it's like, not name one centralized plan that can work. It's literally impossible. And people, and I think that's why people think that the decentralized currency is going to work. It's like, in theory it would, but with the tech, like, there's no way you're going to hide your assets from. I mean, look at all the young crypto billionaires that just went missing suddenly the past couple of years. I mean, it's just not realistic,
Yeah, all those transactions are public information too. So, like to act like Bitcoin or anything is decent. I mean, Bitcoin specifically is what I'm talking about, but it's decentralized or anonymous or like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Well, or just all the huge businesses around the area, especially where I live, that like nobody ever visits. And it's like nobody ever comes to this restaurant. There's so many money laundering operations around, that nobody really, really looks into. It's like there's like hookah bars and restaurants where there's always people working there. They're constantly open, and like nobody ever goes in.
That comic book store that never has a customer.
Wait,
Yeah,
TML, you're not frequenting your local hookah bar?
Well,
Shaking
well,
my head.
here, this is actually a point that I mean to bring up more often as well. Is like, I think people underestimate how much of the economy is actually like only.
Fabricated.
Yeah, it's totally fabricated. And I actually mentioned this concept to someone I'm very close to, because we were kind of talking about this, and this person is not very interested in these topics. And they were talking about how, even when they read the news, they can see evidence that a lot of the economy is rigged. And I said, think of it like this: it's like the Zaibatsu method in Japan is basically the way the federal government runs things here as well. Like, they set up these contractors and they say, we're going to wash this money, federal money and black ops money, through your thing. It's like, look at that Stephen. Well, I shouldn't even say the name, but the guy at the concert in Las Vegas a couple of years ago. A lot of these gamblers are essentially washing black ops money, probably. I don't know for sure, but I mean, this is kind of like an unspoken thing, and people don't realize how much of this stuff is going on. It's like, this money has to get into the economy somehow. And, I don't know. I don't want to say too much, because I think most of us who are listening kind of get what I'm saying, but I think a lot of this is kind of understated, how much of the economy is, well, like Machine Life said, is fabricated. And we're not.
No, that's a great point, Neurojack, actually, especially when you look at gambling margins and the amount of money that casinos run through on an annual basis and things of that nature. And then you look at things like liquor distribution and arms, and yeah, I think everyone in here understands the gravity of the situation. It's not just it's not just like Walmart and your local Kroger's that are distributing these large sums of money. There's like a lot of nefarious black market shit going on that people don't even recognize, and it's right there in front of them.
Yeah, and it's a lot of foreign nationals that live here and do the same thing, and that's easier to spot, but it's happening internally as well. So that's kind of the thing. And like I said, I don't want to say too much detail because I don't think it matters, but I think, like you said, I think.
Sure.
I don't think that crime should be fought through money, because that creates a conflict of interest in enforcement.
That's a good point, Flow State, actually. Because then it almost becomes this like arms race in terms of like monetary expenditure. Well, the government is always going to have either the same amount, if not more, than these other institutions.
If the government is getting money from criminal money, they want to keep. Then they have an incentive to keep crime profitable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's what people, the police are just the front line of that operation. And then actually, I mean, again, I don't want to say too much detail because it's, it doesn't matter, but I don't want to end up, off just because I'm saying something that's true. But basically, it's like the military is heavily involved in a lot of this stuff too. And
clandestine operations.
Yeah. And even once they get out, this is why I was trying to make a series of streams about basically there's a lot of different secret societies, and a lot of it's military related, and it's it's not only the Freemasons, it's a lot of other like organizations that don't seem so nefarious, but if you start trying to understand like how it actually operates,
yeah, no, the majority of those philanthropic societies or whatever. They're just they really are just a cover front for a lot of this.
It's tax evasion, money laundering, and
Yeah.
social engineering all rolled
Yeah.
into one. 501c3s are all a problem. Fuck them all. I mean,
I
not
mean,
all of
and
them. I'm being a little
they're
bit
basic.
specific.
No, I mean, a lot of these institutions are in small town communities. I mean, like I've got a lodge like right next to the post office, so even in a village of like 250 people, there's still that presence, you know. And
I got a
it's
lodge
been here
just
for
down the
hundreds
street
of
from me.
years.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is that we started out talking about, and obviously, obviously, since the time of Machiavelli, I mean, they've been an understanding that every government on earth is run by organized, some form of organized crime, and I think that that's possibly obvious to people, but then on the other end, we find that secret societies that they're able to create a trust outside the law, and that who is in our communities. And I think that it's funny to see that, if we visit our local restaurants and our local businesses, and we don't even know who owns those businesses, and people come in and out of those businesses, and everyone has a cell phone and they could be recording anyone at any time, then I mean, it basically costs to know who runs the businesses in your community. And I think that that's one of the more ways that you can get involved than even local participation in government. As they say that in the modern world, spending $1 is more important than casting a vote. It's much more powerful, to a certain extent. But then to another, yeah.
That's a great point, TML. And honestly, again, even being in a rural community with a couple hundred plus people, all the local businesses, all the local restaurants, they're owned by the firefighters and the police, and they all happen to be members of a certain secret society.
Because small
So,
towns are the worst and the grimiest. I swear to
oh
fucking
man,
God, I
no,
hate small towns.
it's straight up like it is like this high school level clique shit. Like the cops are on one side of the village, the firefighters are on another side, and then you've got all like the hippie new agers on this other side, and then I'm on like the backwaters of the community, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on around here? Like
Yeah.
it is so twisted and disturbing, and I saw it come out full fledged, especially during the CV lockdowns. Like these people were like they were
A
next
little bit
level.
of authority goes a long way.
No, absolutely, and that's the thing, right? Is like again, like all of the local restaurants, all of the local businesses, 9 times out of 10, they're owned by a firefighter, a cop, a politician,
Yeah.
and they're all in on it, and they all golf together at the same, local golf club, which is about 45 minutes from here, and all this other bullshit. Like, it's not, again, like you're saying, it's not hard to track this shit down.
But this is one point I want to make. I think that a big I don't know if it's fully a psyop or if it's just poor judgment. But first of all, I want to say machine lies. What you said is true. I think you're right, but also I think what you're saying also is the more dangerous route as well. Because if you start messing with people's money, you'll find out. And the second component of that is what Bong Ripper is saying. In the small communities, it's extremely difficult. I mean, I grew up in a bunch of very small communities, and I got a sense that it was very dangerous to go and try and make moves in small towns. But a lot of the conservative movement is saying, "Oh, let's go to the countryside. We'll make an impact." And actually, it's very difficult because you don't have enough people to go and make a move. Versus in
You
the
don't
city,
have leverage.
yeah, exactly. But versus in the city, like the barriers are a little bit harder because there's so much more people and you can get a lot more leverage more easily, and you can kind of hide in the background. You might be the strategist, but you're hanging in the background you're hanging in the background while the other people are kind of going up in the front. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit easier to hide your power level in the.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I got raided in a small town.
Good point, TML.
As an out of towner, which was my first mistake to move to a small town as somebody from the big city. I'm doing air quotes. Real quick, I want to address enslaved by truth. Yeah, I phrased that poorly. 501c3s, like if you can avoid paying taxes, by all means, please do that. But what I was trying to say is that a lot of these problem institutions are 501c3s. So
no, and I think EBT raises a good point too. Like, is all taxation evil? Is giving back to your community a bad thing? Is making sure the roads are and the infrastructure is taken care of? I don't see a problem with that. But the issue,
where you think that your taxes go,
they're not going towards that, and we know that for a fact. Like we just talked about all of this, like espionage and the way that they fucking laundered money and all this shit. I know for a fact it's not going into the infrastructure. It's going into propaganda. It's going into the war machine. It's going into pharmacological fucking research. We know this.
All federal income tax goes to pay interest on existing debt. It's going straight to the Federal Reserve. Now, I think there is some cuck requirements in 501c3. I don't know I don't know what I don't know, but I do think
it's different here, so I can't speculate on that.
So with like the COOF during the lockdowns, I think that you risk if you're a church, you risk your 501c3 status if you don't comply. So there is cuck requirements. They're different than paying taxes.
Yeah, you got to pay that jizya tax. You mean to the Muslim armies when they conquer? You know what I'm saying?
What kind of tax? It sounded like you said jizz tax or something.
That is how it sounds. Jizya.
I pay in jizz only. I don't know what jizya is, but I only pay in jizz.
They jizz on ya.
So
buckets of cum.
Pay the jizya or they jizz on ya.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, but yeah, they used to make essentially they take over a land and they made Christians and Jews pay taxes to the Muslims so that they don't have to join the army. So if Muslims take over, you just pay them for their military service and you don't have to join the army.
I mean, that's basically how shit is here.
Yep. I mean, it may even be modeled on that system, to a certain extent, because obviously Jefferson had a copy of the Quran, and that's a interesting note because we were talking about Thomas Jefferson. He actually had a copy of the Quran and the Bible, and took passages out of them, and found what was most useful to him. So it's actually interesting. He was a perennialist, as I was mentioning before. Yeah, he was a perennial philosopher.
What's perennialist mean?
It's like somebody who believes that all religions are like basically one, or like that there's actually no base element behind any one religion that makes it superior to another. So such a person would actually say that religions are like, essentially anybody who believes that there can be, religion as in just a practice and not as a true system of like understanding God and all that stuff, because that's how people think of religion. But there's people who just think religion is just like a way of life, and such a person would be a perennial thinker.
Was Thomas Jefferson not referred to as the lion? Or am I thinking of someone else?
As the lion, you say?
Yeah, I thought I had a book on one of the founding fathers, and I'm almost positive it was Thomas Jefferson. Was he not the individual who beat one of his assassins near to death with a cane in the street?
Oh no, I think that's
Jackson.
yes, I
Oh,
think that's
Jackson.
Jackson
Okay,
you're thinking
true.
of. Yeah, Jackson
Okay,
fought a
true.
man in a duel, I believe, and
Yeah,
Jackson was a
no,
gangster.
he fought in a few duels, and he
yeah.
actually, both. I think it was like 2 or 3 times. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah, Andrew Jackson. Sorry, that's it. That's the line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that dude
his
is an
nickname was.
expert at
But
murdering people, you know.
yeah, no, I was gonna say the founding fathers. You bring up a good question. Do you think he was not potentially laying the foundation for the melting pot scenario with that philosophy or that approach towards religion and things of that nature?
I don't. I think that a lot of these, and I think he was an elitist, right? Even though like that will probably ruffle some American feathers, but they all view themselves as international and above.
Thank you, sir.
I just don't think it was. I think that it's part of his esoteric. I'm bigger than any one thing sort of worldview.
Yeah, like even though he practiced slavery, he thought like there would come this time where slavery would be abolished. So he thought like the secular age would bring like a new rule of progress, and shit like that. So they were actually kind of fucked in the head. They thought like progress would rule society, and that religion would go away. And in one sense they kind of caused it to happen, but in another sense they made a true prediction. So it's kind of
I
odd.
don't think they did. Well, first of all, the abolitionist movement was already, around then. So that's not a huge prediction, but also I think they've just disguised it. We all have to pay tax
actually,
first off the top. We all
ABT.
buy
True,
iPhones.
true,
Like if you
true.
want to end slavery, you're gonna have to stop buying consumer electronics,
oh
chocolate,
shit,
batteries.
technological slavery. Yeah, that's right.
No,
Technological slavery.
just
Yeah.
because they're made by slave labor. You know how many slave kids pick cocoa beans?
Yeah, that's right.
Not
Yeah.
enough. We're running out of chocolate.
More slaves.
Yeah, it's a holiday in Cambodia. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the truth is, most people don't care about slavery as long as they don't have to see it.
Right.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. 100%, man.
Yeah, they got that going on. There's kids working, making $200 a week in Cambodia so they could pay to go to school on the weekend. Because they fucking cut down the jungle and they make them grow sugar. So if you're wondering where all the sugar, 56 grams of sugar in every fucking thing we eat, where the fuck does it
You
come
want to talk
from?
about the most addictive drug?
Oh yeah, sugar is more
Yeah, no,
addictive than cocaine.
sugar's up there. Yeah, refined sugar, and that's the
Yeah.
thing is everyone always like pissed on breadcrumbs, right? Like, oh, you need sugar to live. Like, I'm not talking about sugar from a fucking fruit, man. I'm not talking about the shit you eat in an orange. I'm talking about like fucking refined corn syrup and all this other fucking
All that
hydrogenized
shit your
bullshit.
kids
It's
over
fucking
there
gross.
shoveling down their throat.
Pardon me?
All the stuff your kids over there shoveling down their throats. Mine too.
Oh no,
Yeah.
man, no. Like my son again, like he's got some special stuff. Like his sugar intake is very minimal. Like
Good for you.
it's night and day, dude. Like if I give this guy sugar, like he's passed out right now. He's
How old is
doing
he?
good. He's gonna be 10 at the end of the month. He's got FASD. But that, like I'm saying, if I give this guy, like, if I give my big guy, like, if I give my eldest a fucking chocolate bar or something, man, he's bouncing off the walls. Like, it's literally like giving a fucking crackhead a fucking hit. It's insane. Because
he starts trying to sell your TV.
Pardon me?
He starts trying to sell your TV.
Oh, dude, like, no, straight up, like, he'll just he'll panhandle me. Like, can we play a video game? If I do this, can I do a video game? Can I do this? Can I get this? Can I get that? Can I get this?
Yeah.
And it's just boom, 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 nonstop, man. Because he's a machine gun.
That's the only
Like, he's
tweaker
straight
hustle.
up.
Hey, that's a nice
Pardon me?
watch. You want to buy a subwoofer? Do you want to buy these tools?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the thing, right? Is like, if I don't limit that intake, if I don't restrict his exposure to screen time and things like that, 100%, it's like dealing with a fucking addict. It's like dealing with a junkie. And it's like, no, I'm not raising my child that way. And especially with the environment he came from, I don't want to say too much or expose too much, but his mom used to put him to bed with a 2 liter of Orange Crush every night when he was like 2-3 years old. He's probably got diabetes. Like, straight up.
I would fuck that bitch up.
Oh, dude.
You guys aren't still together, are you?
It took me.
Are you? If I just called your wife a bitch, I apologize.
Oh, no. Like, I won't touch her with a 10-meter pole. It took me over 4 years to gain sole custody of my special needs son from this woman who it was very clearly documented. Ah, man, I'm saying too much. I'm running my mouth. I'm gonna shut up. But yeah, no, she abused the shit out of a special needs kid. So yeah, I do get a little touchy about child trafficking and like child abuse and stuff like that. Like, none of this is lost on me. Like, it honestly is not. And I'm still dealing with the repercussions of her super poor choices over, almost half a decade of being in charge of raising our child. And she did a piss poor job. So, the straight up the criminal system, the family law, all of that bullshit, they can get fucked.
Yeah, they can get fucked.
Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking goons. And chomos, like you said. Bunch of fucking closet chomos.
Well, here in Kansas, DCF outsources the same company that does family preservation, right? Like deciding if your family can stay together, is also the same company that gets paid to place children with adoptive families. Well, isn't this a conflict of interest like a motherfucker?
No, the adoption situation, and we've got some friends in the Discord who've been through that system throughout their lives, and straight up, man, like, it is not good. Like, I've had friends who have gone through the system as well, and basically when they turn 18, it's just like, yep, well, we're not getting the government subsidies anymore, and I think we've given you enough in life, so take care.
Yeah, my wife was kicked out at 18.
Fuck do you do that to a child you raised? How do you do that to a child that you love?
Yeah, my wife was adopted and kicked out at 18 too, and it's a very it's a very sad story. Nowhere to go at 18. Obviously no family network to take care of you, and she had all of her all of her siblings taken away by CPS. Both of her parents died, and she was raised by some people that she barely knew when she was 13, and they kicked her out when she was 18. Totally fucked up her life from then on, and totally sad tale, but yeah, a lot of kids have to do that, and that's one of the things that that Davy Crockett was set to expose before his mysterious passing, was the foster care the CPS to foster care to child trafficking ring that's going on right below our feet. That there's definitely a connecting line there, or else these people wouldn't have access to so many children.
Oh, dude, I firmly believe it's not just the United States with CPS, Child Protective Services. I also believe it's connected with CAS, which is Children's Aid Society here in Canada. I firmly believe it's also connected with a lot of the trafficking that's going on throughout Mexico and parts of South America. And if you actually if you dive into a lot of these institutions, you'll realize that they operate independently of the government, and they're actually proxy institutions that are funded through taxpayer money, but don't have to respond to any kind of federal regulation.
Yeah, and I just want to back you up on that. That's I actually recommend people go to other countries. Like, someone mentioned Cambodia. If you go to Cambodia, Thailand, China, all over the world, and you look at how involved these NGOs are, I mean, the people are good and bad, just like everywhere else. And I think it's also like a good learning lesson. But you start to see like these people have their hands deep embedded into what's going on with that kind of stuff that you just mentioned. And I think it'll also let you know, like, if you think things are bad now in America, wait if they really get their hands on America. Like, if they really erode, well, they're already doing a good job of it. But if they continue to erode the American system, and these NGOs start getting their their freedom to do whatever they want, like they do in these other countries, we have not seen anything yet. And what we're experiencing on the level that we are now is nothing compared to what it will be, in my opinion.
Oh no, and I agree absolutely. Like, look at situations like Haiti. Like you're saying, if you go into deep parts of Asia and Cambodia and stuff like that, like the trafficking is it's next level. And shout out to Nana giving everybody hugs right now. Shout out to Tranquil. Thank you so much, Nana. I appreciate it. It truly is felt.
We love you,
And it's truly
Nana.
appreciated.
Thank you so much for your comments there. It's very touching. And also, we're experiencing, she also has epilepsy, so that's one of the things we're dealing with as well. So, shout out to all the people that are dealing with epilepsy, something that is often confused with mental illness. People who are going through epilepsy, it could be very, very rough, and you know what I'm saying, and definitely prayers for everyone.
But we know it's really demons.
Well, I think
I'm just
definitely mental illness has an aspect of it that especially bipolar and dissociative shit kind of seem like, because but yeah, demon possession also very real, in my opinion, a very real thing. That definitely mental illness creates vectors for such activity, but also the physical and chemical sort of poisoning that we put through our body, that creates vectors for demonic entities as well. So I think that people should watch out. People should watch out, because there's another side of the coin. There's an inorganic world that has a life and an energy that is based off of death. The other side of the coin, it feeds off of death and negative force, and that is the other. Yeah.
It's the tree of Sephiroth, right? Like it's the
yes.
opposite to the tree of life. So as above, so
The
below.
Caliphat. They call it the Caliphat.
Cleophot. And when
the Caliphat. Yeah.
And when we start imbibing in things like spirits, I mean, it gets that moniker for a reason, right? And we start dabbling into other narcotics that cause us to hallucinate or potentially open up these channels. I was talking about it in the Discord earlier today, TML. I don't know if you got a chance to kind of peruse that situation, but
I'm not even in anybody's Discord. Y'all got to invite me to all the Discords y'all are part of, because I'm only a part of the Crucible Discord, and I don't think they very much like me very much, but
they're still throwing soup cans at you. And...
Well, they had a trash talk today, a trash talk, and they had some black guy. They were talking about some black guy, and I was mentioned in the chat like 20 fucking times. I wasn't even there, but people kept talking about me. so they
hey,
do.
man, you're living rent free in their minds. You must have done something right. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
If
yeah,
you
no. Yeah, just to touch base on that again, like you're saying, I do feel like a lot of people are like, whether they're aware or unaware, and whether it's like a full possession or a partial possession, like I do feel like a lot of people are demonically possessed nowadays. And yeah,
I
just
actually
to
believe in that
just
shit
to
now
kind of,
too.
pardon me.
I said I actually believe in that shit now too. But if you'd asked me a month ago, I would have said no.
Okay, okay. So
What
if
happened
you
in
get
last
an
month?
opportunity,
Yeah,
if you
what
get an
happened?
opportunity, just and this is for TML or anyone else in the chat. There's a wonderful book. It's called Drink: Cultural History of Alcohol, and it basically starts off at Egyptian culture with the invention of like honey beer and very weak wines, all the way up to the Greeks and the Romans, and right through British culture. It explains how when they got involved with the trade of caffeine, everyone felt it was too bitter, so they needed something sucrose or sugar to enhance the flavor of the caffeine. So from that sugar refining process, we end up with rum. And the British literally did. They had a rum ration up until the 1970s for anyone serving in the British Navy, because it was one of the only ways to fight off scurvy, because you would take a shot of rum and you would eat your lime or your lemon or whatever with it, and it would hydrate you and all this other ridiculous shit. Like the connection between coffee, sugar, and alcohol is exponentially amplified during the British colonial trade, and especially when they started taking over parts of South America and India and all this other stuff. So yeah,
Have you seen the
it's
India Trade Company's flag?
yeah, no, it's pretty interesting. Like we've got yeah, no, it's pretty wild, man. My great grandfather worked for the shit. It was part of the India Trade Company here in Canada.
I don't know who this person is, but does anybody
Social
know?
Art Project.
Does anybody know this person?
Nope.
Who's that?
Hey man, what's up?
What's up, homie?
I'm just listening to convo. Keep speaking. I'm just listening.
For sure, homie. Yeah, welcome to the conversation, man.
Thank you.
You're not gonna show us any like creepy art or start, talking in high pitched woman voices or anything like that?
That's crazy. No, hell no. I'm here for the
That's
conversation.
fucking Cage.
But I'll speak when I'm spoken to. But I'm listening. I'm interested.
For sure, man. Cool, man. Yeah, welcome to the conversation, man.
Appreciate you.
I don't even know what we were on.
Oh, we were just talking about like demonic possession and how people seem to be like more commonly possessed by these entities, especially with the introduction of technology, and how it's constantly a part of our life, and we're always like staring into this scrying mirror.
I dropped a link into the back chat, and that is what happened to me in the last month. I found that YouTube channel, and the dude is a psychiatrist, and he worked in like fucking prison hospitals, like mental prisons, and
man, this cat
dealt with a lot of paranoid schizophrenics, and he started, sort of keeping track of these things, and his experience with them is much different than what the narrative is. But yeah, his conclusion basically is that schizophrenics have he steers away from flat out saying they're demons, but he says that they're parasitic energetic entities.
That kind of reminds me of I'm trying to remember his name. He wrote the books like Journeys Out of the Body and whatnot. Oh snap! I can't remember his name, but yeah, no, he did a bunch of research into astral projection. I'm gonna shut up right now. I'm gonna listen to this.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Born into it.
Oh, Robert Monroe. Robert Monroe. Journeys Out of the Body.
Yeah, I think I heard of that one, Bong Ripper.
Are you familiar with that, TMO?
White world.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that shit. Robert Monroe, I think he was on that fucking Thinking Aloud show or whatever, you know.
He did a number of interviews like after he wrote his novels and whatnot. And I know there's like tons of people who don't agree with his perspective, but basically all of like the MK Ultra and a lot of the CIA's astral projection research, all of that kind of shit on like mind reading and mind control and telekinesis and whatnot. It was based off of Robert Monroe's research. And multiple times throughout the novel, he explains.
I've heard of this guy, Robert Monroe. I think.
He explains like if it wasn't for his connections in the psychological community, he felt like he would have been locked up, like for what he was expressing and what he was talking about. And he did some really weird shit in the astral. Like he watched his daughter like have an orgy in college and shit, and.
Fuck that. Like, what's wrong with his ass?
Yeah, he got abducted by these like archon type beings, and when he started praying Catholic prayers, and this is kind of the messed up part, like the archons mocked him. They were like, "Your God has no meaning here," and it was one of his ascended masters, which was they reveal it later on in the book series that it was one of his like old like colleagues or whatever. The guy ends up becoming an ascended master. Like he ends up saving him like 4 or 5 times because he straight up is this like fucking Mr. Magoo of the astral realm. Like he has no idea what he's getting into. And he just keeps jumping into these scenarios and everyone's like, oh man, you need to stop dabbling in this shit. But yeah, it's a really interesting series if you get a chance to dive into it.
Definitely going to look into that. That sounds super interesting.
Yeah, the Monroe Institute, New Main Order, brought up a very good point. The hemisync with all that stuff, and he was like a huge proponent for sobriety. Like you shouldn't be using caffeine, you shouldn't be smoking, you couldn't be drinking or doing any kind of drugs. Like you were supposed to be sober. He teaches you the rollout technique and the drop technique to jump into these like astral projection scenarios. And he likens it to, when you're dreaming and it feels like you're falling from the top of a building or you're falling out of a plane.
Shit. And then you jump straight up.
Yeah, and you jump scare yourself awake. That's supposedly your astral form trying to hop out, like your spirit is trying to like hop out of your body at that point. So that's why they call it the roll technique. You're supposed to roll into it, like if you're underwater, for example. So yeah, no, it's a pretty interesting series. I'm sure a lot of people in here have gone through it.
Smoking and drinking and all that stuff. Is that because it makes it harder to astral project, or is it?
Yeah, because your body, you're not in full control of your your respiratory system. Breathing has a lot to do with it. Meditation has a lot to do with it. Sensory deprivation also has a lot to do with it. So even though you would think like drugs and certain narcotics would help with that situation, which again, this is where like the MK Ultra research comes into this aspect of the situation. But yeah, in his personal view and his personal point, he felt it was best to be sober because you were in full control of the avatar, if you will.
Yeah, it never made sense to me that people think that they have better spiritual experiences when they're twacked out of their mind. Like, no,
EBT
you had an
says
experience.
he's in the back room, but he might not be coherent enough to talk.
He's taking one of them long poops.
But yeah, sorry, continue.
No, it just never made sense to me that people needed to get like completely twacked out of their minds, but then also think that they're having a legitimate spiritual experience. Like, no, bro, you just ate too much shrooms. You were tripping. You weren't having a spiritual experience.
Oh yeah, no, and I agree. Like, at what point do we determine, is, like you're saying, is this a legitimate experience, or is this something that was heavily influenced by a narcotic? But that gets into the whole other realm of, like,
but look,
if you were on
trial,
blah blah blah.
If you were on trial and you said, "This is what happened, I was on acid," they go, "Well, we got to throw your testimony out. You're worthless." So we can apply the same standard to ourselves and go, "Oh, I had a great spiritual experience." No, you were high and that was fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think everyone's been there at some point in their journey. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, yeah, you maybe you were just a little too fucked up, and what you were communicating with, there's no guarantee that you have any real recollection of it, or that you know what it is definitively, because you've been quote unquote corrupted by substance.
Well, the elites believe that that's how you get the secret knowledge.
Do they believe that, or do they want us to believe that they believe that?
It could be both.
Could be.
What's EBT?
A little ketamine, you'll
How's
get
it going, brother?
Warp technology.
Never tried it. I'm at the age where if I haven't tried a drug at this point in my life, I'm not going to.
Say what now? What y'all motherfuckers talking about?
What's up, EBT? Spit them facts, man. Talk to us about that. Like,
how was your poop?
Astral realm. Let us. How was your poop?
I had like 3 poos today. If we want to really get into it, but,
man, so did I. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's the same, guys.
I poo a lot.
Synchronicity?
I really do poo a lot.
Hey man, speaking about drugs,
EBT, or are those just situations where you can escape into the Discord for like 10 or 15 minutes?
I mean, essentially that's what it is. But at the same time, like, usually I'm doing some like bullshit fucking EPA fucking test on an engine where I'm sitting there for like hours just watching the screen. So like, I pull up Discord on the screen while I'm watching some EPA fucking test on an engine running, or I'm in the shitter taking a shit. And I do take at least 3 shits a day. In general, I take 3 shits a day. I will just reveal that here right now on this channel. I take minimal 3 shits a day.
Let the record show, hear ye, that EBT is dropping at least triple deuces on the reg.
Least 3. At least 3
a day. Oh.
So you must drink coffee and smoke cigarettes.
I drink coffee. Well, you know, 'cause I drink iced caramel macchiatos. Okay, so and then I do smoke Marlboro Reds. So yes, you are correct. Yes.
Coming from a cool smoker, those things are too strong, too damn strong.
What, Marlboro Reds?
Yes,
they're weak shit.
And I'm not even insulted by that. Coming from a red smoker,
I would go to. I was smoking non-filtered regular tobacco, rolling it myself, but like it was too much work.
The only people who smoke non-filters are fucking heroin addicts who need the cotton for something else.
Yo, y'all
for me it was just too
in
much.
My fucking algorithm, and I was being harassed all day by YouTube with milds and black vids.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, straight up, like just gangbangers with the fucking.
You mean black and mild?
Yeah, Black and Mild. Thank you.
Black Miles. Is that because that was because of the Crucible stream tonight with the Plow, the Pilot Man, aka Guriel the Archangel? Is that why or no?
All fucking day, man. I have no idea what it was. I think it like popped up in the disco or something like that, and straight up like all day I was just getting hounded with that shit, and I was just like, oh, so those are like those are like Cap and Blacks up here in Canada.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny that motherfuckers were like trying to compare this this fucking whacked out fucking Negro thinking he's an archangel to Machine Lies tonight on that stream. Like, I didn't get that. Like, why would, even though if Machine Lies did debate this motherfucker, he would destroy them. But I didn't get why people are putting him up against this dude. Like,
I think it's because I'm the blackest person they know. So that's just basically what it is.
Man, I've got a felony stud earrings and subwoofer.
Yeah,
I'm blacker than you are.
That's a clip right there. That's a clip right there.
Yeah, they couldn't stop talking about me today. I had to hop in there for 10 seconds and just tell them, I see you, motherfuckers.
Who is it?
I see.
The Crucible.
The Crucible, where I debate up there.
Oh, still from the last debate? That was like a fucking month ago, man.
Well, they were like, oh, the Machine Lies just dipped out after that. He's not doing anything. I'm like, motherfucker,
that's why I showed up. That's when I showed up.
On his channel, he's been coming on our channel. He's been on Chalk Body Outline. He's been on Jack Talcott. He's been like all over this place. The fuck y'all he's talking about.
And he has not taken his sunglasses off the entire time.
I have a question. What do you guys like? I don't understand why the Crucible's focused on like America first
I'm fucked up right now.
And all that. Oh, you're fucked up? Good.
Oh, they're shills, man. Like from the 30 fucking minutes of interaction I saw with TML and them, it's just like, yeah, they're like, they're pushing that coffee grind, they're pushing that fucking, food bucket bullshit, whatever else, and it's just like,
well, no. Here's the funny thing, like, you're talking about the America First stuff, is that his wife Rachel Wilson was like one of the major supporters of America First Project and Nick Fuentes and stuff. She was one of the major persons bro. Pushing that shit, right?
Yeah, she's a fucking turd. Yeah, I see her in the fucking comment section all the time, just popping off, and it's just like, what the fuck are you even talking about, man? Like, I don't even know.
Is that what you're trying? Is that what you're talking about, I'm sorry, Neurojack? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I
misspoke, I apologize.
I didn't know that, so that's news to me, honestly.
Oh no, yeah, she was a big supporter of America
Fox
First.
News.
I mean,
fucking,
I guess Fox News.
Alex Jones and shit too.
But are you talking about American conservative
Jessica Jane? And she happens to be a total bitch.
Oh, she's a total cunt.
Oh, she is. She's 100%
total cunt.
But is she hot?
She was
not at all. Not at all.
Not at all.
So that's the problem. That's
straight
part
up.
of the problem.
Yeah, she ain't even got the looks to fucking back it up.
Nah. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying I don't know why they focus on it so much. Like I don't see the relevance. Like I don't think that they're that big of a deal, but maybe I'm missing something. That's all I'm saying.
Are you talking about like conservative fascism or like what exactly are you getting at?
I don't see why they're relevant to the political discourse right now. Like I don't see them really making a big difference in.
Well, because they never stand by any political position at all. So how would they be relevant to any kind of political position? Is what my point is, right? Like they.
Would you consider them fence sitters, EBT?
Yeah, 100% fence sitters. I mean, like they hold no position. They pull this thing as if there's no such thing as left and right, which is just kind of like a basic bitch position. And essentially what that means is that you don't understand the distinction between being left or right. Okay, that doesn't mean you're stuck in some kind of Hegelian dialectic or some shit where you think that there's some difference between left and right. There obviously is a difference between what we call left and right. I mean, this is undeniable. I don't know how I don't understand how these people deny the fact that there is no difference between a left and right political kind of perspective or whatever. You could take the centrist position to some extent, right? But like to just reject it whatsoever and say, well, because I'm an Orthodox Christian, that means that I'm exempt from all dialectics, right? Because I'm an Orthodox Christian, that means I no longer am engaged in dialectics, and that means that I no longer have to engage in political debates or philosophy or any of this stuff. But then at the same time, they're going to engage in these left-right dialectics and political debates. But during the debate, they're never going to take any position on whether or not they're left or right. Like, I don't know what even they're arguing about at this point. Like, what is your position, right? Like, and it's identical to like the retarded truther position, to where like left versus right is some kind of psyop, right? To where you can't take either position. Because if you take either position, you're falling into, quote unquote, again, the Hegelian dialectic. But at the same time, these people do not understand even what Hegelian philosophy even is. So, I mean, like, it's really hilarious to watch this shit really unfold, because the people that are against the Hegelian dialectic, quote unquote, usually actually fall into what Hegel was really talking about, though, is the funny thing. Like, and like I was talking in the chat earlier, usually the people that go against Marxism usually fall into really kind of the Marxist kind of position, essentially. Like, this is, to me, what I think is hilarious in this whole thing. But anyways, I yield.
Are you talking about the Crucible specifically, or are you talking about America First?
Do you mind if I interject?
I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty fucked up, so I have no idea what I'm talking about, to be honest. So.
My coach brought up a valid point. I feel like a lot of this is actually divide and conquer tactics.
I agree
with the general approach. I think my coach brought up a very valid point there.
What specifically? Because I'm not reading the chat.
Your coach.
My
life coach.
I do not have a life coach. EBT. I think if I had a life coach,
your football.
We would.
Oh, you do. You just didn't consent to it.
Your football coach. Or who are we talking about? Are you talking about Jack Calcott? Are you talking about Jack Calcott? He's your life coach?
Oh, God, I hope not.
I would hope not, too. Fuck you, dude. You would be really fucked if Jack Calcott is your life coach.
Well, Talcott gave me his private number, and
he gives everybody his private number, sir. He gives everybody his private number. It's not that big a deal.
I'm not. That's not kosher with me. I'm not down with that. But yeah, a life coach. I think, like I was gonna say, I think if I had a life coach, I'd probably be making some better decisions right about now.
Can I make
I don't
a point?
think you get a life coach.
I'm not going to take life coaching
to
moments from Jack Calcott. I mean, like,
listen, if we all had one
life
supporter,
coaches, like complete failures in life. That's like what, to me, that's like that's like a big red flag, because most life coaches are failing at life in general. So, like, why would I take their advice on life if they're failing already in life? I mean, I don't get it. But
because no one wants to hear that they're being a fucking pussy. You know what I'm saying? No one wants to hear that they're fucking failing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Hey, you know what? You fucked up. You're an idiot.
and you need to get your shit in order. Wash your balls, clean your room.
We all need that. We all need that.
Be a
We all need that
lobster.
type of shit.
Yeah, you're right. I
Be a
haven't
lobster.
washed my balls in like 2-3 days.
Fuck off.
I haven't washed my balls in
That's
like
gross.
2-3 days. You're right.
They're
I probably
self-cleaning. You don't
probably
have to
should
wash
wash them. I probably should
Who
wash
said
them.
that? Who
I mean,
said
this
you don't
whole
have to wash
time, this whole time, Diamond G shouted himself out on Instagram. So go and follow Diamond G on
Thank you,
Instagram.
G.
Yeah,
Thank you,
bless,
G.
man.
Yo, all you guys too, you too, man. Follow me. I'm trying to subscribe to the channel.
What
right
do you
now.
What do you offer?
What I'm offering any talent, right? I'm trying to
I'm
promote some
fucked
talent.
up.
Oh
I'm
shit!
trying to promote some talent, music, arts. This type of conversation right here. I'm listening. I'm laughing. You know what I
Hell
mean?
yeah.
I'm having a good time. I'm drinking my Hennessy.
Oh
So
shit! He's got the
you know what I'm
hen.
saying? Yeah.
Hennessy.
So like all you guys follow me. I'm following everybody back. Tell me what you guys are on. I'm
That's
gonna
what
be right
Tupac
with
drank.
it. Yep. You ready to, or that Remy Ma. You get what I'm saying? Whichever one you prefer, Tupac, Remy Ma. Great. But yeah, I'm here. Got that cognac in me. Who? Nobody else is sipping on the panel?
No, I'm Muslim, so
I hear that. But yo, I see you sipping.
I'm drinking rum and coke.
I used to
Pretty
drink
terrible.
I used to drink like a madman, but it is what it is. That was before I got serious about my religion and shit.
Yo, Rusty was calling
I
you
respect that.
I drank like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
Rusty
me too.
was calling
I
out
noticed because
TML.
I used to smoke a lot of weed, but I
all this
noticed
other shit.
I noticed myself like I can't
Rusty.
be productive when I smoke weed, right?
I'm not
Even though I
proud
love
of it.
weed.
I'm not proud of it. I feel like it's a terrible thing that I do, but
weed was always boring to me. I could never get into
You're
it.
fine, EBG.
Yeah. See, I got into it, and then because I'm an athlete too, I always play basketball and such. I just feel like I'm half myself. And then when I drink now, it's like I'm not an angry drunk. I'm not a pissed off. You could be around me, so it's like I rather
Not
just
yet.
drink.
You're not.
Not yet, right? I know I gotta slow it down a bit. This
Let some
past year.
motherfucker at the bar call you buddy or something. Excuse me, buddy.
I'm good. I'm good with that.
Oh, I got.
Yeah,
that is actually a real thing. I got thrown out of a bar for some dude, or he called me Pat. It's not one of those patronizing but not hostile names,
Yes, yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know why, but when I start drinking, like I just want to drink alone for some reason. So that's part of the reason why like drinking became a bad thing for me, because I just go away and just drink for like 8 hours.
Oh yeah. What was your drink of choice though?
Oh, I'll drink like 40
Anything.
ounces. Really, that would be my thing. I'll drink like 240 ounces.
I like it, but for the most part,
No,
I'll
yeah.
go
Are
and
you
drink
talking
alone.
about like
But
40s
when I
of
drink in
liquor,
public,
TML?
it gets really bad. When I drink with other people, it gets really bad.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Bong Ripper?
No, sorry, TML. I was just trying to clarify. Like, I'm sorry who the chap in the chat is there. He was saying that, like, were you drinking like 40s of Old E, or were you like pounding like 40s of hard liquor?
Yeah, I put Old E with the
Mickey's?
fucking Sunny Delight in it. I just throw some Sunny Delight in there and just drink a bunch
Brass
of
monkeys.
brass monkeys. Yeah,
Brass monkeys,
get up on that
good.
shit. I'd wake up in the morning and just start drinking that shit. It was crazy.
Yo,
At least you get that vitamin D, though.
That's
At
when
least
you know
you're
it's
getting that
real.
vitamin D. So,
Yeah, those
and that
electrolytes
vitamin
and
when you
C.
wake up in the morning
And that
and get
vitamin
straight
C.
to it.
So it's all right. It's all right. Not that bad. Not that bad.
Yeah.
Right. Fuck.
The official beverage of NASA.
Tang.
Oh, was that Tang? That was Tang,
Yeah,
wasn't it? It
Tang.
wasn't Sunny D.
No, it wasn't High C.
I
It
mean,
was
Sunny
Tang.
D is not that far from Tang, though. So
No,
if
but you know what? I had Sunny D like a month ago, and it is way grosser than I remember it being.
No, Tang definitely is better than Sunny D. Sunny D is gross. It really is gross.
Yeah,
It's
no,
terrible.
Sunny D is like straight up like sludge. Like when we get it up here, it legit has like a viscosity to it. It's fucking gross.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
You can
stuff.
put it in your motor.
Like milk. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's like milk and shit. It's fucking weird. It's like fucking it's like
Yeah, no, I rather drink Tang than fucking Sunny D, to be honest.
Why do you like getting fights, EBT, when you go in public?
No.
No, I'm a
just
loving drunk. When I go in public, then you saw. I mean, if you look at my channel, you see the show I did when I was in. I went on a training trip. I went to Iowa, and I was fucking drunk as. Yeah, no, like I'm too friendly and I talk too much. That's the problem. I talk too much when I'm drunk. I don't talk when I'm not drunk. Is the problem.
What's your mom's maiden name?
My mom's maiden name? Rodriguez.
Yeah. What's your high school mascot?
My high school okay, my high school mascot is a Confederate general.
Interesting.
Yes.
What's your first pet's name?
And it was a Catholic school. It was a Catholic school, and our high school mascot was a Confederate general. Yeah.
You were just all the wrong things.
Next question, sir.
I went to a Catholic. Okay, what's your credit card number?
Oh man, you sound like a motherfucking like. Are you a robot?
6. Again, next question.
I'm out of questions. Somebody else tag in.
Okay, fine. We're good.
Is Michelle Obama a man?
Obviously. I
Is
mean,
Barbara Bush a man?
Michael.
Obviously, who's going to deny that?
Okay, fair enough.
Man, she can. It can like legit fucking palm a basketball. So.
Yeah, my high school team was the Ron Colley Rebels. Okay, so Ron Colley was the name of the Pope John the 26th, who was the guy that started Vatican II. Our high school was named after him. His actual name was Ron Colley. We were the Rebels, and our mascot was a Confederate general. So. I'm sorry, I backtracked there for a minute, but that's an important kind of tangent, though.
Well, thank you for joining Diamond Genesis. I hope you enjoy your Hennessy and you know you come back anytime, brother, man. And
he's just here to get some new subs.
Well, he's welcome to. You know.
No, I'm talking shit. He was too long. He was here too long for somebody who just like trying to get some clicks.
My credit score is I've got like a 800 something credit score.
I'm gonna need to borrow yours for like 2 more years, probably.
Yeah, that was the feds, you know, just trying to say, oh, I'm just here for subs and drinking Hennessy.
3 years ago, I had like a 400 something credit score, but like I did really good in the last several years. I basically can get whatever I want right now, and even my wife that doesn't even have a job, she can get all these fucking credit cards, and it blows my mind. Like my wife like tells me like, I just got this new credit card. I'm like, you don't even have a job, bitch. How the fuck you getting a credit card? She's like, because I'm married. I'm married to you. You got a good credit. You got a good credit score, and I'm married to you, so I get a good credit. Like, what the fuck? This doesn't even make sense. This doesn't even make sense. My wife gets better credit limits on credit cards than I do, and I'm the one with the income and the credit score. I'm like, what the fuck?
She's the one that spends the money.
Because if she gets divorced, you still have to pay for it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Womp,
it's fucked up. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's some fucked up shit.
We try not to do shit on credit, but I mean, it's good. I mean, like, I've talked about this before, and people have talked shit on me before, but you know, a lot of people come out there and try to say that like all lending is usury, but like I don't think that's the case, right? Like I think that if you're being lended money, I don't see any problem with being required to pay something above what you're being lended on the loaning of that money. That's not usury in my position. If it's extraordinary compared to what you're being lended, right, then that's usury, right? But the world cannot exist without being able to lend people money. If that's the case, I mean, like nobody would have anything, right? Nobody would have a house.
Well,
Nobody would have a car.
No,
nobody would
that's
have anything.
true, and I understand, and I agree to an extent, TBT. I was going to say,
Yeah,
though,
to an extent.
usury gets to such a level of servitude where you're paying over 30-40% interest rates.
Right, yeah, that's fucked
and
up.
then you're paying
And
taxes on those taxes.
Yes.
What if you pay it back in a timely basis, and the business is able to support itself, and you can pay back those loans and debts in a timely manner? Should we be paying those kinds of interest rates in terms of usury?
If you do that, then you get an early prepayment penalty. So we're going the other direction with it.
Well,
okay, so that's
here's
what I
the
mean.
take.
So
I mean,
they've set up the financial system so if you pay it back too soon, you're going to be penalized for that as well.
Okay, yeah, that is yeah, that's just the thing. But like also like okay, so you have a basic credit card, you get 27% APR. You got a $1,200 credit limit. You spend that $1,200 in a month, but you pay it off within that month. But if you don't, your minimal payment is like you're never gonna get on top of that, right? So who is that evil for the person that was saying you did not have $1,200? Somebody is allowing you to have $1,200, but
it's
they're
not
saying
evil, but it might be kind of.
Yeah, I was going to say
it takes
I
advantage
agree.
of the situation.
I don't think it's
It's
evil, but
meticulous.
it's definitely amoral in its approach.
I don't see how it's amoral though. Is my problem with it. I don't see how it's amoral.
It isn't.
I think that
you didn't have the money.
How much usury are you? How much?
I've got a $350,000 fucking mortgage, sir. Yeah, I'm deep in usury.
So I think that what makes it kind of wrong, boring, towing the line of being wrong, is how aggressively they promote small amount, high interest consumer credit cards to be like when I went to jail, I couldn't pay my credit cards. They got charged off. Immediately upon being released from jail, I had all the same motherfuckers who just charged me off sending me mail. It's insane. But yeah, I would say it's the way it's promoted.
More than it's like they don't really actually care though. Is part of it, right? But I mean, like, but could I have bought the $350,000 house that I'm living in right now, which 2 years ago was $350,000? Now it's a $450,000 house, right? Could I have paid for this cash outright to be able to live in this house? No fucking way. It wouldn't have happened.
But the reason they cost so much is due to overinflation. And
can I say one thing too? Because you're right too, overinflation, but it's all about how you leverage your debt. Wouldn't you agree? Because some people are not going to leverage their debt like you would and get a house. Some people might want 5 cars, and then they might start a rental business, and 5 of their cars are mashed up, and they're mad because they're flat tire. They can't pay. You get what I'm saying? But like,
I'm not sure what you mean by leverage your debt, because I own multiple properties at the same time. I have multiple properties within my portfolio. So
you're using it in a way where it's benefiting you, like either firsthand or even if you're Airbnb renting out, it's gonna work in your favor. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like some people might just get cars. Like I'm saying, I might get a motorbike. I might do my grocery shopping, like you're saying, $1,200 card. Easy.
No, it's a great point. Like that.
You get what I'm saying?
I've been slumlording. I was slumlording for years.
That frivolous spending. Sorry, I keep interjecting at the wrong time.
No, you're right.
I'm listening.
My bad. Yeah, no, that frivolous spending. I 100% agree. Like, I'm gonna get that PS5. I'm gonna get the latest pair of sneakers, or I'm going to do this, that, and another thing. They're not investing it into property. They're not investing it into things like
businesses.
EBT has pointed out.
Facts.
Yeah, it's hard to do now.
Look,
an average grocery. I'm sorry. I yield.
Oh, sorry. I was saying when you get certain type of credit cards, right? Like just say it's a starter one, or recently I just got my first line of credit. But like when you use certain credit cards, they'll tell you, hey, you cannot start your credit card with a purchase at the gas station or somewhere like where it's like, you know what I mean? It's not going to be a consistent, it's not going to be a revolving credit type of system. It's just a gas station. Everybody goes to the gas station, right? So it's like, if you put that on like your internet bill or your phone bill or your utility bill, now it's like, okay, yeah, oh, he's spending $500 off $1,000 card. Yeah, that's a bit over that 30%, 35% threshold that we want. But at least, you know what I mean? That's going to be
because you have to
your
request
cash.
specific draws on a line of credit.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. When you actually do that with even a Capital One, just say that's a basic card. You can't start your Capital One card by purchasing anything at the gas station. You get what I'm saying? So it's like the different
That's
categories.
probably
So
more of a theft feature than anything.
that might be. But the way I took it too is
I
like,
mean,
if
you
I
can
want
use it at a
revolving
gas
credit,
station.
you can use it at a gas station, but you can't open it there. You get what I'm saying? So it's
No,
like,
yeah, you can't do your original purchase there.
yeah,
It's
not the first one.
yeah, it's a theft thing though. I would
Yeah.
agree with I
Yeah,
would
it
agree
must
with
be.
Flow State
The
on
way I
that.
was taking it in is like, okay, if I do want anything to come off of my debt, it's like if I'm asking you, hey, can I get $500? I'm starting a business, and you might have
Can we listen to what Machine Lies is saying in this stream?
Yeah,
I have
let me
not
listen.
seen this. I want
Sorry.
to. I want to listen.
I don't know. I try to do some fuck shit on here.
He's
Are
on
you
site.
rapping or something?
He is on site with the corded microphone and everything. I gotta hear
Boom,
what
rapping,
this,
I
what
think.
this
I can't hear
is.
Oh, shout out to Machine Lies.
This is the river that they threw. Fucking. This is a
He lies when he's rapping.
Oh my god.
Go be a fucking Roman, bitch.
Bitch.
Fucking bullshit.
Bitch.
Fuck.
What is this? I haven't seen this either.
Bitch,
Is this
mother
on the
tits.
channel?
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy.
I'm
it.
making fun. I'm making fun of people who want to be Romans. I'm saying, if you want to be a Roman, go suck on your wolf mother tits. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, like the first two brothers.
Yeah,
I get the reference.
Ramus
It's pretty,
and Remus.
pretty nerdy burn.
Yeah, that's my burn.
Somebody get some aloe vera for that man because they got burned.
Yeah, I was saying. Yeah, I was saying that's kind of weird. You know, the paganism is about sucking on bitch tits.
Who just became a pagan? I did. I mean, you do look like you're shooting a rap video right there. I don't know if rap is the right genre, but maybe it is.
EBT, what is the name of the Roman she-wolf that fed Ramus and Remus?
Jimmy.
You know, I'm having a problem with memory tonight, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm having a fucking brain fart on that too.
One goddamn motherfucking rocket.
Hey, don't knock drinking wolf's milk until you try it.
Christianity.
Have you had wolf cheese? It's
And,
even better than human cheese.
Actually blaming Christian.
I've never tried human cheese either.
For the fall of
Oh
the
man,
Empire. We've
you got to
seen
get you some titty
a few
milk.
videos addressing this topic. Really true that the lower you go on the scale of human culture, the more religion you find. Though we see an actual inverse relationship between liberalism, or the techno-industrial system, and religious thinking, or the traditions of man, as noticed earlier by Skolomowski, A.R. Luria, and we proceed to mention some others.
What is this?
Yeah, intent. I don't even lock my doors. I live in a pretty good suburb of the Chicago area. I don't lock my doors.
Chicago, and you don't lock your doors?
I don't lock my doors. Yeah.
That's crazy.
The Islamics.
He just sets a tripwire.
Yeah, we got claymores on the perimeter. I don't lock the doors. So.
Swinging paint cans at Marv.
EBT is like, I wish a motherfucker would walk through the door.
No, I mean I live in one of the richest neighborhoods in the country, and like there's no reason to lock the doors.
$350,000 doesn't sound like the richest neighborhood in the country.
Well, my house is like a $90,000 house, though. In like if I was in any other place, so yeah, I mean like. Yeah, look it up. Naperville is one of the richest communities in the nation.
Where the unlocked doors were.
How much rooms you got?
Not very much. I mean, I entirely overpaid for this house, based on that I wanted to send my kids to the Naperville school system because post COVID, it was one of the greatest public school systems that I could get into in the Chicagoland area, but I bought it literally we moved in the beginning of 2000 or 2020, right? And then so everything went to shit. And so now I'm having to send my kids to school. And I'm paying fucking $2,000 plus a month to send my kids to school and shit. So like I totally got fucked. And then I'm paying like this ridiculous income property tax on this property. I could have bought a badass house like further west in the Chicago suburbs. Got a badass house for $350,000, and then now I'm kind of fucked. But also I'm not fucked though because like. I'm not fucked because I could sell the house right now for $450 or more and be okay with it, right? So I mean, like, it's really hard. It's really hard to fuck up with real estate. It's really hard to fuck up with real estate.
It is an investment at the end of the day, and that's what a lot of people don't
getting
realize.
The best education on how to become a communist trans. This state.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to send them to. That's why I didn't want to send them. They were not teaching fucking transgender and all this kind of shit. But you know, like now, like actually on Monday, tomorrow, my kids are starting the first. They're in summer school now. I'm sending them to the Waldorf school, which is a Steiner school, and Steiner was the guy that kind of got kicked out of Theosophy. And he started his own kind of like weird Theosophy offshoot kind of cult. But you know, we toured the school, and I'm like, I'm sold on it. This is where I want my kids to go to school. They're not teaching any necessarily specific ideology. You know, I grew up in Catholic school, and I didn't learn anything about Catholicism for the fucking all the years that I went to fucking Catholic school. Whatsoever.
Do you mind if I interject for a second, EBT?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so a very good friend of mine, he went to a Waldorf style school. They specifically focus on what the child is like intrinsically invested in. Yeah. So whether it's art or philosophy or history or whatever, they focus on that. He was 4 years old. He didn't know how to read or write, and as soon as he went into elementary school, he learned how to do that within 4 weeks. So it shows you like it's very easy to set your kids up for success, but when you focus on those things that they're intrinsically invested in, and that's the thing. Like my homie learned how to fucking fence, like sword fighting. He learned how to do all of this shit like through the Waldorf school. And by the time he got into like the later end of elementary school and the early stages of high school, like he was leagues above everybody else, man. And like I'm saying, even though he didn't learn how to read and write until he was 4,
there's so many weird things. There's so many weird things with sending your kid to the Waldorf school. Like, so I looked at all different kinds of schools, right? I looked at Montessori. Montessori is gay as fuck, in my opinion. Like, I fucking hate Montessori schools. Like,
the name
I think it's just
Montessori. Yeah, Montessori was made by a Fabian socialist.
Yes,
That lady
made by
Maria
Fabian Susius. Yeah,
the lady Maria Montessori. She had some evil. Is it like an evil plot she had?
Dude,
Yeah.
I can't stand Montessori schools. Like, regardless of the founder, and this is where I had to get with the Waldorf school. Like, as much as I disagree with Rudolf Steiner in the basics of his philosophy, I think Rudolf Steiner is a complete fucking retard in general. Is the way that I look at it. But like
Anthroposophy,
anthroposophy is fucking
I
retarded in my
agree.
position.
Yeah,
but-
I agree. Like when I read like philosophers and stuff, and then you read Rudolf Steiner, it's like something's missing here. Like I don't know, it's like the way he explains things, or it's definitely a strange tone he has. I read his writings on Ahriman and the computer and stuff, and he's kind of saying how like a lot of people came to the conclusion that he was talking about Ahriman's manifestation in the modern age being like the computer.
Yeah.
So
here was the difference between like Montessori school and the Waldorf school, right? The Montessori school is not going to allow the kids to have any conception of religion whatsoever. There is no idea of God. There is no idea of an ultimate creator. All these things are out of the concepts that will ever allow the children to be able to have, right? At the Waldorf school, at least, even when they're going to teach all religions, though, at the same point. But the Montessori school is never going to teach any religion whatsoever. The Montessori school is basically you get a fucking worksheet and you do the fucking math, and this is what we're doing. You get a worksheet, you do the math, and then you do the thing. They sit the kids in different
Well, that sounds like
sections.
public school.
It's kind of exactly like public school, but even public school is kind of gonna teach a different, like, perverted view of religion and all this kind of thing. But at least in the Waldorf school, they're gonna teach you that they're like even like. Something so simple as when they do lunch is like the Waldorf school is going to do some kind of prayer and grace at lunch, right? They're going to be respective of what they're doing, but they're also respective of all religions, right? So they're going to do
So your kid will be praying to
they're
Shiva.
gonna do Muslim holidays. They're going to do Hindu holidays. They're going to do Buddhist. They're going to do all the different holidays, and at least educate the children to where there's these different religious perspectives that you can experience. And then at the same time, it's up to the parent to kind of educate the individual on what religious perspective they want them to be. I don't know. To me,
no, that ties
really
in with. Sorry, UBT, I don't mean to cut you off. That
Montessori school, I fucking hate it. We toured Montessori schools, and I fucking hated it. Like, I would never want to be a kid at a fucking Montessori school. It seemed so fucking boring, so terrible. And all it was, like, all these rich, because I live in Chicago area, right? So we have a bunch of rich, like, Indians and fucking Hindus, and, that's the majority of our population, right? But, like, and they want their kids to be fucking programmers and all this bullshit, right? Like, I don't want my kid to be a fucking basic. I don't want my kid to just know fucking mathematical calculations and be able to make mathematical calculations and be a boring fucking individual. I don't want my kid to be a boring fucking individual.
If you're born as a brown person or a Korean person, you're almost expected to be a doctor or engineer when you're a kid. It's fucking crazy. Like, I remember.
But so this was the difference at the Waldorf school. The Waldorf school encourages, a lot of people claim that it's like an art school, right? Because like it focuses so much on art, right? But like when I toured the school, like the blackboards in every classroom, I was just blown away. Like the art that the teacher would draw on the blackboard blew me away. But then they showed us so the children have to make like these each year. They make kind of like an artistic representation of what they learned throughout the year. So they draw pictures and So it's really a visual learning experience that they're going through in the Waldorf school. And like I was looking at fifth grader material and looking at their books and stuff, and I'm just blown away by this. I'm blown away by what these people are teaching, but at the same time, like the majority of the schooling for the Waldorf is outside, and they're teaching kids how to farm, how to recognize edible stuff within nature, how to sew, how to make your own clothing, like basic skills that people should be able to have to exist within human experience. And that's what sold me on it. Like as soon as I went there, I was like, I want my fucking daughters to go to this school, even though I do not agree with Rudolf Steiner whatsoever. Like I really do reject him, but at the same time, it was like they're not denying God as a whole, which the public school would, though, But and then also one of the big things was we asked them specifically on the tour. We said, "Do you guys ever teach transgenderism or homosexuality or all these kind of stuff?" And they said, "Well, we don't talk about that until like 8th grade, but when we talk about it, we're not promoting transgenderism. We're not promoting homosexuality or whatever. When we do talk about these things, it's in a basic health, a health course, which is what I went through, right? A male and female, like male and female sexuality and all this kind of stuff." But they did say, which was troubling, they said that the state was trying to force them into teaching transgenderism as a class within the curriculum of the school. So it's like you almost at this point, it's very hard to escape it. A lot of people will say homeschooling. Okay, but homeschooling, I think most people that talk about homeschooling have no idea what the level of commitment that comes into homeschooling. I think most people are bullshit on that. Okay,
it's a lot of work.
Like most homeschoolers are fucked up. Most homeschool kids come out fucked up. Most homeschool kids come up really fucked up. They have zero social interaction. They have zero ability to interact socially after they get out of school, right? So I think that homeschooling is detrimental to a child's development. I don't think it's possible. My children. Okay, yeah, I hear the So my kids have been in home. My kids have been in homeschooling co-op for years, right? So like my last two kids were born at home, right? Birther.
No, I know.
My last two kids were born at home. They had been raised in homeschooling co-ops, but my wife was not their primary educator. Okay, so we joined multiple co-ops to where we could take the kids and they could go to classes and they could join in a co-op of people who were quote unquote home educators or whatever. But we're at the point now where we cannot do that any longer, and it's also not beneficial to our children to be able to try to homeschool them. They need the social interaction that we got when we were children as well. Okay, and so now it's at the point where we need to kind of safeguard them from getting the brainwashing that is at this point mandated. This is what's sick about it. It's mandated by the federal government and the state government and the local government that these kids are getting brainwashed with this transgender fucking sexual ideology fucking bullshit. And we saw this with our teenager. We have a 16-year-old and we moved up here and she went to these schools and we had a bunch of issues. She wanted to be a male. She wanted to change her name. The school told us that we had to abide by whatever we had to call her by what the name that she wanted to be called by and all this fucking bullshit. And I'm like, I do not want my next two kids to ever have this idea to where they think that they can tell me as a father that they want to be a fucking boy. Okay. You're a fucking female. It doesn't matter. Okay. I don't give a fuck what the school tells you. Okay.
No, it's understandable.
You're not a male.
No, it's
no matter how you
understandable,
identify as, you're not a male.
You know what? That's crazy that you've been through that experience, to be honest.
No, I was gonna say I've had to go through this as well because they have a tendency to target special needs kids, and
they will call CPS on you.
Yeah, they will
if you deny that shit.
So basically, my argument is
fucked up.
This little guy doesn't know what fucking time of day it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he doesn't know. Did dinosaurs exist 5 minutes ago or did they exist 5 fucking million years ago? Yeah. He is not allowed to be in charge of his decision when it comes to, what gender am I? What am I gonna do? No, absolutely not. And fortunately for us, and as socialist and nightmarish as fucking Ontario can be at times, at least because he is special needs, I do get the opportunity. I get the choice to push him out of that sexual orientation. That's what they call it. They call it sexual orientation here. And I have absolutely no desire for my special needs child, who he's going to be 10 in like a couple days and whatnot. Good for him. He has the mentality of a fucking 6-year-old, man. Like if that, he still can't read or write properly. So you're gonna be telling my special needs child what his sexual orientation is gonna be, and you're gonna push, testosterone and other hormone adjusting drugs and stuff like that. No, that's not happening. And fortunately, like I'm saying, even though it's backwards as it is, like I can still protect my child from that.
Yep. I hear that.
Yeah, so for me, I felt like the best option for me was to send them to, a Freemasonic school, essentially, the Steiner School, Waldorf School. But I felt like though it is the best school that I found, right? Like
absolutely. And
the Catholic school is not going to teach them anything different. It's going to be the same thing as the regular public school, probably even worse, right? I'm not worried. I'm not worried about my children being molested at the Catholic school. Okay, I went to Catholic school my whole life. There was never any times where you could be alone with a priest whatsoever. Okay, I don't believe in this idea that the Catholic schools promote fucking pedophilia. That to me, that's just absolutely not a fucking thing. No, you never were alone with a fucking priest. You never were alone with a priest. It didn't ever happen. Okay, there's
even
never any
Sunday
time.
School, man.
Right,
School. Like my dad literally was there every fucking Sunday.
There was never
standing in the back row watching.
And
I never went off with a priest by myself. I never got led down to a creepy basement or anything. Like my old man was just standing there supervising the entire time.
It was never a possibility. It just didn't happen.
If someone tried to lead me off or something, and again, this was like the mid 90s, early 2000s, where a lot of this shit was becoming highlighted in the media. So it wasn't just my dad. There was like 13, 14 other parents there too.
Yeah.
And no one was being led off to some like, creepy situation. Like there was no Vatican catacomb.
Right. Well, church. And it also all this came about when like the regulations legally were like extended to where like anybody could claim sexual abuse, whether it was even the original victim, and there was no longer any kind of what do you call it time period to where you would be able to make these claims, right? So a lot of these claims were being made from people from like the 50s and the 60s, and the people are already fucking dead. And these were like family members that are saying, well, my family member was was abused by the church. Whatever.
Well, no,
I
and we were
don't
talking
want
about
to. I don't
MK
want to get
Ultra
into
and shit
that.
earlier. Like how much of this is like, genuine and I don't want to downplay anybody's, experience if they have gone through that. Of course, like that's tragic, that's horrifying. I'm not going to sit here and victim blame, but at the end of the day, like how much of this, like you're saying, how much of this is spun through the media? How much of this is factual?
Yeah, I
And
think
are we dealing with legitimate characters in the media, or are we dealing with crisis actors?
Right, and nobody will take that. It's so controversial to take that position to say that, well, maybe these victims aren't real. You cannot, you literally cannot take that position to say that perhaps all these victims are not legitimate, right? Because most of
I
this
wouldn't
stuff's
say
never
all
even
of them.
proven.
Well, I think that's what the whole Alex Jones trial was about, was just letting everybody know, like, you do not fucking question weird shit.
Anyways, what I'm saying is, like, I at the same time, growing up in Catholic school, I came out of Catholic school not knowing anything about Christianity or Catholicism really in general. I did have a pretty good, well, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but like at the same time, like I could send my kids to like a pretty like uh Orthodox Catholic school, where they teach them Latin, all this kind of shit or whatever. And we toured these kind of schools. But when I toured the Waldorf school, I was like, well, if I send my kids to this school, they're going to learn all different kinds of stuff. They're going to, like, I felt like this is the most beneficial thing that I can do for my kids. And after I toured it, I was like, whatever I got to do, whatever fucking overtime I got to do, whatever I got to do to afford to be able to send my kids to this school is what I want to do. I want my children to go to this school one way or another. And I hope that they don't promote too much of Steiner's fucking bullshit philosophy, because in general, I really do not like Steiner. Like, I think Steiner is a complete a fucking retard, essentially.
A buffoon,
a buffoon, to put it lightly, right? I really do not agree with this philosophy in general, but at the same time, it's like, well, maybe perhaps for younger children that is good, right? Like, it does teach that you need to be accepting um of all kinds of philosophy and all kinds of religion. And then it really does come back to the parent to be able to say, well, here's what we're saying, kind of what we are, and necessarily what we believe in. But at least it's not like the public school, where the public school is going to teach that all religion, anything related to God, all this kind of shit is bullshit, and they're going to teach kind of this critical theory about basically Marxist theology that's being pushed through the public school, right? Like, I do not want my younger kids to be put through this, to where they think, well, I can decide what my sex is, and there's no actual thing as sex. I can be any gender that I want to be, all this kind of shit. Like, I in no way possible am I putting my children through that whatsoever. I'm just not doing it.
No, that's admirable, EBT, and I couldn't agree with you more. If you can financially support that decision, if you're able to put your children through the proper educational channels, if you're willing to take on the weight of homeschooling, or if you feel like that isn't the best avenue for your children to travel, especially in terms of socialization, I totally understand that as well. Just being able to connect with some people in our local communities, it's made all the difference for my son. You know what I mean? Just being able to have someone within the community that he can relate with and he can go and hang out with, and they're kind of on the same, mental acuity, that's beneficial. It's going to help both of them. So I totally understand where it's coming from. And that's the thing, is like, they don't even go to the same schools. They just happen to be on the same bus.
Mhm.
So I've looked into it, and someone brought it up in the chat. I think it was Intent. They said, like, yeah, if you can afford like $15,000 a semester or something like that, in some situations, I'm not saying that's like clear
That's
across
about
the
what
board.
that's about what it is for years. About $15,000.
Yeah, more or less. So, and again, I've looked into it, especially, for like private tutoring and just getting my son into a different level of education, if you will. It's so expensive. Like, and
So
if you're
expensive.
not,
It's
it's
sickening.
not only
It's
expensive,
sickening.
but if you're not in the right area, you won't even qualify for that application of academics.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot that goes into it.
Yo, I just want to point out that we have a legit broadcaster with us, Slime News. What's going on, my brother, man? Slime News, what's up, man?
What's good? Years, you can hear me good?
Hell yeah, brother, man. I hear you.
What's good? What's good? How's everybody doing tonight, man?
I'm chilling, man. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? My friend just told me you guys are having a good conversation. He told me to tune in, so I'm here. You know what I'm saying?
That's cool. That's cool, man. You're more than welcome, man.
Okay. Yeah, go on with you guys. I was kicking in a minute still.
Yeah, we are here talking about Waldorf schools, first invented by Rudolf Steiner. But there's other designs too. Krishnamurti had a version. There's Krishnamurti schools. Basically, the kids get to learn whatever they want and get to teach themselves. If I'm not mistaken, you know what I'm saying? It's an interesting concept. You know what I mean?
You said the kids can teach themselves?
Yeah, like they pick a subject, they learn it themselves. The school basically facilitates what they learn, and then they go ahead and test themselves. In the Krishnamurti school, they test themselves, and it's like a model. It's like a new model of how they do schools. It's an actual model for school, a Waldorf school. It's crazy, yeah.
Okay.
Just a quick question. I wanna ask, like, what structure of educational system is, like, not only American but like Canadian educational, like public educational systems? What are those based off of in terms of like psychological or like psychiatric development?
Yeah, well, there's a papal encyclical about this, though. Yeah, it's based off Freemasonry, isn't it? Essentially what it is.
Yeah, it's like the 7 liberal arts or whatever. They have like the Blue Lodge, and they have like grammar and rhetoric, and those.
Modern genus kind of talks about it. I'm sorry. Go ahead and talk to yourself for a minute.
Well, if I could just ask something real quick.
1884, Pope Leo the 13th kind of talks about it, and he outlines how the Freemason sect wants to kind of indoctrinate the entire school system and make it a public school system, to where basically, essentially, it wants to indoctrinate people into naturalism. Is essentially the point of the public school system.
Okay. So so you're saying about how the kids can teach themselves. I mean, I don't think it's that bad as long as they're teaching themselves the right things. You know what I'm saying? They have a curriculum that actually shows them what's good and what's bad, and they're not really pushing a transgender agenda on them.
Animal Farm.
And they can learn from their mistakes and all that stuff, and just learn at their own pace. That's just good. But as long as they're teaching them the right things, you know what I'm saying, and they can test them.
Well, the way I look at it is like I don't need the school system to be teaching my children morality.
Yeah.
Amen.
No,
I
absolutely.
I need
Especially with
them. I need the school
the
system to be
adolescence
teaching
you've got.
them relevant skills, science, history. Like I don't need the school to be teaching my children
The
morality.
basics.
Okay, we can handle morality at home, and we can
At home,
handle
yeah.
morality through the church. We don't. I
Yes.
don't need the school system to be teaching my children these things. Right. That's the way I
Yeah.
look at it.
Yeah, because if you teach the kids those things, they could be learning one thing at school and then learning the next thing at home, and then it messes up their home structure just by them going to school. The thing, and they're birthed by their parents. You know what I'm saying? They're not birthed by the teachers at school, so they shouldn't be pushing that. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, at the one end, I see what you're saying, but then you went against homeschooling. That's when everybody turned against you because because everybody was like, why, why would you,
I think most homeschoolers are LARPers. I think the majority of people that claim they're homeschoolers are LARPers. Like I'm a home birth. We were home birthers, right?
No, I agree
say
with that, EBT. I
home
I
birth.
do feel like it's a cheap cop out for a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't believe most homeschoolers. Right? I don't believe
It's
most people
really
like.
hard to dedicate
No.
yourself to
Yeah,
that
it's too hard.
kind of structure, to that kind of academic structure.
Yeah.
But yeah, continue. Sorry. So you did your home birth.
No, that's what I'm saying. We were home birthers, but homeschooling is like a whole different level. And I think the majority of the people that claim homeschooling are not legitimate. I think most of them are LARPers. I think most of them have no clue what they're talking about, or they're just lying about it in general. Because, you know, when I grew up, the only homeschoolers that I knew were fucking Mormons and shit, right? Like, there's a bunch of Mormon homeschoolers or like fundamentalist Christians and stuff, and these people had no ability to interact in the real world whatsoever. Like they were not prepared to interact in the real world whatsoever, and they had no social interaction. Like, why am I going to prevent my child from having social interaction with other children? Why would I want them to be stuck in a homeschool environment? And this is why early on we did what homeschooling co-ops, right? So there was groups that we could join that were where the kids could go, and it was people that were in the ideal of homeschooling, but we could do group kind of schooling. But if you want to just keep your kid at home, and this is essentially not, you know, for most people in the last several hundreds of years, this was not the way that they were taught yet. You know, like my father, my great grandfather, and his they went to schoolhouses, right? Like they had to walk both ways uphill through snow to get to the schoolhouse, right? Like they went to the schoolhouse, they were educated at a schoolhouse with other people, and they had the social interaction. That's the major benefit of schooling, right? Whether or not, well, I mean, like people are going to talk, well, they're going to teach your kid the globe, they're going to teach your kids all this other kind of shit. And I am saying that. I am saying that to some extent, because I am saying that I do not want to send my children to public school because they're going to teach my kids about fucking transgenderism. They're going to teach my kids about being a faggot. They're going to teach them all this other shit that I don't want them without morals, right? So it's abject morals.
I think the biggest thing too, agreeing with what you're saying too, but the biggest thing with the new generation, they want the kids to look at their parents like an enemy, like especially in like, just say for example China, they have these things where like if your parents aren't going with what the school is saying, the parents will be penalized for that type of thing. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like the kids are basically information for the school board for anyone going against the curriculum or against the agenda being brought to the country. And like I know this because I'm from Toronto, Ontario too. But it's like our agenda might have been the same 18 years ago. It was just in the public media a bit differently. Like grade 3, grade 4, depending on what district you're in, you're gonna be learning about sex education. You get what I'm saying?
If I drop
And-
out one more time, just like permanently boot me.
No, there's no way. There's no options to permanently even boot Bong Ripper out here, dude. It just has like a fucking. It just allows the Bong Ripper to remain. But
yeah, the
yeah,
Bong Ripper stays.
So like
Appreciate it.
so like I could send my kids to the public school and perhaps try to at home try to kind of reject some of the stuff that they're learning at school. But you can never deny the effect of the teacher and the psychological effect of the teacher in their school being able to
100%.
affect them, right?
Especially from the age of like from like kindergarten to the age of 7, they say that's when we learn. Like that's when we're like, if you get somebody into something they're interested, like we were talking about earlier, it's like that's the age group up to 7 years old where you're gonna be prime time and you're gonna find what you really love, you're passionate about. Even if it's hard, it could be science, it could be creating cars. If you notice, even Tiger Woods, he's a golfer. He was golfing from he was 3 years old. Tesla, he was playing with things mechanically, like seeing images from he was about 5. You know what I mean? So all these things is like up to that age of 7. If you're being directed by the wrong teachers or people that want you to go against, just say your parents, that goes with like your household's religion, no matter what it is. It goes against your brothers and sisters, no matter what race. You get what I'm saying? That all that is going to be a big thing when you go home. When you are, just say you feel like an outcast or you feel like a superstar of the family. You're gonna, you know what I mean? That's not gonna resonate with somebody who's just say getting homeschooled by their mom and their dad maybe half the time, and maybe an aunt or an uncle or maybe a good community, because they say it takes a village to raise a child, right? So that alone, it's like, it shows our village has changed.
Well, one thing I'll say though is like it does seem that there's a lot of people who are getting totally brainwashed after the age of 15, 16. Like it doesn't seem that it's only when they're young. It seems like it's something that's happening later and later as well.
I agree with that as well. And I think that a lot of the things that go on in our society is like, we focus on the news, or we focus like us as like more mature people, but at the same time, like music is a big thing, right? Like just say your daughter sees somebody, Beyonce, she's dancing, she's half naked. Now maybe like a 5-year-old girl would think that's okay. You know what I mean? And then you bring that to the classroom. Nobody's going to talk about that now because we're going to talk about all the, you know what I mean? Like the differences in like they're trying to make our boys turn into women. To be honest, right? That's different. We've never heard about that in this generation. But especially like when you're talking about a boy turning into a man, what's a man these days? Some men don't protect and provide. Some women are doing that, right? And like different cultures, different things, right? It's crazy. It's just a crazy thing that.
I mean, allow me to extrapolate on that as well. Like music in general, I think that music is a very pivotal learning thing within children. Being able to not necessarily like what you're talking about cultural music with like Beyonce, but the ability to play instruments. And this was one of the things that I was, most public schools have not been able to maintain a music curriculum within the school system anymore due to budget cuts and stuff like this. So kids no longer have music education. This is one of the things that I really liked about the Waldorf school is that like every grade is required to do music to some extent. Like every grade is going to have daily, they're going to have to do music to some extent, musical theory, reading sheet music, all this kind of stuff, and exercising that part of their brain to where they're making music to some extent, but away from the cultural concept of whatever music is in extent, right? We're going to talk about, musical theory. We're going to talk about just basic ways that music exists. And I feel like, as growing up in a Catholic school, at least we had music school. We had music class every day. We played the recorder. We played, we had choir. We had all these other kind of stuff. Everybody had to pick an instrument to play in 7th and 8th grade. I played the violin in 7th and 8th grade. Like, you were required to do that to where somewhat your brain would develop on musical theory to some extent. And to me, that's valuable, right? But at the same time, like, if you're talking about Beyonce, like cultural music and stuff like that, yeah, I mean, like, I think a lot of these public schools are doing this. Like, they probably doing Beyonce in a fucking school fucking program or some shit. Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, they do it. They do it.
Would you not say that music has had a very influential impact on not just Christianity, but aspects of religion as a whole? When you look at the, when you look at the, when you're reciting parts
Islam.
of scripture, and it's
call to prayer is musical, is it not? The call to prayer is musical, is it not?
I mean, you ask anybody how many of our Catholic prayers are absolutely like 100% musical?
Yeah. Or if you ask even a Christian person what their favorite scripture, and they everybody's to each their own, right? But for the most part, people are gonna refer to Psalms and Proverbs, right? Those are poetic verses and chapters. So it just goes like, I feel like it's a tune our brain actually plays off of as humans. Like, our heart beats at a certain beat. Like, people will tear up because of the God tone, if you guys know what that is.
It's the best way to be able to memorize stuff and to really to be essentially program stuff, right? I mean, like, most of us in our generation, we know Schoolhouse Rock, right? We remember all these things. We remember how a bill becomes a law because of a song, right? We remember we remember Amazing Grace. We remember all these things because of a song. This is how we remember things, right?
Definitely.
And TML, when you study the Quran, is it similar in its construct to the biblical structure, that it's like a giant poem basically, and you can almost sing the entire structure of the Quran?
Yeah, I know in Hebrew they sing the Torah, and also in Islam they sing the Quran. And it's interesting that the Quran has an internal and external rhyme scheme that makes it quite different from even other forms of poetry, in that the rhyme scheme within it is rather complex, and that makes it more like I was talking about in my earlier broadcast that it makes it more like a rap lyric, like Rakim or something like that.
I've heard it be compared to Beowulf. And I might be wrong in that assumption, but I think it is also very similar in its construct.
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but I know that one of the things that the Quran did is it actually created the Arabic language. So actually there was no Arabic language before the Quran. There was different dialects of Arabic, but the Quran really unified the Arabic language, and that kind of goes to music itself. It's like the dude in what was that movie where the people are in jail with Morgan Freeman, or Shawshank Redemption?
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, where he's like, music is like made of, like, it's like structures without materials. You know what I'm saying, right? So it's like it guides you to abstract thought, whereas few things really can, because it's able to create structures that aren't actually built of physical means, and it's actually spaces that are non-material that it takes you to. And these abstract spaces, it kind of puts you in the realm of geometry, or at least Plato thought, like, musical education should be fundamental even to kids,
Yes,
because it
yeah.
puts them, it attunes them to geometry and that sort of thing. And it does seem like, he actually said that certain both Plato and Confucius said that certain forms of music should be banned. They said you have to censor music because it has such a strong effect on the youth.
For sure.
And
Yeah.
The
And
D note was like considered
that gets
to be
in the whole
extremely
frequency
satanic.
debate. But
oh, sorry, BT.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like the D note. So that was it for a very long time, especially throughout the medieval ages. The D note or drop D tuning was considered to be satanic.
Yeah.
And a lot of classical music is also considered to be extremely satanic because of its low tuning, its vibrational frequency. It's lowering you down past that 440 hertz or 444 hertz or whatever it is that is the God tone and all this other stuff.
Well,
Like,
I have disagreement with that though, but I mean, like,
in what regard?
well, I mean, it's just the A that's tuned to that one frequency. The majority of the other music is in different frequency. I mean, like it's a non point really, but
No, and I'm not saying
but
it
there was
specifically has to be
government
tuned to
regulations that said that you did have to tune your music to this specific tuning frequency. So that's undeniable at this point. But like, it is 432 some kind of God frequency that you can listen to that's gonna I don't know.
I'm not saying that specifically. Like, I don't want to take that new age approach to it, but we did see a massive shift in like the frequency of music when it started becoming more popular and the radio play and the TV and all this other stuff. Like, we know that they switched to a certain frequency. And again, I'm not trying to say like, oh, we're made of 70% water, so it's gonna change our crystalline structure and all this other fucking wacky new age bullshit. But I mean, to say the influence of music on humanity hasn't been prevalent since like our inception, it's obviously played like a major role in our society.
Oh yeah, 100%. The chapels are made, cathedrals,
Yeah,
churches
to
are
have that-
made to make the music more prevalent, right? And even the Muslims, whatever the fuck you guys do your things at, but like the mosque, right? The mosque,
whatever
like
fucking place you do.
Yeah, whatever the fuck y'all do that shit at. But like, it's
Jesus.
meant to amplify the vibration of the prayers, right? And I mean, this is even the basis of Christianity in general, even though this is a new age thing, right? But in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Like, we do believe that essentially that we're not opposed to this idea that there is this initial vibrational truth within reality, right? Like, we're not denying that to be a reality to an extent, right? But I mean, I feel like the New Agers take that too far. And maybe they not take that too far, but they take it to a point where they have no justification for it. And I don't mean this in a presuppositional way. I'm saying, like, okay, you're going to tell me about I can't even think of the word now, right? When they talk about where music becomes a sound, what's the fucking word for that shit?
Cymatics?
Cymatics. So when they take cymatics to a level to where somehow this is revealing this this God structure throughout all reality, right? But I mean, like, what's your justification for this? Like, okay,
it's like the I Ching, where the dude boiled those turtle shells, and it kind of looked like the turtle shells.
Right. But and I have old books, and I've showed this before, like years ago on my IG page. I have old books about how they came up with the blueprints or the structures for a lot of these cathedrals, and it was cymatics. Like they use cymatics to understand these kind of things, but like, and like I've even shown videos where like I've been in a piece of equipment and that has a has an what we call an emergency egress roof, which is essentially a sunroof, right? Where they had water on it, and I can rev the engine up to different RPM levels, and I can see the cymatics in the water that's staying on the top of this sunroof, right? Like, so I mean, like, it's not some profound spiritual kind of revelation is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, to me, it's kind of a basic kind of revelation of how reality works, right? So because I will still believe in natural revelation, right? I don't believe that I need to know about the I don't believe that I need to know about the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah, or any of these things to understand who God is. I can see God in my daily experiences, right? Like God is the author and the architect of all things, right? So
this is so great that you said that. I was just having a conversation with somebody, and I want to know you guys' points on like, just say we're all coming from different religions. Somebody might be Christian, Muslim, Catholic, whatever the case may be. But isn't it all about what actually gets you on your path? Because at the end of the day, they all kind of have the same background, or they have some lineage that connects. You know what I mean? Like,
I believe there's only one God.
And I believe that too. But I'm saying if there's three religions that just say believe that, or maybe one was
that doesn't matter to me. I believe there's only one God, and everybody kind of has a conception of that only one God. There cannot be another God that these people are believing in. They might have a different view of this one God, right? They might understand Clark Kent, right? They might understand Clark Kent, but they don't understand Superman, right? But are they not believing in Superman even though they believe in Clark Kent, right? So this is kind of where it's like there's not multiple gods. There are not multiple gods, right? There are, whether you call them idols or any of these kinds, there are not multiple gods. You cannot believe in multiple gods. There is only one God. So the only one God could possibly be the only one that has influenced all these religions throughout all time. There has to be only one God.
Yep. And then there's the next thing that I have to say. Well, what about this? This is something I learned along the way. Is like they say the winners of war write history. What do you guys have to say about that?
I say that's factually incorrect. Is the way that I say it.
Oh,
okay.
Because I don't believe that's true. Because a lot of times people say the Catholic Church is the victor and all these things, but the Catholic Church failed in a lot of these crusades. So if you want to say that, like, who is the victor writing these stories? Well, unfortunately, the victors are not necessarily the ones that are coming out on top of these narratives, right? Even in the American Civil War, like let's take it back closer, right? Who won on the American Civil War? Essentially, right? So essentially, the Federation that created this corporation of the United States, are they the winners? Did they really write the history? I don't know. I mean,
it's like saying like power controls information when we know that information controls power. You know what I'm saying? It's like the other way around. It's like history writes shit. It's like history is more powerful than philosophy, science, or religion. Like, for real, like history has its own fucking voice, you know. And like the voice of history, if you ignore the voice of history, then you fall into idealism, on the one end, or you fall into a sort of naive realism on the other end. You know what I mean? So history has its own voice, and I think
time and history really reflect God more than various changes in religions and shit like that. The same way that EBT was saying. And it's interesting. You did ask this question to two legit theologians, and I'm talking about me and EBT out here. You mean? So that's for real.
But let me add something to Diamond Genesis to what he's saying.
I make no claim to that whatsoever.
No, he's a force to be reckoned with in the realm of theology. You know what I mean? Underrated for real. EBT knows what's going on out there.
I don't know nothing.
I agree.
That's what a smart person would say. Knowledge of exactly. Knowledge of your own ignorance. See,
between EBT and TB, I honestly have to admit there, and same with you, TML. Like you guys have given me a lot of extremely insightful moments into scripture, whether it's orthodoxy, Catholic, the Quran, like.
Yeah, where's TB at? I'll smash him on his fucking orthodox bullshit. Where's he at? Where's he at?
Shout out to Toilet Bowl Earth and the Chalk Body Outline, especially Drew. Thank you for being out in my chat earlier when I was doing my Dr. Scribina presentation. I greatly appreciate everyone who was there, even though it wasn't going so well.
Yeah,
with
shout
the audio.
out to Hermitex podcast as well. Like I know Dr. Scribina is on there as well. That's one of my favorite channels as well, the Hermitex podcast.
Yeah, he's talking about panpsychism. We're gonna have him on soon.
All kinds of stuff, dude. He covers everything. He recently started doing a series on the tarot, and this dude is a professing Catholic as well. So I mean, like it's okay to understand these concepts and try to get a hold of what they mean. Like it doesn't mean that it's not witchcraft. It's not like you don't have to, but you should at least try to understand these concepts to some extent, because I will say as a Catholic that the Hermetic tradition and Kabbalah, there's a lot of
hold on, sorry to cut you off real quick. Machine Light Sterling's backstage. He's trying to get in.
Yeah, I was gonna say someone's backstage. Just trying to hop in real quick.
Okay,
I can't even see who's backstage. Are you guys having a special privilege?
No, you just click on the chat and it should show someone type it in the private chat.
Thanks for having me.
What's going on, Sterling?
How?
Everything.
Oh, at the bottom, you know where it says beside the mic and the cam has a chat.
I don't know how to see that.
You see that on the Streamlard? You see where you can turn on your mic and turn on your camera, right?
Well, they know each other. They can't see who I have, but they know each other or whatever.
No, but saying like
or can y'all see who I have backstage somehow?
I can't see who's backstage. I don't know.
No, I'm saying I'm EBT. If you click on, if you see the mic and the cam icon, on Streamlard. Yeah, you see beside it says chat, right?
Yeah, no, I do not.
You don't see the chat? You see, it says mic, cam, chat.
You're talking about private chat. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
he wrote in the private chat.
Okay,
yeah. When you're backstage
in the private chat. Yeah, I see you now, Sterling. What's up, man?
Oh, everything's good. I just searched for open panels and I changed my filter to live, and that's how I found your channel.
Yeah, for sure, man. You're welcome, man.
But I subscribe. Please carry on. I just want to be part of the conversation.
For sure, no worries, man. Yeah, we're talking about some shit out here. It's all good.
Some deep conversations. It's a channel to come up here and just spill your beans if you want to.
Some deep shit out here. Yeah, Slime News is right. We keeping it heavy out here, but not too heavy. I mean, I'm just having a chat out here, but I'll probably shut it down a little while because it is 4 a.m. where the fuck I'm at. But yeah, I'm out here in Detroit. I don't know where y'all at. Yeah. Some of y'all in Toronto and shit. And,
oh man, I'm like right across the river from you, from Detroit. Like it is 4 a.m. here.
Yep, that's where these cats are from. We got a couple people from Canada out here, so you know.
I'm in Uruguay right now. Uruguay.
Okay.
Uruguay.
South America, right?
Exactly.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah,
How is it?
yeah, y'all got Muslims out there, man. They got Muslims in South America now, huh?
I would imagine, like, I mean, I just came out here about a week or two ago, so I mean, I would imagine they do.
Oh.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you're from out there. I thought you're living out there permanently.
No. I'm just traveling. I'm from South Carolina.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. How you like it? How you like it down there so far?
So far, it's good. Before this, I had been in Colombia for 6 months. I like Colombia better.
Ooh.
I came down here, and turns out it's winter time, so I had to buy some warm clothes and stuff. But so far, it's cool. It's all right.
You said it's winter time?
Yeah, it's winter in Uruguay.
How?
Well, you know, it's physics and stuff. I can't quite explain.
Damn, dude, are you a flat earther?
The equator.
I mean, it has to do with the sun and all these different things. I don't know.
Oh, that's crazy. That's a nice little stuff.
But yeah, it's not that bad at all.
What's the degrees out right now?
So like this week, the low is gonna be like 40 degrees and the high 62. So it's really not bad.
Oh, okay.
Hey man, I just want to say peace out to all y'all. Great conversation, great topic. I'll be subscribing.
Thank you, man.
Come hit me up.
Man.
I want to join the panel. I'm gonna probably turn on my notification bell, to be honest, because it's like you learn something. You're enlightened to a different part of my brain, like you're saying, like and that's the next thing. Hey man, forget the school systems like this. The world we live in, information is so obtainable from like just smart people right next door, and they might not be right next door, but I'm saying I love the topics we're on.
Yeah, check out my videos on my channel, man. I talk about the Bible, I talk about philosophy, I talk about all fucking subjects under the sun. I talk about political science. I talk about the eye on the dollar bill and shit, where the fuck that comes from. I talk about all that shit, man. Yeah,
for sure. I'll be there. You'll see my subscription right now.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, go ahead, man. You're welcome to be out here and learn with the machine lies. We mainly cover religious hoaxes and philosophy of technology. So that's what.
I'm really interested. I would like. There's so much more I'd say and talk about and want to learn about, but like I'm saying, there's always room for another day. I'm just gonna soak in what we were talking about. All of us that were on the panel and everything in the comments. But like, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, have a blessed day, man. Yeah, thank you
too.
for coming through, man. Yeah, for sure.
All right, Diamond, take it easy.
Take care, brother. And shout out to Nana. Stay warm, Nana. It's winter in Brisbane.
Cheers.
Damn.
That's nice.
Cold as fuck.
Yeah. So what are you guys into? You guys into crime and anything like that? Crime news?
Oh shit. Is that that's what you cover, isn't it, Slime News? You cover criminal shit. So what type of shit is going on, man? What's going on the criminal front, man?
I was gonna say
any weird shit's going on? Any fucking weird trials going on, man? What the fuck's going on?
Well, I was gonna follow the YNW Melly trial, but like I got like a YouTube strike, so I couldn't post for like a good month. So I have to post tomorrow, and I had like this crime documentary about Aiden Fuchs.
What was that? He's a rapper who killed somebody?
Yeah, supposedly he had a double murder. So and
then he made a song about it.
Yeah, he made a song about I don't even really listen to the guy, to be honest. I just learned more about the trial.
Damn.
Yeah, you heard about that, right? It's called like Murder on My Mind or something like that, right?
Murder on My Mind.
Yo, were you talking about Young Millie?
Yeah,
yeah, no, that whole song literally it's called Murder on My Mind. And it's
That's
about
ridiculous.
him murdering people. Like it ties
ridiculous.
in with the Memphis like 666 shit. And,
yeah, it is pretty ridiculous still, because it's like you do that and you make the song and then you're on trial and then it's just so stupid. Like, why would you even make a song about that? And you did it.
Isn't that the same thing that happened to Snoop Dogg?
I guess
so
so,
many
but like,
rappers have done this over the years. It's like not even funny.
but his was less more severe on the stance of how these guys said it was a drive-by. Like they staged it as a drive-by, so allegedly, right? But the forensics already proved that there was no drive-by. So that's like everything got messed up. Yeah. But right now they just had a mistrial. So they gotta wait like a week to see if they want to retrial. They got like 90 days. And then the co-defendants, his trial's coming up in October, right? And from what's going on in this trial, YNW Melly is basically putting all the blame on him, his co-defendant. And his trial is coming up in October. So basically everyone's saying like he should just like tell the truth, quote unquote snitch, right? Because he's basically facing life in prison. You know, so and people are saying it's stupid to go to jail for somebody, you know what I'm saying, go to jail for something that you didn't do. You know what I'm saying? But because of the street code, you're like, okay, you don't want to snitch and all this stuff, but it's stupid to go to jail for the rest of your life for something that you didn't do. Right? So
oh man, the amount of lawyers like he can afford, and like we were talking about earlier with the laundering schemes and stuff like that, like this guy's like he's literally laughing in court. Like I've been watching it too.
Yeah,
It's
it's stupid.
just snippets of it, and like he doesn't have to say a thing. He doesn't have to do anything. Like he's got a fucking phenomenal defense attorney, and I mean we've seen who was it? Like didn't the baby murder someone or like kill someone in self-defense?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the baby. Yeah. See, that was self-defense, so it's not really, you know, like it's not really much to talk about it. But these guys were just murdered in cold blood, basically like an execution. They're killed in their sleep.
Oh,
and then basically after when they staged the drive-by, they basically shot them up again after they're already killed. So when the medical examiner came into court, they said that there's no hemorrhage on these shots. So basically, she's saying that the kill shots were to the head, and then they're shot up after they're dead. You see, because when the bullets went in their body, there was no blood flow. There's no blood oozing out. So that's how they knew that there was no drive-by. And plus, they found a shell casing inside the car, and they figured out that the kill shots came from inside the car to the left of the head. But they said how the drive-by happened, the shots were coming to the right. So it just doesn't make sense. Right?
Damn.
Yeah, so and it's just all crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like you just got to be honest in certain situations. Like somebody kills two people, like he should face the consequences. You know what I'm saying? Like
no,
it just
I agree.
doesn't make
like
sense.
I agree. Like and the really messed up part is again like when you can afford lawyers like that and you've got that kind of clout, like you can walk away from those charges. Like a lot of people have.
Yeah, exactly. Because when you pay the high end lawyers, and then sometimes you might even do stuff on the low, like a little crumple pay off a little juror to say this and that. You know what I'm saying? To vote in your favor. You can have somebody come up and be a witness on your behalf and lie. You know what I'm saying? You're just paying some money because they even brought up in court because the prosecution asked one of the ex-girlfriend's moms about some sort of payment that went into her account, because before she said one thing and then now she's saying something different, and then they realized that it was like $5,000 that just got deposited into her account. So they're basically saying that she got paid off to say something different.
$5,000.
Yeah, I know. It's soft $5,000, right? But it's like, okay, if you get something, you'll probably get more after, along the way in your life. But it just,
no, for sure.
You just gotta not put yourself in situations, predicaments like that. You know what I'm saying? Because right now he's basically throwing his friend under the bus, and now his friend, his co-defendant, might go down for the charge, and he might walk. So it's just the whole situation is stupid. Like, to me, like, I don't really follow the rap in this day and age because I think it's just really stupid. Like it's not like the old school rap, because even like the old school rap, they're gangsters, they live the street life, but they also still told you, oh, you don't want to live this life, go to school, get your education, you don't want to be on the streets, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna end up dead or in jail. But nowadays the rappers, they just talk about, oh, like party, girls, lean, shooting up anybody. They don't really tell anybody to go to school and just live a normal civilized life. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's convenient where the camera's on. It's like, oh, yeah, say something positive for the crowd. And it's like, oh, stay in school. And it's like, okay. But all the other times, it's just like, oh, yeah, murder on my mind and all that bullshit. Also,
I agree. I mean, like we've seen a significant shift. Like we were talking about music earlier and whatnot, and the influence it can have over society. Like You look at early 90s rap, man, like prime example, like Eminem, like he was straight up promoting like healthy lifestyles and doing the right things, and then the record label was like, no, that's not kosher. Like you gotta switch it up. And you honestly think intelligent people like Ice Cube and Dr. Dre and stuff, they're going out there and they're openly promoting themselves as NWA and whatnot. Like there wasn't like a major promotional like push behind all of that shit to get kids, like you're saying, into that culture, into that lifestyle. Meanwhile, when you look at their early careers, the vast majority of them, they were not pushing this diatribe. They weren't pushing this kind of ideology onto people.
Well, the one other thing I'll say is like, there's this cross cultural shift where like all the white kids now and all the Muslim kids now and everybody wants to be like a gangster. You know what I mean? Everybody thinks that they're like, I want to sell drugs too. I want to do this. It's like, and then you talk to someone who actually been in the lifestyle. They're like, they tell you how it really is. It's like they're like, why the fuck would anybody want to be in this?
Exactly. It's just the influence of being and looking cool. That's basically what it is. Because I don't know if you guys know about the Law and Crime Network, the YouTube channel where they cover all like the trials. You guys heard about that?
I've seen that.
Yeah. So they have a poll. Yeah, they have a poll, and it's like, is Melly is gonna be found guilty, not guilty, or is a hung jury? And it's like 65% is like, not guilty. He didn't do anything. There's no evidence. Blah 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 blah. But it's like obviously they're like fans, bots, and kids, right? And they don't know about the whole situation. It's basically they have all the evidence they need except a video of him actually shooting the people. So that's why it's weird that it was like, I think they said today it was like 9-3, him not guilty for the jurors. And it's like, to me, it just seems like the people in the jurors are just not even paying attention. Like they don't even know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny how people be like, oh, R.I.P. so and so, right? But then when they figure out, oh, it's their favorite artist, favorite, celebrity on who's being accused of the murder, it's like, oh, free so and so, and they completely forget about the victim and their families. Because when they said today was the mistrial, I was like, oh, everyone's happy that Melly's he didn't get found guilty. But it's like, one of the mothers of the victims came out and said, hello guys, I still have a dead son. What is everybody celebrating? And that's just like the disrespect of the whole culture. Like it just makes no sense.
That's a very valid point, actually. Again, you see these people like smiling and joking and laughing in the courtroom.
Right.
What impact is that having on those people's life? And EBT brings this up very frequently, and no one's perfect. Okay, no one's a saint. We've all got a past. We've all got a history. So, to just automatically push these people out of that frame of reasonability where it's like, yeah, you know what, they had potential that maybe they could have done something, and now like, yeah, we've got these multiple victims like who, and I'm not trying to like victim blame or anything like that either. Like, I get it. It's a two-way street, but yeah, no, like just his general demeanor in court and his general disposition is like, if I was a prosecutor or judge or anything, and I saw someone behaving that way, it would not like be beneficial for them. Like, it's just, it's an abhorrent way to project yourself in a situation like you're saying, where multiple people are dealing with loss, and you think it's funny, you think it's a fucking joke.
Yep.
And it's not. Like General
Exactly
would state it isn't.
Yeah, especially a double murder. Like, come on, you shouldn't be smiling at all. Because I don't know if you heard about the football player who was on the trial. Oh, what's that?
This is the book I was looking for like the last 20 minutes, but it's meaning in Western architecture, but like it shows how like cymatics. Sorry, I got the camera all wrong, or I can't get it right. It shows how cymatics was part of designing a lot of these buildings and stuff.
Okay, that looks pretty cool. Still,
I can't get the I'm mirrored or something. I can't get it right.
Yeah,
But
tilted the other way. Yeah, you almost got it. Yeah, well, that's good enough. Yeah, it's
there
very
you go.
interesting.
It shows how cymatics was part of the designing a lot of these buildings. This pretty cool book, Meeting in Western Architecture.
Yeah. Pretty interesting.
I got some bookmarks in it, and I'll look at them. Man, take me off screen. Wow, I'm full screen. Take me off screen.
Well, did you guys talking about that stuff?
We were talking about it earlier.
What do you go on live on YouTube?
I'm sorry, what?
Like, do you go live on YouTube talking about what you're talking about right there in the book?
Well, this in particular, no, I haven't done a stream on that yet. You can follow me at Enslaved by Truth on YouTube as well as Instagram if you would like. But
Hey, I have two questions really quick. EBT, when's your Navy SEAL Part 2 coming out? And Machine Lies, what happened to your Scorbina thing today? You're gonna put it back up?
Yeah, I'll let EBT go first on his.
I was gonna do it last night, okay, but then we did the 5-hour stream with shirtless Jim Bob and all that stuff the night before, and I lost my motivation. And then tonight I have the stream ready and I was gonna do it perhaps tonight, but then I felt like I wanted to join in on this stream, so I don't know. It'll happen sometime.
Thank you for joining.
It'll happen sometime eventually. Whatever. It'll happen sometime eventually.
Yeah, and we're gonna do a Discordianism stream.
We're gonna do Discordian stream eventually.
Down the road. Eventually in life, we will get to a Discordian.
I'm not very Saturnian, so like I'm not into like schedules and like time frames and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
It'll happen. It'll happen.
It's tentative. You know, it's tentative for us, but I'll tell you what's not tentative is that Scorbina episode, brother Neurojack. That's coming out in 3 days. But the problem with that is that the fucking audio got fried on the first half of that shit. So I gotta write subtitles on that shit. So I'm gonna write, but it's grueling work to like sit there and like see every fucking thing we said and write it down and then fucking write it on the video. Unfortunately, that's how I'll have to produce it because the audio.
They have an app that can listen to what you're saying and write the words for you though. I don't remember the name of it, but there's some sort of app you can use to process the video, I think.
Yeah, that might have been a lot easier. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want them to get the words wrong, and the audio is so shitty. You know what I mean? I mean, I have no idea how reliable that kind of app would be. You know, I just figured I'd just fucking do it myself. But you know, it'll be out in 3 days, hopefully. But we'll have Dr. Scorbina back on. It's not very easy to listen to what the fuck we're saying, but you know, it is what it is. You know, shit got fucked up. But you know, every time Scorbina's on like some show, it like the internet gets attacked and shit. So there is that weird like they're trying to shut down Dr. Scorbina for real. But you know, I've had
same thing with DBT. Every time I'm trying to grab some new shit, somebody comes out and says, you know.
EBT, that's you with the random Griff stream live?
That's so fucking weird. It froze me right.
Yeah, you know, and then Paul and Slave come out yesterday talking shit about me, and then I was like, I'd lost all motivation after that. I was like, I don't know if I want to even do a stream.
You gotta get Paul up here. You know, I don't know why Paul doesn't come out here. I mean, I know he might have seen me or heard about me, but yeah, I want to have a conversation with Paul and Slave. If anybody could send him my way, that would be cool. You know, just tell him that I do a live stream here and I'd like to talk to him about different things and issues and stuff, because I'm afraid to go on other people's show. You know, I was on Jim Bob's show and mid-sentence, he just threw me off the fucking show. I'm like, I'm never going on nobody's fucking show again. They're going to cut me off mid-sentence and just throw me off. I'm like, no, motherfuckers. I'm going to get to finish my sentence.
Well, most of these people have no respect for motherfuckers, though, to be honest. Like, that's probably just the way it's going to go.
That's
Paula's gonna throw you out. Jim Bob's gonna throw you out. You know, the one you would probably count on was EBT. EBT's never gonna throw anybody out of a live stream, but
That's right. Neither is the machine lies.
Neither is the machine lies. We're equal opportunity here.
We don't even do that out here. Yeah, but
very ecumenical.
I'll be there.
Very ecumenical here.
Don't speak too soon.
Yeah, I just so I'll be there next time.
For sure, dude.
I've booted off some panels before too. It happens, you know. You never know. And I like to join random panels like what I'm doing right now. And you never know. Like sometimes you don't even know what the subject matter
Where
is.
they at? How did you find this panel? You said you searched on YouTube panel discussions?
No, I searched. Sometimes I'll do open panel, and then sometimes I'll do StreamYard. I think this one was open panel, and then you have to.
Oh shit!
And then you.
So what you want about Sterling? What you on about?
And then you have to change your filters to live.
Yeah, I do that too sometimes. I just put open channel live.
Coconut's so good. gang. Coconut's so good. Is that what you're looking for or no?
I'm sorry, what?
Gang. Coconut's so good. Gang. Coconut's so good. Is that what you're looking for or no? No,
Yeah.
he's confused. He doesn't know
What is that? What is that?
That's
you don't know what that is? The NPC TikTok shit.
Oh no, I'm not really on TikTok. TikTok. That's kind of weird for me. So because I had it before, but it's like every time you log into TikTok,
gang.
It just makes you watch a weird video. You know what I'm saying? It just makes you also watch a weird video right off the bat.
Yeah,
like
I don't fuck with TikTok.
Ice cream. Yes.
But
that's so good.
MK Ultra good.
No, when I came in, y'all were talking about religion. That's why.
There we go.
Yeah, the religious talk is a deep talk. Yeah, it draws people in. Trust me, Sterling.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna play some videos out here while I make a prayer here, so you guys enjoy some of Toilet Bowl Earth's videos here for a second here, and please subscribe to Toilet Bowl Earth. Also featured on many panel discussions on Toilet Bowl Earth's channel. You know what I'm saying? So me and EBT are out there too. So subscribe to The Machine Lies. Subscribe to Enslaved by Truth, and subscribe to Toilet Bowl Earth. I'm too lazy to type that shit out. But,
It's all
right.
But subscribe to Slime News too. All one word too. All one word.
Slime News and Diamond.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop this documentary tomorrow on Aiden Fucci. He killed his 13-year-old team.
Subscribe to that motherfucker right there.
Man, where's our homeboy that was here? Diamond some shit. Diamond
Genesis.
Diamond
We
Genesis.
need the
Diamond
mod in the
G.
chat. Where's Jessica Jade in the chat to be posting these links? She ain't
I
here.
gotta find Diamond Genesis. Yeah, man. I remember I started my stream. I had one fucking viewer, and it was Jessica Jane. It was Jessica Jane, Holmes. So Jessica Jane is a real truth. Is a real truth out here. You know what I mean?
Word.
Jessica Jane.
Let it run, son. Let it run.
Okay, here we go out here. You guys enjoy this.
Full screen.
Gang. Gang. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Gang. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Balloon. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Balloon.
It didn't last long enough.
It really didn't.
Okay, so there's this whole trend. I'll fill in. There's this whole trend called like NPC TikTok right now, and Pinky Doll, that chick was in there. Pinky Doll is like probably the best one in the genre. But like, so that chick that was in, she makes $6,000 fucking dollars a TikTok live stream doing that shit. People send in chats or stickers or whatever, and she responds to them, and she makes $6,000 a fucking live chat doing that, doing gang gang, ice cream so good. Like she makes $6,000 a live chat doing that. If you believe that's real or not, I don't know.
Hold on. Explain what she does again. She plays this song, right?
No. Our boy Toilet Bowl Earth made a remix of her shit, but that's her live stream.
Yeah, there's a video of her doing this shit.
Yeah. Her live stream is her doing for like 2 hours reacting to chat comments to where she just does that. She'll do gang gang, coconut so good. Oh yeah, make me like a cowboy. Like she just responds to the super chats or whatever. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
This is her.
Meow. Hee haw. Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. And you ready to? Oh, thank you, Fruity.
I just see something like this on YouTube too.
Balloon. That was good. Coconut. Hey, hi. Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. I'm kind of gruff.
This is Pinky Doll, and with the rate at which she's growing from this trend, she'll end up being more well-known than the Bible at this point. She has exploded from this. 50,000 viewers during her most recent NPC stream, and apparently, according to reports, eyewitness accounts, she went for 5 hours of doing that nonstop.
Good fucking Lord.
What?
She does it without even breaking character.
5 hours. Yep.
So I have a suggestion. Let's start a series. We'll start a new YouTube channel, and we'll just say, hey guys, the trending new side hustle for 2023 is make a deep fake of a girl like this, and set it up on your TikTok, and you'll make $6,000 a day.
She might be a deep fake though, is what I'm thinking. I'm not sure if she's real or not. Though she perfectly maintains this character for hours on end. Like she'll get a flat iron and put a popcorn kernel on it, hold it, and then react to the chat doing the same thing for hours and hours and hours on end. Like and you could even hear like people in the background doing stuff in her house. It's so weird. It really is so weird.
So what was her first live that went viral? She was doing the same thing?
MK Ultra.
I don't know that.
It's MK Ultra.
It's MK Ultra for sure.
Yeah, definitely, because that's just weird as hell.
It gets stuck in your head. It gets stuck in your head. You'll be saying gang gang for the next couple days.
No, they're doing it.
What's the next part?
They're doing it to influence the women to instead of be an OnlyFans girl, you can go be an NPC, and then you'll see like this whole trend of autistic girls doing this shit for probably the next few years.
Oh my god. Hey man, if it's making money, then shit. I'm gonna have to make my own deep fake myself.
You just gotta cut your dick off and start dressing like a hood rat.
Oh no, I no. In this day and age, I don't have to cut nothing off. I'll just identify as a woman, right? Just identify as a woman. And if anybody has a problem with that, then I can get them canceled. That's the new trend now, just canceling people who don't agree with you. You notice how they basically took away the dislike. So you can't see the dislikes on the video. So it's basically just like everyone's just liking everything they view.
Yeah,
Instead
but
of
the thing,
somebody just
but remember, the world is still ruled by a evil patriarchy that objectifies sexually women. So you know you gotta still look the part.
This
You
is the
talking about
weird thing
Biden?
is that other people do the same thing, but they're not as addictive as she is, though.
Yeah, well, you gotta have an attractive girl too at the same time that just draws people in regardless.
No,
Right?
there's a lot of other attractive girls that try to do. I got hiccups. There's a lot of other girls that try to do the same thing,
Drink some water, drink some water.
and they're not the same though. Like you would listen to this girl for like 15 minutes, and it really ingrains in your fucking brain. Like you cannot get away from it. You'll be like, your whole brain will be gang gang, coconut's so good. Gang gang, coconut's so good.
That's why you gotta just leave after 2 seconds so it doesn't stick in your head.
Even if you do it for 2 seconds, you're fucked, bro. 2 seconds, you're fucked. They got you. They got you.
That's how they got you, eh? Because you do that song off by heart. What's the other part? Coconuts are what? Coconuts are good?
Coconut's so good. Gang gang. Coconut's so good. Gang gang. Yeah.
I swear there's like a lab where they just get like sounds, music, and words and just put them all together and be like, okay, which one is brainwashing to most people? And then they do like a test
I
survey.
didn't even know who the fuck she was. My boy TBA made a whole fucking remix of her before I even knew. Oh my god, hiccups like a
You know, you do hold your breath for like 10 seconds and then drink some water. That might help. Or plug your nose, do something like that. I never seen somebody plug
it's
their nose
weird.
to get
Like
rid of
it's like a reaction. Like it's like how they did the reaction videos, but this is like pure reaction. Like there's no like content there to react to. It's just like the same meme over and over. So it's like you're reacting. It's like an automated reaction. So it's like, wow. I don't know.
So
Like
they say this comes from a Japanese phenomenon called Tamagotchi girlfriends. Is where this comes from.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. It's the same thing as the old school Tamagotchi pets, where you would just like, but it's in a TikTok way to where you're just like,
yeah, it's like a mini pop star like that people fall in love
but
with.
it's costing you money every time you do something. It costs you $1 or whatever. So,
yeah.
So I got the hiccups bad. I got it.
It's all good. It's pretty entertaining in terms of drunk EBT. You know what I'm saying? It's entertainment for the masses. That's how we are out here.
Oh, he's struggling. Oh, you got that screw face on. You want some hiccups gone.
Need that. Need some of that Tums. Straight up.
But you know what would be good if we can just figure out something that's trending and something that can go viral too. We can all make it big. Have our own little TikToks trending or something.
It don't work that way. It don't work that way, unfortunately, though.
I know, but I know it's weird, right? Just something's gonna happen out of the blue.
Yeah, this isn't so much like following. This isn't so much making a trend as it is just completely fucking following one with no input at all. Like it's kind of a strange. Like I think like it's interesting because it's like a reaction video, but like you're not really reacting. But it's like interactivity with no content. It's like you can tell somebody to respond to shit and they'll respond on cue with some shit. And it's like that increases the level of interactivity, but it really like there's really nothing there.
It's a Tamagotchi is what it is. This fucking Tamagotchi pet. You can feed it.
My wife loves that shit. Yeah, my wife wanted one of those as an
I'm
engagement
about to go.
ring.
I'm about. Hold up. I'm about to go get one. Hold up. I'm hiccuping like a motherfucker.
Yeah, those little toys were addictive back in the day. It was like owning your own like pet or baby as a pet, you know. So
Yeah.
once people just figure out what attracts people very very easy, they push it out in floods, you know. And that's basically what I think that's what TikTok really is, just like a brainwashing app, because it's working real fast and easy. Because
Well,
you do
let me
like
tell you guys. Let me tell you guys something. If you look at the Chinese version of TikTok, it's totally different. It's like longer form video. It's like family shit. It's comedy, but it's nothing like the one we got. It's totally opposite.
I heard that they cut it off at like 10 o'clock or 12 or something like that. They can't be on it past a certain time.
Never heard that.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that part, but I know for sure, like it's like they don't allow that like degenerate shit on there. You know what I mean? Like they don't I never saw any of that stuff on the Chinese version.
Yeah, because China's a strict country where they block out a lot of stuff. Because we don't have the same internet, right?
No,
They can't.
well, what I mean is the culture over there, like they don't want that stuff in their culture. Like they don't like they do have some of this like weird like transgenderism and stuff going on, but it's very like frowned upon. You know, like
yeah,
they don't really want people like promoting that shit and like promoting like what like they don't really have like women dressed scantily clad and doing all this. You know what I mean? Like it's just not something that's the weird thing about it is like. Here in America, it's become like this way to like indoctrinate, particularly women, into this whole weird like do it for the TikTok views. But in China, it's not like that.
I would say it's both men and women, to be honest. Like,
well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like like you see girls like dancing for their phones everywhere you go now. So it's like this whole.
Oh yeah. That's what I was talking about. The whole dancing TikTok channel. It's just like every time. That's just like I had to get off TikTok for a minute because I was just posting my content that I post on YouTube. Right, I'll post it on TikTok, Twitter as well. But every time I go on to TikTok, it makes you watch a video that you probably have no interest in, and it's always like some just weird, like just dancing, goofy video. And it's like I did not want to watch this, and I wouldn't want to watch this ever.
No, but that's the thing is like, and the girls and like the whole thing is like, I never saw anything attractive on there on TikTok, but it's weird because it's like, it's just like trying to get you to watch women doing things that are supposed to be sexy, but it's really not. It's like nothing really sexual about it, but it's like, and even I have to admit, even IG is kind of getting more and more like that now. It's like everything is like overly sexualized women, but then it's like it's really not even that attractive. It's not even attractive though. It's like they think it's attractive, but it's not. It's really weird.
Well, it's because a lot of that is because like when you see like girls like shaking their ass on there, posting like their new breasts or their new ass or their makeup, a lot of people who haven't really interacted with women and haven't really like maybe like they could be virgins or maybe had like like it being intimate with like 1-2 girl in their life. So when they see that on Instagram, it feels like they're connecting with them. It brings them closer to girls that they think that they can't get in real life because the girls on the internet are responding to them. Like especially Twitter. Like Twitter's basically porn now.
Yeah, true. I don't even get on Twitter anymore because it's just straight up it's just too much. It's too intense for me, and like like porn doesn't really even like phase me that much anymore. But like that, the stuff on Twitter is just like way too much for me. And the thing that I didn't even think about what you're saying about guys, but for me, it's just weird because like women are living vicariously through the attention that they get, but then they get all this attention, but then they're not even interested in men. It's really like you know what I mean. They're not even really like looking for a guy. It's really weird. It's like
they're looking for just the attention to boost their status. You don't get all these people to follow me so I can get a check mark so I can do this.
It's competitive with other women. They want to show other women that they're like better than them, but then they're not even really like concerned with like what men think at all.
Have you all ever seen this this channel called Mr. Snowflake, where he makes these videos
No.
called Shape Channel? Or has anybody ever heard of this channel?
What's it called, Mr. Snowflake?
Yeah, and he makes these videos called Shaped by the Algorithm on these YouTube fuckers that are extremely popular on YouTube. I don't know if anybody's heard of Amber Lynn Reed or Eugenia Kumi or any of these people, but they're people that are they're not beautiful at all. They're actually like fucked up to look at, and
Oh
they
my
have
god.
like all these fucking followers on YouTube and shit, feeding them compliments and stuff, and living these lifestyles, and they're being shaped by what these people are telling them about themselves. Is a highly disturbing thing. This one lady, man, this one girl, Eugenia Kumi, she's actually fucking disgusting to look at. She's like fucking like about to die. She's got some kind of like horrible condition, like skinny or whatever. Man, I gotta show you guys this shit. This shit
Oh,
is
yeah,
fucked up.
you're talking about the mother of tragedy. I'm looking at it right now.
Man, this
Yeah.
shit is fuck, like the type of personalities that crop up out here, and then people just
Oh my
give them
god, she's anorexic.
people give them attention, you know what I'm saying, right? And it's actually you know, like I wouldn't even bring attention to it, but my wife watches these things, and I'm like fucking like wondering like what the fuck.
It's
Yeah,
because it's oh my bad. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't watch any of that because it's kind of like what you were saying earlier. Is I like to be in control of what I see. So anything that's gonna auto feed me videos, I don't like that. I don't like
Mhm.
ads. I don't like ads. I'll pay extra.
Oh my god, I can't stop
it. And you know, just that because I like to control what I ingest.
You ever get like something's recommended to you, and then you click, oh, don't recommend this channel to me, or I'm not interested, and the next day it's there again?
No, I haven't noticed that because I don't really click that do not recommend this to me.
Dude, I can say like literally the past year, YouTube is really bad for that. Like I had to like some of these channels I have to keep telling them I'm not interested, and it just keeps popping up anyways. It's really bizarre, dude.
Yeah, they're really trying to force it on you. That's why they, and then that's how you know that they're pushing a lot of ads. Oh my god!
I know.
It's just, you know, promotion of what? It's literally like
it's like preschool.
I don't know whether
You
to
know,
laugh or to cry at this point.
Yeah, and that's what I was just about to say, because they're showcasing this, and you don't know. Like, let's just say she's happy with what she's doing. Right? Oh my, you put on the kill.
Just
Oh
say
my,
she's happy.
you know what I mean? It's like, okay, let's just pretend she's happy, whatever, right? I'm just assuming. Like, let's just look at it. Okay, like she's getting views. Let's just say she's getting paid off YouTube. She's making money. Let's say, okay, that's good
I
for
like
her,
my
right?
fat body. Put my kilt
Oh my
on.
god.
Y'all guys.
But you know what I'm saying, though, right? Like, and then the next thing you know, like, oh my god, pull it together, EVP, pull it together. But you know what I'm saying, though? Like, and then like a week or two, you hear like, oh, she committed suicide or something like that, right? And it's like, yo, like just a minute ago in her video, she's looking all happy, she's making money, but it's like sometimes they do this for their own enjoyment, their own, you know what I'm saying, like. So they feel it, but sometimes it's just like they're forced to because people around them are like, "Oh, do this, and it can make our family situation better." Because you know she's making money, she's bringing the bread, and everybody around them is being happy.
Does
But
anybody
then,
know how to put a kilt on?
oh my
Does
god!
does the one thing go through the one thing? I think that's how.
You should know this by now. You're the only one with it.
I think that one's. Sorry, talk so much
Ready for
yourself.
battle out here.
I think people and like especially kids can just get addicted to that live streaming, just addicted to it more than the money that's coming. just addicted to the attention, you know. And and Slime News, you said you cover like true crime and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm following that Delphi case right now.
Oh,
Which
the
case?
Delphi. I got a lot of shit on the Delphi case.
Yeah.
Which case is that?
Oh man,
The Delphi, Indiana case, bro. I've been following that for years.
Me too.
What do you think about that? I think the cops were
Is that on the
involved.
is that on the line
Cops
crime
were
number?
involved with the Delphi case. I think the cops were the guys that fucking killed those girls.
Wow. I haven't seen any evidence to say that, but I mean, I don't know.
You really think it was the guy that they just are arresting for that on the Delphi case?
I'm not convinced of that. Richard Allen? Yeah, no, I'm not convinced of that. So basically, y'all, like, if you don't mind me telling the story real quick.
I don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, because I never heard about it.
All right, so
got me. I do look like the Delphi murderer, though. To be honest, though.
It was like February 2007.
Down the hill, girls, down the hill.
2017 in Delphi, Indiana, and these two girls, like, they had a Monday off of school, and they walked across this bridge, like on this like trail, this public trails, and it's a bridge, and they got to the other side of it, and some guy across, right, and one of the girls actually was like, "Who's this creepy guy?" She took her phone out and filmed him as he was walking towards her, and you could hear the dude say, like, "Down the hill, guys, down the hill," and then it ends, right. And
And that's only what the police would release for many years. They only released this one little tidbit of that information for many years. But go ahead, continue.
Sure. First, they released, I think, just a photo, and then they released a very short video of him walking. Then they released the audio, and it was like a 43-second in total video or something like that. But anyway, it's been a mystery as far as who committed the murder of the two girls. He took them down the hill and killed them. Long story short, and they don't know who did it. But they just arrested this guy, like, after, like, what, 5-6 years of nothing. And this guy was
Richard Allen.
Richard Allen is his name. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah,
I'm not convinced. And so basically, the worst thing that they got on him. The most damning piece of evidence is a bullet that was found at the crime scene. But the girls weren't.
He had a Sig Sauer 226 is what they say. What they're saying now.
That's the weapon that he had. Yeah, and so they found an extracted bullet at the scene. So in other words, the girls were killed with a knife, but for some reason, a bullet was found at the crime scene, and it wasn't fired; it was extracted. Like, so
right. They say that there was an ejected round because he had one in the chamber and he ejected one in the chamber as well, and there's one at the. They also said, though, early on, and this is what led into a bunch of weird conspiracy theories, is that they said there was a bunch of, like, mutilation at the murder site and stuff, that the girls were, like, decapitated, and, like, there's all kind of satanic rituals shit and all this kind of shit.
Been rumors of all kinds of stuff, but yeah, the police said it was staged, like the crime scene was staged.
Yeah, staged. Yeah, exactly is what they say. Yeah.
But so anyway, they basically tied that bullet. They claim they can tie an extracted bullet, a bullet that was never fired, to the gun that it came from, and they've matched it to his because he admitted to being there, and that's what they got. Now some people are saying that science isn't reliable, but I had never heard of that before. Like, of course, a bullet that was fired, sure, they can trace that, but a bullet that was ejected or extracted.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at it around. It says Richard Allen's confession surfaces. So what did he confess to? Just being at the crime scene?
So, well, he did that the day after the crime. He told that he was there. He told everything, and he didn't say that he saw. He said he never saw the girls that got murdered. But anyway, he confessed allegedly to his wife because they've been keeping him in prison. I think they denied him bail or bond or whatever, and so he's been in prison, not jail. He's been in prison, and he's going crazy. And on a phone call, allegedly, he admitted to doing whatever he's charged with. But
that could be.
We hadn't heard it. We ain't seen transcripts or nothing, so we don't know.
I always thought the chief of police and the sheriff were the guys that were involved with the whole thing. Is the way that I always looked at it. Have you guys looked? How deep have you looked into the Delphi murder? Have you looked into like the whole underground tunnel thing that is related to the Delphi, where that Delphi bridge is and shit? There's this whole underground tunnel thing that's related to the whole thing and stuff.
I've heard that there's tunnels down there, but then I heard somebody say that wasn't true. So I don't know. Tell me about it.
No, well, so that whole area was like an old mining area, and there are like all these tunnels that connect through all these through that whole entire area. And because it doesn't make sense, because they searched that area for like days and they didn't find the bodies. But then when they did find the bodies, they were like literally like right there underneath the bridge. So part of the theory is that like the bodies were brought out days afterwards and staged by the creek, like by where they would be found and stuff. Yeah, shout out to Croco. This is why I found out about this murder, was from Croco, because Croco was covering this for a long time, and then I got interested in it, and to me it was a huge mystery. And the deeper you got into it, the more things that did not make sense with this whole thing. But for me, the biggest thing was that like the chief of police guy and the sheriff were super fucking sus to me. Like none of it ever made sense to me. Like what they were, their whole thing. But
yeah, I didn't mean to derail it, but like it's an interesting case. Like he said, the last thing I'll say about it is they released 2 different sketches. Like they came out with one sketch.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
They came out with one sketch who looked like a dude with a beard, and he looked like he's about 40, 45, maybe, I don't know, 50. And then what was it, like some years later, they were
a young guy. The next sketch was a young guy. Yeah.
Completely different.
Who are they getting these sketches from? Like, who's telling them?
They never explained it. And then they went on to say, like, yeah.
The sketches were based off the videos that they never fully released, right? Because they only released like a few frames from the girl's, cell phone footage, and they're making the sketch off. And there was like somebody that allegedly saw somebody, because he parked his car. The guy parked his car at some location that was like a few miles down the road from like where you would get on to walk down the trail to go to that bridge and shit. But like, yeah, none of it ever made sense. It was very suspect.
Anyway,
so
that's
they were never shot. They were stabbed.
Exactly.
No, they did release it, and I don't know if they released all the full details, but I'm not sure whether or not they said exactly what the crime scene was.
They said they were killed with an edged weapon, I believe is what they said.
Yeah.
So but they weren't shot at all though. They weren't shot at all though. Yeah. And they just found
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know if they released the full details. For years, they said that the crime scene was so horrific that they didn't want to release any details about the crime scene, because they felt that it would compromise the investigation if they released any of the details of the crime scene. They were even going so far as saying that the crime scene was some kind of satanic ritual, perhaps where the girls were decapitated and it was some kind of ritual sacrifice and shit.
Hold on. Were they decapitated?
Allegedly, that's the thing. The cops didn't talk at all. They didn't talk. They didn't explain themselves. They just didn't talk. So you heard all kinds of rumors and speculation. And one of them was that one of the girls was nearly decapitated.
Yeah, nearly decapitated was
Well, this would go back to kind of what we were talking about a few hours ago, which is, a lot of these people who are officials may be tied to some kind of secret society shit. I mean, I'm not saying it's always the case, but, I think it's probably more often the case than people want to think it is.
Yeah, because it's kind of weird
That's
because
the weird thing about the tunnels there because they're connected to like Freemasonry and like the guy the Indiana State Police guy there is like a pretty sus individual. He's been involved in like all kinds of weird cases to where they weren't solved and like
His name is Doug Carter, and that other case.
Carter. Carter was involved in all kinds of cases to where like they didn't get solved, and it was almost like perhaps maybe he was the guy involved in all these investigations and shit. Like it's a very interesting. But there was the fat guy that was like the county sheriff or whatever, and he looked exactly like the video that they released of the guy the bridge guy, what they called the bridge guy in the investigation. The fat sheriff from the county looked exactly like the bridge guy. Like it was.
And check this out. My friend Anthony Greeno has a channel. I don't know if you know him. And he called the hotline and tipped in the sheriff. Said he thought it was him.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
That's crazy, but you gotta have more information on that, especially for the sheriff. You gotta have some like concrete.
It's a deep murder mystery. Anybody that's into murder mystery, like the Delphi murders, is a deep one, bro. Like
that's crazy because like you're basically in a stage. So like they basically, are you saying they placed the bodies there or they placed the bullet there so they can connect it to the Richard Allen?
They definitely placed the bodies there because when they did the initial searches, they didn't find the bodies there.
So they were found about a quarter mile away. They weren't directly under the bridge, and it was dark at night. And the sheriff called off the search on the night that they went missing. He called it off. Said it's too dangerous, so we'll come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. 10 a.m. tomorrow.
He's on it. He's on it.
And so then they found him the next day.
No, it was 3 days later, though, wasn't it?
No, it was the next morning. It was the next day.
Are you sure? I don't think that's the case. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
But that's weird, though.
But then they connected the guy that owned the property that was adjacent to the bridge or whatever, and then the guy that owned the property adjacent to the bridge was involved in all these other kind of weird fucking shit as well.
Ron Logan?
But like they always said that you could be on the bridge and see the murder site though when they said that they found the girls though, right? Am I wrong on that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And it might have been just the case that I don't know that it was dark or that, I think they went missing about 4 p.m. So it was getting dark about that time. It was winter. And I don't know if you could, I don't think you could see it from the bridge. I'm not sure. But
and then there was that weird thing because just a few months ago, they connected that other guy that was connected because part of it was like these girls were going out to meet some guy they met on like Tinder or Snapchat or some shit. And then so there was this one guy that got brought up on charges related to it, and then they released him of the charges.
Check this out. This dude named Keegan Klein was is a child pornographer. He got charged with counts of child porn, right? And he texted one of the girls the day before, allegedly on Instagram, or within 24 hours, and was like, "Hey, what's said something. We don't know what he said, but he was asking something about meeting up, perhaps, is what the cops implied. But it turns out that that was completely unrelated. Just it appears to be. They haven't connected it, even though that guy is a child pornographer and allegedly tried to meet up with her the day before. So it's just
he's in prison now, still though. He's still in prison now. The guy that they got on those charges as well.
Yeah, he's about to take. Yeah, he's about
these
to.
Guys these guys are 13 and 14, and you guys are saying they're gonna meet some people off Tinder.
It was Instagram. It was Snapchat.
Oh, Instagram.
Snapchat. Yeah, Snapchat. Yeah.
Damn. And they're just by themselves like that?
Yeah, it was like a month. It was like a month.
I mean, her cousin dropped them off to go on the trail to go across the bridge. That's how we know that they went across the bridge, because they were dropped off there. But I guess there's a government, what was it? CPS or food stamp. There's some kind of government thing nearby the trail where they saw a vehicle or whatever, and that was part of the leads. For years, they were trying to track this vehicle that was at this facility near the drop off point or whatever, but they never really connected it. It's a very strange story, very very strange story.
Yeah, because it says that at 2:07, one of the girls posted a photo of them walking across the bridge, and they reported missing at 5:30 p.m. after they're supposed to meet.
This is part of the problem, is because the police agencies had all this video, all this evidence, but they deliberately chose to just release like very small parts of the evidence that they had, because they felt like if they released the whole thing that they would screw up their investigation. Particularly like the bridge guy, they released like a few like clips of him coming across to the girls, and then like there was this whole thing about whether or not the audio where he says go down the hill, like there's this whole thing of whether or not that was legitimate or not. And then the police organizations were saying, well, we're only releasing enough information because we know who it is. Even the state police guy, Carter, he came out. He did this is one of the craziest parts of this whole thing, is he did a press release event where he's saying that the killer is amongst us. The killer is here right now as I'm doing this press release. In person right now, the killer is here right now. And I always thought that to mean like that cop was in on the whole thing to some degree. Like, I don't know, the whole thing's creepy. Super creepy fucking event, but
yeah, sorry to derail the combo, but
yeah, we derailed on some true crime.
No, that's good.
It's actually
that's interesting because let me say this real quick because
yeah, no worries, yeah,
my bad, because they said they're reported missing at 5:30 after they're supposed to meet the father at 3:15, and it said that this bridge that you're talking about, the Modern High Bridge, it's an abandoned bridge.
Yeah, Monon Trail, the Monon Trail bridge.
Yeah, but then they said their bodies were found the next day, about half a mile from the bridge. But when you're doing searches, you're supposed to search in like a 5-kilometer radius.
Right, yeah.
So how did they not find the bodies?
Well, that's part of the thing that's weird, is that people say they searched the area and they didn't find the bodies, and it wasn't until a day or two later that they found the bodies like pretty close in relation to the bridge.
Yeah, half a mile away, I think is maybe correct. I thought it was a quarter mile. They found it like, and again, like the dad was out there, the family was out there searching at like 3-4 until 5:30 is when they maybe called the police, I guess. And then they came out with drones.
They had drones out there, yeah.
A drone, and but I guess it was already dark. But I don't know if it had FLIR or night vision.
They did have drones with FLIR. That's part of the story. They had drones with FLIR out there looking.
Hey, and not to derail anymore, but also it reminds me of if you guys have seen Missing 411 or Dave Politis, the Can-Am Missing Project guy, he segues all that into like the whole UFO, interdimensional shit. And he's getting more and more like serious about that, and he seems to be saying that he gets derailed every time he tries to go through any official channels on this kind of shit. And he said like basically the National Park Service is like they're fully aware of a lot more than what they're willing to say, and that he said that's part of the reason you can't film in any national parks and shit, because he doesn't know exactly why, but it's something to do with like there's potentially access to either something metaphysical, or he doesn't go into the secret societies, but I also think that could be there is something going on where there's probably stuff in the parks that they don't want people accessing, I guess.
Well, the underground locations is part of this story that doesn't get doesn't get much publicity is that there was all these underground networks that are that come to right where this bridge is, and this is part of the reason why they believe that like the bodies weren't found initially in the investigation, is that perhaps they were taken into these underground areas. Whatever was done was done, and that the murder scene that they found eventually was staged. And this is what the cops say, is that they thought that the murder scene was staged because they didn't find it in the first hours of the investigation or the search or whatever, and then later when they go back they find the bodies or whatever. But the fact that there is underground entrances in this area never gets brought up in any of the official investigations on this story, which is to me is super interesting. But
so yeah, I followed the case pretty closely. And where could I? Are there any YouTube videos of these tunnels? Or
yeah, for sure. I'll try to pull up the channels that covered all this. Let me try to find that. But and a lot of people talked about like Carter did this investigation where he talked about like he was like very cryptically talking about like the murder scene. He was like he made some very strange communications about the murder scene. And then there was the other investigator that was let me find these things. Talk so much yourself. Hold on, I'll go ahead and yield for a minute while I find these.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see the tunnels, but then I'd also like to know like how that's. Well, I guess it could be connected, how it's relevant, and I guess it could be relevant because maybe the bodies were down there and brought back. I don't know, but some people say they didn't find the bodies because they went through a creek. The girls actually went under the bridge, down a little ways, and they went over the water, and it was like waist high. Okay, and so some people say maybe because of the water, like if they were wet, you couldn't find them. If it was cold, some people say because of the canopy of the trees, they didn't show up on the drone. I don't know.
Well, if you followed like who I was talking about, Dave Paulides, he, and I haven't read his books, but he seems to have a lot of the missing person cases in the United States and actually elsewhere are very odd because they all have a lot of things in common. And one of the things they have in common is granite and under the ground and water. Like even very shallow brooks and streams, and it's like they're always something very similar, just like what you're describing is like. And maybe this was a murder, but still, like since it's staged, maybe that kind of goes to the point of like, well, maybe someone's covering up something else that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they made it look like a murder because maybe it's something else going. And again, I'm not trying to draw a parallel where there shouldn't be. I'm just saying like a lot of missing person cases are very, very strange in the United States, and a lot of times like the official narrative that they give of the missing person is not really telling the strange stuff that doesn't really add up. You know what I mean? Like there's just a lot of weird missing person.
His name is David Paulides. I'm not sure how to spell that, but
Paul IDES.
Yeah, he runs a channel called Missing 411.
Yeah,
and covers people who go missing in national parks, basically, right? Yeah, all over the place. And one thing he said that was interesting is that these national parks don't keep a record of how many people go missing there and like what their names are, or not at least a public record. And he said that he's gone to them to ask for the record, and they want to charge him like I don't know, maybe
$1 million. $1 million.
$1 million? Yeah, it was something outrageous to compile a list of the people who went missing in the national parks.
Yeah, I have a whole playlist that I made on this murder. I'll go ahead and link that playlist in the private chat.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just pretty weird to me because I'm looking at the two sketches right now and
nothing alike.
Do you think there's two people involved or just one?
There had to be two people in this murder. There's no way there's just There's no way that it was just one. I don't know. Perhaps I don't know.
They've only charged one. They've only charged
Yeah,
one.
that's true.
They left it open for there to be somebody else. Shit, I'm sorry, I lost my whole train of thought.
No, it's all because I'm reading it, and it says that they had one suspect in mind, but he committed suicide.
There was there was a guy who got in a shot out east, and and there was another suspect who was living under bridges at the time. He looked just like that first sketch. His name was Daniel Nations, and he never really got cleared, in my opinion, even though they said he did somehow. Anyway, I could go on and on and on, but like what I was going to say about the sketches, since you brought it up, like they were released years apart. And then at one press conference, they'll tell you, we're focused on the new sketch. Don't worry about that old sketch. And then on the next press conference, they'd say, hey, you know what? I think maybe we could blend the first sketch with the second sketch. And then that will be what the killer actually looks like. And it's just like, what are y'all talking? They're all over the place. Like, what are y'all talking about? That guy.
Yeah, I linked the playlist that I have made on this murder, like the recent revelations in the last year, in the private chat. So.
Yeah, so they released the sketch 2 years later. That's a long time for a new sketch.
Well, yeah, even the general public was like, "Whoa, what the fuck? This is obviously not the same person. Like, are there two suspects? Is there one suspect? Like, what are you guys talking about?" And then even when they released the video from the girl's cell phone, you know, it was so edited. Like, we don't like. How do we know what's going on with this murder case? Like, it was a very interesting case. If you follow true crime, this was a big one, and it still is. I still don't think it's resolved. I think whatever they're telling us is still kind of
because you don't know what's going on in the jail because they could be behind it, making the guy seem crazy and just kind of force a confession out of him because it just doesn't seem right because he should have definitely got a bond.
Yeah. Doug Carter to me is sus. He's been involved in so many weird situations that I just don't know that I can trust the man. But
yeah, because it says it has a video.
The links in this one are like super schizo, but at the same time they're super interesting though. That's what I'm saying. This murder is so interesting, though, in all the weird connections that it goes into, specifically on the murder scene and like the location and like all kind. It's you know, I don't know. I'm into true crime. I don't know. Like maybe a lot of people are not into true crime, but this is Delphi Murders. Delphi Murders is a very interesting scenario. The more you look into it.
Anybody who's not interested in true crime probably tuned out about 45 minutes ago.
Probably, yeah, you're probably right. But
yeah, I'm gonna jump off and listen. But it's very interesting, and I would be curious to see how the true crime feeds into a lot of this other stuff that we talk about because I do think there's some a lot of the stuff that
ties in for sure.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that gets put out there seems to be. I mean, dude, I'll give you an example, and I'll just end on this because I've been. Have you guys ever read Interview with the Vampire?
Interview with the Vampire?
Yeah, you know, like the movie. They have the movie, and then they have the book. Right?
Yeah, the movie with Tom Cruise, I think.
Yeah, Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. So I found the book at a yard sale for like $1, and I was like, okay, I'll grab it, and I started reading it.
Oh, man,
and I forgot it was based in San Francisco, but I'm not saying that it's true. But if you start looking at some of the murders in San Francisco, there's been some weird ones, and there's actually a lot of weird like historical stuff that doesn't quite add up on a lot of these weird murders and stuff. So I'm actually thinking about doing a whole series of like strange murders in San Francisco because it just kind of reminded me like of all the weird ones that don't really make any sense. And you know, they tell you the story in the news, but then when you start looking into it, you're like, that's not possible the way they describe it. So I just want to throw that out there. I think it's an interesting angle Yeah, that could be a whole
this
giant
is what I
theory.
loved about David Crocco. We see we can cover conspiracy theories, political theories, like, and also these true crime shit, like, and he really did kind of do a good job of trying to tie all this shit together to where there is this overarching vast conspiracy of something going on. What maybe perhaps we'll never understand exactly what's going on, but there is something there, right? Like the truth is out there somewhere, right? Somewhere perhaps we could try to get to the bottom of it. But you know, it's like we all probably grew up with what the unsolved mysteries and shit like this. This is kind of what it
No,
ties
definitely.
into,
but I do think it's worth looking into. But thanks for having me on Machine and EBT. Good to see the other people here that I've never seen before. But yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, take it easy. That's not it.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, thank you so much, Neurojack, and
Oh
you
no,
know,
Jack.
yeah, please please subscribe to Neurojack's channel out here. You know, Neurojack's out here. He's a regular contributor to the Machine live stream. You know, he's been out there almost every live stream out here. You know, keeping it trill.
Keeping it trill.
Yeah. And you know,
shit, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
You know, also, yeah, I know. For me and EBT, it's extremely late. We're probably gonna have to sign off here in a minute out here, but yeah, I was just gonna say that you guys are welcome anytime to discuss the true crime stuff. You know, fascinating type of stuff that affects us all because it ties into how we're keeping our communities safe. Because you know, obviously we've seen that the cops are not doing it. So we need to have vigilance. We need to have extra controls and stuff, and we need to find people in our communities that we could trust, so that when things like this happen, you know, everybody knows, you know, somebody that can give them some information about who's starting businesses and who's setting up camp in our community, because it is a matter of security and health. You know, we should all be starting up neighborhood watches and shit, because this is a crisis that's going on. You know, and I want to talk to y'all more about this for real. So y'all come on back. You know, we're gonna have another live stream out here on probably Saturday, or you know, Saturday at the God Hour, 7 o'clock probably. So you guys come through at that time and come have a conversation with me, and thank you so much for being here, Slime News and Sterling. And
for sure.
man,
Yeah, I'll definitely have him come back, and I'll leave you with this. You know, you said unsolved mysteries. Yeah, you know, that used to be my favorite. But if you think about it, unsolved mysteries, is there any other kind of mystery? I mean,
all mysteries are unsolved, right? They wouldn't be a mystery any other way, right?
Mystery is solved. It's no longer a mystery. You know, ain't no solved mystery. You know,
Right? Yeah. Unless it's why they did it and they're dead.
now what it becomes, I don't know. That's a mystery.
Yeah.
But it's not a mystery.
This was fun, really. Yeah. I really do. I really did enjoy this. Like, it really did become a good thing. I appreciate that. Even Sterling, he was just a random joiner of this panel. I'm glad that we were able to have this kind of fruitful, kind of interesting kind of dialogue onto one of these mysteries, or mysteries as we call it, right? But I had fun. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I got to spurg out on something that I'm interested in. So, he left.
Exactly.
Appreciate you, Sterling. I'm sorry that
Yeah,
you left.
salute Sterling. Yeah. Good to have the personality like that on there. You know, and I say thanks for having me too. You know what I'm saying? The Machine, like, I'll definitely be coming back. I sub to all you guys' channels, so you know, definitely bang that bell to get your guys' notification when you guys go live. So I'll definitely be here next time too as well.
Yeah,
Make sure you look out for my Yeah, make sure you look out for my crime documentary once I can repost again because I gotta beat this strike, you know. So once I'm
Hell
done with
yeah.
that, I could probably post tomorrow. You know, it's gonna be on Aiden Fucci, the 14-year-old killer who killed his classmate, 13-year-old girl Tristan Bailey. I think it was out in
Oh,
like
shit.
Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, he stabbed her like 114 times. Like he tried to play it off like he never knew about her. Like, yeah, it's just a tragic story, you know, because she was an aspiring cheerleader, you know, and she was murdered on Mother's Day Eve, and she was supposed to come home and make breakfast for her mom for Mother's Day, and that's the worst thing that you could know, that your daughters just end up
Yeah.
missing on Mother's Day, and then you figure out a couple days later, like it was so gruesome that the guy who found her body didn't even want to show his face or talk because it was just so devastating, like because like he stabbed her, like, and she was fighting back too, right? So she was getting stabbed, fighting back, and then he stabbed her in the head and twisted the blade.
Oh god.
And and a piece of the blade was edged in her skull. Like it's terrible. It's just terrible,
Yeah,
man.
these cats are real monsters out here. I mean, what would make a person just, you know what I'm saying, just go crazy? Like, you know, I can't even picture like a fucking person hurting a goldfish. I mean, I take the fucking spider out of the house so that I don't step on the shit. That's fucking crazy, man. I
That's what
can't
my
even
dad.
imagine.
That's what my dad used to do. My dad was in Vietnam. He used to drop bombs on motherfuckers, and he would not kill a spider later on. He didn't want to kill nobody
Yeah.
after that. But
Yeah, and I don't mind when it kills like little bugs and shit. It's fucking weird, but like, you know, I'm not gonna kill the spider. I don't know, you know what I mean? It's just weird, you know. But like, yeah, just breaking off a knife in somebody's skull, like, that takes a lot of energy. Let's just say, you know what I mean? It's you
yeah,
know,
and the psychological discussion on that is this is why I like this. I like this genre of murder mysteries and true crime and stuff. Really, is like this is the deep shit where you kind of get into the psyche of the human, like what would allow a person to be able to do this, and this really does get into a religious discussion to whether or not, like, if there is a god, why does he allow people to kind of do this shit? But we can probably parlay this into
To
a
another
whole
life.
other episode, yeah, and it would be amazing. But
Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a lot of perspectives and angles because I'll just say this for now because I grew up Christian, but I'm not Christian no more. So I just witness a lot of things within Christianity where it makes me just, you know, as your kid, it's just forced on you. You just leave whatever what's put on your head, what your parents are telling you to do, but once you grow older, you have your questions, and then once you ask those questions and those questions are not getting answered, then it strays you away from that stuff. So it's just, for me, it was just a lot of questions that weren't properly answered, to where I just had to step away from Christianity myself personally, right? So
I hear you. I think we touched on that a little bit earlier on the stream tonight, but
yeah, that's
that
one
would
of the
definitely
most
be something we could go into deeper.
You know, like Christianity and Islam are some of the most hijacked viewpoints in the whole world. You know, I think
100%.
you know, Christians and Muslims are 100% puppets of occultists, atheists, Jews of
Yup.
all stripes. You know, so you know that they
definitely.
succumb to a lot of you know, degeneration and self-scrutiny and you know, and reform, you know, to where
Yup.
they're uh you know, no longer you know, telling the truth. They're no longer representatives of humanity for real, and people need to question the religious communities. I'm not saying question the religion. You know, there's a lot of truth in the religion, you know, but you know, there's no truth within, you know, religious communities. You shouldn't be trying to think that just because you're part of a religious community that you have some sort of you know, salvation there. I'm saying, right? Because you know, that's one of the main operations that's being used right now. You know, so we can't deny the religions. But thank you so much, Slime News, for joining
Oh, for
us.
sure. Thanks for
Make
having me.
Yeah, for sure. You come on back and say, and same to you, Sterling. If you're listening, you come on back, brother, and we'll continue these discussions. See, I open up a random panel and we get new people. We start to make new friends. You know what I'm saying? This is how it goes, you know. So, you know, I didn't want to do a panel tonight, but I decided anyways because of what happened earlier with my shit. But you know, thank you so much. Enslaved by Truth. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna come and bring tons of content to you, me and Enslaved by Truth, and you know, we're gonna be chopping it up on topics of religion and the occult and Discordianism, and yeah. But everybody go subscribe to Slime News. We gotta get Slime News subscribers up. He got 1.27 subscribers. We gotta get his subscribers up. You know what I mean? Because he's covering.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's covering some real news out here, you know what I mean? And he's doing so in an independent way. So, you know, if you guys want to watch CNN and all that shit and watch all that fixed nonsense, you know, just go ahead and just watch some independent news coverage by your boy Slime News instead. And stop paying attention to that bullshit, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
But the real in the raw, there's some dripping new reports. You know what I'm saying? And I got a new editing style coming my way. So I'm gonna take my Slime logo and I'm gonna put like an AI voice. And whenever the AI voice is talking, I'm gonna put the slime dripping down on the video and whatever I'm showing. And then I'm gonna have my own voice in the background and I'm gonna play the video. So I'm starting to do a new angle as well. Hopefully y'all like it. But I think it's gonna go well.
Yeah, we need to show people the slime, you know, the sludge of the machine. You know what I mean? All this shit that it's made of chemicals. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, for real, it is about slime. It is about grime. I mean, out here, and you know what I mean, for real. And man, you guys have a blessed night, man. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. And
You have a good night, man. I'll catch you later, man.
yeah, thank you, man. And everybody, peace from me, and I'll be coming to you guys in less than a week out here, and I'll also be trying to fix up that episode 8 of the Machine Lies. We got episode 7, 3-hour lecture on Nietzschean philosophy, other topics. You know, we're covering Aristotle out here. We're blaming Aristotle for a lot. You guys know Aristotle supported pederasty. Man, yeah, he recommends pederasty in his politics as a way to control the population. See, Aristotle, pure evil, guys. We'll be talking about all this shit, the root of evil, you know, out here. But everybody have a blessed night, and let me play a song for you guys. You know, isn't that customary? You know, it's customary to leave everyone with a song. So these are some of my favorite tunes. Have a blessed night, everyone.
Lounge act in an old, cold, dusty swamp house, creeping like a mouse. I knock a champ out, cramping lamp in a damp house. I found a dead woman in the Vermilion River. I took her home alone and washed her up. No garbage truck, you retarded fucks. I painted her with makeup, bake and eat the cake up. Time for luck, up in the crummy plates and taste sucks. Slow dancing late at night, swamp house off the K at light. I eat cannibals and mechanically stuff animals, or handle candles to blow. When I leave the room to see my doom, see the broom in the corner. You goners are deep in need of tombs. War cloud, brimstone, holocaust, koala, kamala, club, swallow, scotch, don't stop, Galapagos. Pop got a lot of metallo, mano, and yo, he drift shifts, gambles and shot the host. Ghost loads, slaughter daughters on cage in Arabian waters to fall the logic.
I live in a hollowed out asteroid. It's war cloud, better living through circuitry, Paleolithic surgery, half man, half planet Mercury. I heard MCs, one day it rained and the people began to melt. Release the angels in the Euphrates River who sleep to slay a third of Earth's population for vindication. A dirty helicopter, my blades are my swords. When I descend upon you, the sound of a zillion chariots. Nightmare room of truth, cause it's the scariest. Men made of heads who eat inside the lake. Shadowless zombie swordsman. Chills, swoop up on you and launch your head in the hills. Sword mechanic, tragic, mastermind Jurassic. Laughing outnumbered, leave you bloody construction yard. Shatter spirit shields with lyric fields. A one-armed ghost samurai from the past that murder ungodly. The thunder struck oddly. I blast a dusty shoddy, 3 gates hideous. Slump your carcass the prettiest. Angry woodcutters, soda fizz, motion switch, blizzard kicks, braid sound waves and astound slaves. Dirty bowl and meat market massacre. Mirage, crash like the hammer of the gods and leave you lodged under heavy doors. Explore these warlords. Mystic paradise, my axe closet with shovels in it. 9 million ninjas fall upon you with lightsabers. Cannibalistic neighbors, ghost pirates and heartless raiders. Old gator man who is seldom seen. He lives in a cave made of moths with dusty wings. Blood smeared